How's everybody doing? See, Merc with the 2 here for a small black content creator like you. Thanks, bro. You know, every penny counts in the white man's world. You know, us brothers gotta stick together. Or else, you know, we ain't ever gonna make it out the hood. Real talk. Shit. But I appreciate it, man. Yeah, my day was fun. I got my greatest Black Friday deal, which is actually pretty pitiful. But Walmart had cans of pumpkin, which if you have a dog, you know, they love pumpkin. So I bought, I want to say like 50 cans of pumpkin for like $1 a piece instead of the normal like $3. So there's my big Black Friday savings. I saved 67% on pumpkin for my dog. So
gaming.
Exciting stuff. Let's see, so Juan with the 2, let me see what this is.
Have you ever been so excited?
Okay. Grifters are ruining gaming? Let me guess. Ghost of Yote is the game. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Dude, it seems like every comment's shitting on him. Bruh. Alright, yeah, we can check it out. Trials with D2. Appreciate it, man. Just got a PC today. Any tips how to clean up bloat? Just open up your apps and go through and delete anything you don't think you're gonna use. So you can just type in apps in like the search down here and just go through and uninstall anything that doesn't look like something you'd actually want. Also disable things like Windows Game Bar, for example. When's the last time I took a shit? Like 2 hours ago. I made some chili tonight. And yeah, that shit cleaned me the fuck out. Nah, actually, maybe I have had Wendy's chili. I don't remember, actually. I might have had it before. If I did, it was very, unexciting. My chili is actually good. You know, you start off frying some bacon in a pan. You then take some onions, chop them up into small pieces, saute them in the bacon grease until they're nice and soft. You take that, dump it into a pot, mix in the beans, turn it on low, let it simmer for a while, add in some tomatoes, you know, stir it up, add in the seasoning packages. Then you take the bacon grease and onion juice pan and you cook your ground beef in that. Then you take that whole thing, dump it into the pot, mix it up, and just let it simmer for like an hour or two. And that shit is fire. But, yeah. If you get like thick cut bacon and use that as like the base, or the grease, I guess you should say, in the pan that you cook everything before you dump it into the pot, it just gives everything a really good flavor. Yeah, I added like red pepper flakes, but yeah, you could add like jalapenos. Another thing I like, which, you know, maybe this is controversial, but sometimes, I didn't do it this time, but I like to crush up cashews and like sprinkle them on top of my chili. Like not actually in the pot, but like when you serve it up, take like some cashews and like sprinkle it on the top and then just mix it in. It adds a really cool like texture to it. So, I don't know. That's also another good thing you can do. Yeah, it adds like a little crunch and it just enhances the flavor too. Because cashews have a pretty strong flavor profile. But yeah, that's what I did today, pretty much. Went to the grocery store, cooked some chili, and yeah. You add corn chips to chili. That's probably actually pretty good, honestly.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about chili, like when you give it like a little bit of crunch. I don't know. It's pretty good. You don't put a ton, just like a few, but yeah. But you got to make sure they're crushed. You don't want to put the full, like, nut in there. Like, beat the shit out of them. Nah, dude, I was at the grocery store and I saw this hot 19-year-old with a perfect peach ass. And I walked up to her in the aisle and was like, "Hey, cutie. I see you're shopping. Do you mind if I take you home?"
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But no, I did not interact with anyone. Yeah. Oh my, dude. It's just wild. Apparently something similar to that did happen to our boy. I don't know, man. That was all too much? Too close to home? Let's see. Juan with the 5. Is this the RTU video? Yeah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling. I saw this in my sub feed earlier, but yeah, we can check it out. Also, let me know if this is worth the price. Need help? I'll give link. What? Best Buy? Let's see. I don't know about the CPU personally. I'm not really sure. I don't think the F CPUs are good. Wait until Jethro joins and see if he knows. I'm not really familiar with Intel modern CPUs, but I don't know if that's good. I mean, it's an i7 14000 series, so it should be fine. But it seems like a pretty decent price, honestly. 1300. It's not bad. 32 gigs of RAM, too. So, there's half the price right there. You could just gut it. But yeah, it seems like it's fine. The only thing I'd check, what's the power supply? It's the only thing I would check real quick. Let me just see. Did they not list it?
I can't afford this shit!
I don't see where the power supply is. That would be my only, like, hesitation, I guess, looking at it. So apparently it is a 850 watt gold. Okay, yeah, that's not terrible. That's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, for the price, I don't really think you can... Yeah, I really don't think for the price that's bad at all. I mean, realistically, you're gonna have to spend like $400 or $500 possibly to even get 32 gigs of RAM. So... given that, yeah, it seems like it's pretty good. The only thing I would say is maybe you want to buy an extra SSD with it, because 2 terabytes will fill up very fast. Especially if you put, like, any modern games on it. But you can easily add that later. See. I'm raging bored with the 5. I'm so bored right now, I might actually boot up my Switch 2 and play Smash or Mario Kart. That's the thing, Nintendo games are a great cure for boredom. I don't know, Smash, that's not really a game I would play casually, but definitely Mario Kart. Let's see, Rat Kicker Real with the 2. F equals no onboard graphics, K equals overclock. Oh, okay, so you just don't get the integrated... Dude, what was that shit Rich said about the integrated graphics? Oh, fuck, he had a, a beefy rig or some shit. I forgot what term was he using when he was trying to play Battlefield 6 on integrated graphics and was bitching that it didn't run well. And then he revealed he had a fucking fully spec'd out 4090 PC. Yeah, let me play a modern AAA game on integrated graphics. That'll end well. Genius. Yeah, Space Marine 2 for 20 bucks is a fucking steal. Well worth. It's a beefy rig, but with integrated graphics. Yeah, that shit was crazy. I think Space Marine 1's on sale right now if you're interested. If I'm not mistaken. Yo, it is. Just ignore, like, the mixed rating. It's just because people didn't think it was worth $40, but if you haven't played the Anniversary Edition, just buy this version, and, yeah, it's definitely good. But yeah, if you have the Anniversary Edition, there's no point in upgrading. That was just Sega trying to cash in on the hype and popularity of Space Marine 2. Because Space Marine, the original, sold like shit. Yeah, I think most people play Space Marine 2 for like the PvE and then the multiplayer. Yeah. I mean, the campaign's good, but it's really short. So, the majority of your playtime is going to come from, like, the co-op mode and then also the online multiplayer. Yeah, I think the multiplayer is very good. I have, like, I think 160 or 180 hours on PS5, and then I have 120 on here, so almost 300 hours. And, yeah, it's very enjoyable. Like, it's just, you know, old school Xbox 360 style game in the flesh, and it's, like, perfect for what it is. They did a really good job with it. You know, I'm not really a Turok fan, but I'll pick up Turok because, you know, they did a good job with Space Marine, so I'll give it a chance.
All right,
yeah,
awesome.
It's like
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, it's like Gears of War in the sense that it's like the slow, clunky, third-person combat, but it's not like Gears in the sense that you're not going to be fucking wall bouncing and fucking Nasher spamming. So, it's way less sweaty, for sure. Oski with a 5. Appreciate it, man. Perfectly describes the Imperium of today. Let's see. Oh, sound. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me open that here. It's a soundtrack. Oh, it opened twice. Oops. Oh, Jesper Kidd did the soundtrack? Interesting. Damn, Metroid Prime 4 Switch 2 pre-orders is sold out on Target. Damn. That's actually kind of surprising. Either Nintendo did not plan for the game to be as popular as it is, or, you know, there really is, like, not many physical copies in production. I don't know, honestly. That's kind of odd. Usually Nintendo overprints the shit out of their games and they just sit there for months. They'll probably add 2 and 3 to the GameCube catalog, is my guess. Kind of similar to what they did with Luigi's Mansion. That would be my, you know, guesstimate of what's going to happen. Walmart has a return policy, so if you got it from Walmart, you could return it. Well, the reason the Wii had free online, similar to the PS3, is because it sucked. So, the online was not anything worth paying for, so... Like, 360 really had the only service worth paying for. PlayStation Plus was so bare bones. You couldn't even send, like, voice messages or get into a party chat. Like, it was ridiculously bad. So if they tried to charge for it, bro, nobody would pay for it. So they basically had to give it away for free. I would imagine that, Wii, being the Wii, was much worse than even PS3. Because to this day, you can't even send messages to your friends on Nintendo Switch. I mean, at least you can party chat now, I guess. But... it's a start.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl's Zone with the 2. Griff is now an indie developer. Support him, guys. That's right. I'm a heckin' small indie developer from a small one-person team just trying to get my game out there in a sea of AAA games that overshadow it at every opportunity. Come on, Reddit, unite and help out, you know, this small indie developer. Make his dreams come true. No, you had to pay for party chat on 360. The only thing you could do on 360 was, I think you could individually chat with people, But you had to pay for party chat on 360. You did have to pay for party chat on 360. I think you could chat individually with people, but not like a party chat. Yeah, you used to have it for fucking Netflix. Yup. Remember when the 360... Yeah, dude, I remember that. The Microsoft points. You know, since I never had a 360 until later in the generation, I remember, like, when I would go to, like, a friend's birthday or something, I would buy them, like, an Xbox 360, you know, Microsoft points card. I remember that shit. Yep, I bought clothes for my avatar. Hold on, let me see. That's fucking funny. Alright. Yeah, here you go. That's my 360 avatar. I'm pretty sure you had to buy that helmet. But yeah, there you go. That was my motto back in the day. If it dies, it fries. Or whatever the fuck the quote. I don't know what you would even call that. But yeah, there you go. That's my 360 avatar. Put it back here.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
That's the actual Xbox 360. I have a 360. I bought one actually somewhat recently. I have the Xbox 360E with a 500 gigabyte hard drive. So... You can get 360s for dirt fucking cheap. That's the nice thing is, you know, if you just want to do some casual gaming and go back and play some old games and reject modernity entirely, you know, the Xbox 360 is kind of the perfect way to do it. There's so many great single-player games you can play. And you can pick up pre-owned 360 games for like 5, 10, 15 bucks pretty much across the board, maybe even less. I just got mine off of eBay, man. I just looked up Xbox 360, 500 gigabyte, and I just found one that looked clean, and I got a good unit, so just search on eBay, honestly. I got it for like 70 bucks, brand new, pretty much. They didn't even take the zip cords or zip ties, whatever the fuck, off the power cords. So the power cord and or I guess not HDMI, whatever the fuck that thing's called, composite cables or whatever, were never even unwrapped. So it was like literally brand new, pretty much. Let's see. Raging War with the 10. Really appreciate it. What's sad about Space Marine Remaster is it has the same issue as Anniversary. The game crashes on CPUs with a high amount of threads. I couldn't stop laughing when I found out about that. And that's sad. So the modern re-release, air quotes, which is literally just a low-effort port, has the exact same problem. You know?
Gaming.
It's hard not to believe that all the talent in the industry is left, because that's fucking crazy. You re-release an old game and you don't even fix a problem on the new version. Crazy. Yeah, honestly, an Xbox One X is kind of the move if you just want a back compat machine. They are dirt cheap. Like, literally dirt fucking cheap. You can still get controllers for a very affordable price that are new, which, you know, is a problem with 360. You have to buy either pre-owned or very expensive new old stock. And it plays, you know, 90% of the 360 library, and on top of that, yeah, you get Xbox One games as well. So, Xbox One X is actually a very, very, very good value proposition if you're interested in back compat gaming. Like, it's under $100 now. So... Yeah, I think Series X controllers work on the Xbox One. I would imagine so. There's like zero difference between them other than the share button. Wet is still expensive? Yeah, I have a few copies of that. I bought them when they were like 10, or no, like 15 to 20 bucks. I have like, I think 3 or 4 complete copies of it. You want to play? Oh, Wet? Yeah, I've never played it myself. I just went through the list of like non-back compat games and I picked out pretty much any of them that looked, you know, somewhat intriguing and just bought like a complete copy or 2 of each one. So... Am I going to see the new Avatar movie? No. Absolutely not. I didn't see the last one, and I probably never will. I was forced into seeing the first one, and, you know, I've never bothered to watch it after that. You know, James Cameron's White Guilt series doesn't really interest me. What do I use for an investment portfolio? I use Charles Schwab. That's where I have my investment account, but you can use whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. Fidelity, E-Trade, Scottrade, even Robinhood is fine for most people. Doesn't really make a difference. It's all kind of personal preference. Dude, my investments are literally Philip Morris, Altria, and BTI, and as well as Facebook. That's it. Those are like basically the only stock. Oh, also I have some Chevron. That's basically the only stocks I have right now. It's not very exciting. Bamaham Yum with the 5. Got Ninja Gaiden 4 on sale because you're reviewing so far. It's Peak, Edge, Kino, Slop. Nice, man. Yeah, it is a good game. Also, you know, it's Gooner approved. Massive memories abound. Dude, I'm getting so many fucking emails from TCG players saying, like, oh, your order shipped, your order shipped, your order shipped. It's like, no fucking shit, I get it. I get it. I made like 100 orders, so I've just been getting spammed. Am I gonna buy Ubisoft? No. Definitely not. Dude, the only thing I'm buying right now is cards. I don't think you can buy EA. I think it's been... Or no, I don't think it's been halted yet. Maybe it has. I don't know. When does it go through? The Saudi acquisition, that is. Like in 2028? Shit, why did they announce it then? That's stupid. Yeah, I'm long Charizard at this point. That's my investment portfolio nowadays. Oof, that's brutal. Damn, I'm glad I sold when I did. 340? Really? Hold on. Is that just an outlier? What the fuck? Yeah, wow, okay. Yeah, I'm glad I sold those. I sold mine for $4.50 a piece. They're down to like $3.40.
Bruh.
Oof. Yeah. Don't invest in modern if you're looking to make a quick flip. 5 Hearts game was fire. Yeah, it was enjoyable. Charizard VMAX 261. If you just look that up. It's the Charzilla from the Ultra Premium Collection. I had 3 PSA 10s of that I sold for $4.50 a piece. I bought them for $160 each, so I made a bunch of money on them. I still have all my PSA 9s because I only pay like $20 each for them, so. Nah, I'm not going into GameStop, bro. I don't have any desire to step foot into a GameStop. Yeah, it would actually probably be a pretty decent time to pick one up soon. Yeah, there's no Shaggy where I live. It's Rajput. Almost every single retail worker in my area is either Indian or Hispanic. So, or black, I guess, sometimes. Emo chicks work in my GameStop. Don't tell Raymond where that is. GameStop is dead. It's mostly just plushies, and they took out the kiosk consoles. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just Funko Pops and like cheap Chinese gaming merch. It's like, yeah, no thank you. That's gonna be a no for me, dog. I'm not gonna be stepping foot in there. I don't know. There's not really anything I want from GameStop either. Heard Red Dead Redemption's getting a big update. Yeah, aren't they porting it? They're porting it to PS5 and Switch 2, right? Uh-oh. Red Dead 1 is on Android and iOS too. Really? That's funny. I don't think I'd ever want to play it on a phone, but I guess it's kind of cool that it's on there. If you did, in fact, want to. Wow, it actually launched on the right monitor. I'm shocked. Oh, why is it not opening? Hold on. Properties. No. Oh, there we go. Red Dead 1 on Android and iOS before GTA 4 is just criminal, man. The disrespect to my goat is insane. GTA 4 is probably one of those games that they don't know how to port to modern consoles again. I don't know. It seems like Rockstar has a really bad history of not really knowing how the fuck to, you know, move their games forward onto new platforms. Either that or they lost the source code. Yeah, that's possible too. GTA 5 online is absolute goy slop. I agree, man. GTA 5 online is like literally an IQ check. Real talk. It determines whether you should be considered human or not. Yeah, I'll play Metroid, but I'm not doing like a midnight launch stream of it because I'm going to get it physical and I'm going to wait till my copy comes in the mail. I'm not really that interested in it, to be completely honest. But yeah, I will be getting it, and I will stream it, but it'll be like on the actual launch day. Oh, shit. Dude, this It's Mav guy was in my games last night and the night before. I guess there's really not that many people playing the multiplayer. Maybe they're all playing campaign or something else. Or just not this playlist. Just picked up a 2025 Pokemon Prismatic Evolutions Umbreon EX PSA 10. For $450. Oh, the illustration rare or whatever it's called. That's pretty nice, man. Congrats. I just bought a another PSA 9 Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX from EX Team Rocket Returns for 1,700, but it's not going to be here for a while because it's shipping international. My favorite evolution? Probably Leafeon. I like Leafeon the best. I think he has the coolest design. Vaporeon all the way? That is the most compatible with human copulation. Favorite console? Purely nostalgia, it's the GameCube, but probably 360 if I'm being objective, because it has the best games library in my opinion. Favorite e-girl? Pokimane. Yeah, one day I'll own the PSA 10 Leafeon Level X, but that's gonna be a hot minute. That shit's mad expensive. Yeah, like, look at this, man. PSA 9's listed for 3,700, but it's such an awesome card. I really like it. Yeah, it's done by the best Pokemon illustrator, Ryu Ueda. But yeah, dude, I absolutely love that card. It's super expensive though. Favorite Battlefield? Probably 3. One day Griffin will own Pokimane, that's right. One day she'll beg to be my property. Nah, I think shiny Espeon's better than shiny Umbreon. By a long shot. Why am I not playing Battlefield 6 anymore? Because they took away borderless window and it made it annoying. If I'm being honest. You're too late, Griffin. She got an engagement ring for herself. That's okay. Her and all her possessions will be mine. The borderless window doesn't let you click outside of the out of the window anymore. So when you pause the game, you can't use your mouse on your other monitor, which makes streaming and playing the game obnoxious as shit. Because you have to fucking alt-tab out every single time. And it's I don't know, dude. It's small shit like that that pisses me off. You know? I'm already on the knife's edge of about to abandon gaming altogether, and you know, small inconveniences like that just make me not want to fucking play anything. Boo! Yeah, I think modern devs are incapable of creating borderless window anymore, man. Because even Minecraft has broken borderless window in the recent update that I installed. Like now, whenever I move my mouse too far to the right, it puts my mouse on my other monitor even while I'm playing the actual game. So if I click while turning, it basically pauses the game because it thinks I'm clicking outside of the game itself. It's really fucking retarded. Developers are just incapable of, you know, doing anything right now. Dude, but windowed looks so bad. Ugh, I don't like the way it looks. Windowed looks so bad. It looks so ugly. No shit. Fuck. Microsoft Gaming seal of quality, nothing works properly and sucks to play. Yeah. We'll take what you love and ruin it. Microsoft. Yeah, I like Battlefield 6 from a gameplay perspective, but the borderless window thing pissed me off. I can try to play it again and see if it fucks up, but that shit was pissing me off, man. It's like they literally had it at launch and then removed it post-launch. Like, it made no sense. Like, yeah, let's deliberately downgrade the game post-launch because, you know, reasons that I don't yet quite understand. Oh shit. There's stuff like window borderless that lets you run windowed games in borderless window. Yeah, I can look into that. That might work. How am I able to find matches? You click your playlists and then hit find match. I don't know. There's like 10,000 people playing, at least there was the other night, so it's kind of populated right now because of Thanksgiving is my guess. People got nostalgic being home, probably with their old game consoles. Did you hear the speech the Expectation 33 girl gave about LGBT? No. Why would I have heard that? The only thing I want to hear from the T community is screams of agony. Put it on
You shut the fuck! Don't you
AR
fucking
Slayer.
tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Put on AR Slayer for your matchmaking preference and you'll probably get it. There's definitely a lot of people playing, so... Fuck me, really? Dude, if a troon ever tries to flirt with me, I'm gonna sue him for sexual harassment and win. Let's see. Chronicle with the 10. Invite me after this match. Also play. Okay. Let me see. Back out. Nope. I'll do it after. Well, here, I'll play the song. Let's see. Where is a new tab? There we go. Oh shit, nobody took the RPG. Oh, fuck, man. Damn it. Brutal. Oh, nice. Nope. There goes the chat. There we go. Fuck. Just deleted Rebirth to make space for Yote's. Girl bossing for the win. Nice, bro. Ghost of Yote is such an amazing game, dude. It's so great.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's so great. Z here with the 10. Appreciate it, man. People are still mad at the strikes on drug boats. They argue there's no proof they are that. But come on, the same U.S. government that knows every detail on you would know that. Yeah, exactly. And who the fuck even cares if they're not drug boats? It's some rando Venezuelan that's approaching U.S. waters. Who fucking cares? To be completely honest, like, even if it was some random, you know, fishermen or whatever the fuck. Get the fuck away from our country, bitch. I'd put auto turrets on the fucking border wall if I had the choice. You know, you approach the U.S. border, you will be shot. I'm okay with that. You know, I think I'm okay with that policy. Personally. But yeah, there's absolutely no way the government doesn't know the nature of the fucking boats. Also, there's no fucking fishing boat that has 3 outboard motors on it. Those are literally only used by fucking drug runners. They just want freedom, and I just want them gone, so... Sorry. Someone's gotta die, and it's gonna be you. Yeah, but dude, what Venezuelan can afford 3 outboard motors? You're missing the point. Like, if you live in a shithole, communist, fucking, you know, third world nation, do you really think you're gonna have a top-of-the-line speedboat with 3 outboard motors if you're a fucking fisherman? First of all, why would you be in a fucking speedboat if you're fishing? Second, why would you have 3 fucking motors? And then also, how would you even fucking afford it? Because you're living in a fucking third world hellscape. Like, it makes no sense. There's no way to, like, actually fucking, you know, logically get to the case where... You know, Trump is blowing up fucking fishermen. And even if he was, who cares? Like, they're not U.S. citizens. Why the fuck should we care? Genuinely. But, you know, the concerned trolling of the week must continue.
I can't afford this shit! There we go. Oh, shit. Z here with the 5, seeing what the UK has become,
how much Islam has taken over. It frightens me. I see Australia's already moving that direction. It's getting worse. Yeah, and the thing is, it's like every Western nation's doing it. So, you know, whether you get, you know, Hispanics, Muslims, Indians, Africans, it's just literally get rid of the white people. It doesn't matter. They don't care. Just as long as they're non-white, they'll flood any white nation with them. Just indiscriminately. It's not even just Islam. Yeah, I don't know, bro. If you don't look at a country like India with absolute horror, I don't know what the fuck is going on in your head. Like, the only thought you should think of when you see a nation like India is, I want to be nothing like them. If your thought upon seeing India is, we need to import all of these people into our, you know, clean, safe societies, it's pretty fucking... You just are genuinely a fucking sadist. You genuinely want, you know, people's lives to get worse. That is the only reason why you would want to invite people like that into the country. Like, point blank, bro. Like, there is no benefit to having a bunch of third worlders pour into your nation. Other than slave labor, which we don't have. You know, if you want to make them slaves, that's another case. You know, I could do that. But, no, they don't get to come here and fucking vote. Hell no. And they sure as shit don't get to come here and break the fucking law and have nothing happen to them. You don't want cow shit in your kitchen? I can't say that I do. Dude, if they were all white immigrants, it wouldn't be a problem, like, to be completely honest, because white people, on average, are a net benefit to the tax system in any country they emigrate to. Like, white people, if they emigrate to a country, are a net tax positive in almost every single instance. The only other group other than whites that are net positives to like tax contributions versus benefits received are Eastern Asians like Chinese, Japanese, and Koreans. Every other group is a net negative to the country from a tax perspective. They pay way less in taxes than they take out. You know, I don't think anybody would have a problem with mass migration if we were being flooded with Japanese people and Koreans. I don't think anybody would fucking care because Eastern Asians adapt to cultures. Like, you know, Eastern Asians literally adopt American culture and Western values almost immediately upon entering those countries. They assimilate, like, very well to the societies in which they're placed. That's not the case for, you know, pretty much any other race other than whites. So, it's just the facts. Like, you know, you can call it racist if you want to, but it's the truth, bro. It's the truth. You know, how many Asian protests do you see of them walking down the street waving the Japanese flag or the fucking Chinese flag or the Korean flag? None. They don't do it. How many Hispanics do you see waving a fucking Mexican flag? Tons. Because they don't view themselves as American. They view themselves as Mexican and they're just here to make money and leave. So, same with Indians, same with blacks. Like, it's just the way it is, man. So, they don't view themselves as members of the overall society. They view themselves as something separate. So therefore, they feel they have no obligation to society and will take advantage of it. You know, someone who has zero incentive or interest in perpetuating a society will have zero hesitation in breaking the law and hurting other people and making that society worse. So you see like all these people with like the Venezuelan flags, the Honduras flag, the Mexican flag, you know, then you see like, you know, blacks who, you know, pretend like we was the founder. It's just like, it's just pitiful, bro, honestly. I don't know. If you don't like the country, fucking leave. I still think it should be an immediate treason charge if you display a foreign flag in any capacity in the United States. If you display a foreign flag in the United States, immediate treason. And that includes the pride flag. Nazi Germany no longer exists, so that's not the flag of any nation. For now. But yeah. Yeah, Germany has a lot of problems, bro. Unfortunately, the Germans have been, you know, fucking ground zero, basically, for the, you know, indoctrination post-World War II society shit. So that entire population has been brainwashed ever since the end of World War II. It's gonna take a lot to wake them the fuck up. They're taught from basically birth that they're evil and they don't deserve anything. So, that's a hard conditioning to break. But it can be done. Yeah, the concept of a right-wing European political party is laughable at this point because all of them are literally basically just leftists. They're just slightly less leftist than the others. That's it. I mean, it's like basically what the Republican Party is in the US, just not as extreme. I mean, never forget, it's the Conservative Party, air quotes, of Britain that, you know, imported all these Islamabads in the first place. So, your so-called Conservative Party is the one that signed the death warrant for your own nation. It's pitiful, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Z here with the 10. Indians crying over the Twitter country thing, especially as they get called out. I know, it's great. It's great, man. This is like Indian 9/11 for them. Quite sad, isn't it? Let's see. Also, the news of PewDiePie's retirement made some mad too, because apparently he made it popular to be racist to them. I don't think there was ever a time growing up where people did not make fun of Indians. I'm just gonna throw that out there. It was, dude, even my own fucking mother told me that, you know, when they were kids, they were told not to ever go to an Indian-owned gas station because you would get food poisoning because they buy expired food.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but...
and that was in, like, the
broke boy,
fucking
just say so.
70s, bro. My mom in the 70s was told not to buy from Indian-owned businesses because they use expired food that they get for deep discounts. So, yeah. This shit's been going on for a very, very fucking long time. PewDiePie was a secret chud. I don't know if he was that secretive about it, man. It's pretty obvious that he was incredibly right-wing. I don't really know how you could be a self-respecting male and not be right-wing. Like, I don't get it. Why do you want to live in a world surrounded by trannies, gays, immigrants, fucking women bossing you around? Like, it's just, what fucking world would any normal man want to live in that looks like that? Fuck that, dude. Sorry. Like, that's just, that doesn't make any bit of sense. Straight men are naturally repulsed by homosexuality. So you have to quite literally be mind raped in order to be okay with it. And that's just not an opinion, that's science. Like, straight men are naturally repulsed by homosexuality. It's the equivalent of seeing maggots in your food to watch two men kiss. So... we are literally hardwired to be repulsed by it. You have to be a special type of mind raped in order to actively, you know, propagate its existence and spread.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Official Adam with the 5. Watch hardcore pawn guy scamming his customers out of jewelry. And all I have to say is they don't call it jewelry for nothing. I don't know if I can watch TV show clips, man. That's probably not possible on stream. TV show clips will get this pulled down pretty quick. I can see what the video is, but if it's TV clips, I can't watch it. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 50. Appreciate it, man. It's time for some GTA 4, so dust off the old Xbox. I gotta see where my controller is. Let me check. Let me see if I can find my controller real quick. The last time my water spilled, I moved a bunch of shit around. I don't know where it is. Give me a second. My water broke, that's right. I'm expecting a beautiful baby boy. Got him. Nope. Shit. Just for that son to go grow up watching... Dude, I'd beat the fucking shit out of my kids if they watched Kai Cenat. Are you fucking kidding me? If they watched that ghetto slop, I'd beat the fucking shit out of them. Real talk. Also, it goes without saying...
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them. Look here, there's two choices in life.
Wings.
You pretend you're straight, or I beat you to death.
Kai is a straight chicken bone sucker. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but I genuinely can't fucking stand that retard. Like, if you want to point to Zog slop ghetto trash aimed to rot the mind of children, that is the definition. You know, I put him in the same category as, you know, people like Sexy Red or whoever else who's just literally propagated in order to destroy society. Yeah, or you have like the Sabrina Carpenter types who literally just exist to try and psyop young white girls into becoming whores. So, there's also that too. I mean, once you realize the real purpose of Hollywood and the music industry, which are run by the same people, you understand why things are the way that they are and why they're so fucking degenerate. Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter is painfully mid. But, you know, she appeals to, you know, the average white girl because of that. And because, like, her entire fucking, you know, premise is just being a whore, it's essentially teaching young girls to be whores as well. So, hold on, let's just see real quick. Wait, really? Hold on.
Kill the enemy team to score.
I knew it. Every single time, man. Every single time. Ethnicity. Various backgrounds, including German English and Ashkenazi Jewish. Wowie zowie. Who would have guessed? Yeah, well. Who would have known that a girl trying to psyop white girls into becoming literal fucking whores at a young age is actually a member of the tribe of Abraham? Shocker.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
really do like this map, just from a visual aesthetic standpoint. It's very appealing to my male gaze. Wait, hold on, what? Did I get shot through the fucking thing, or was that the guy behind me? No. Bernie Sanders is absolutely behind the Zog propaganda. He's pro-mass immigration. He's anti-white. You know, he's pro-socialism, which equates to taking white people's money and giving it to non-whites. You know, he wants to basically take away land ownership from white people predominantly. No, he's all the fucking bad parts. He just thinks there's a genocide in Palestine. Like, it's so retarded. This performative fucking lib cuckery. Like, dude, people who actually buy into the whole... I really don't want to fucking get on this topic, but people who actually fucking care about Israel as an entity instead of caring about what happens within our own fucking borders are retarded. Point fucking blank. If you think the biggest problem with the United States has anything in any way, shape, or form to do with Israel, you are being fucking psyoped. Period. Whether you think it's because fucking Israel rules the United States or Israel is helping a genocide or what, like any standpoint on that type of shit, you're retarded. The people who rule the United States are in the United States. The foreign entity is a fucking distraction tactic so you don't notice what's happening within your own fucking borders. Period. If we glassed Israel tomorrow, every single problem that exists in the United States would continue to exist. It's just for... I don't... I really don't want to get on this topic again, but you're falling for a distraction tactic. Remember, in the Talmud, it says that it's acceptable to sacrifice other Jews in order to propagate the spread of, you know, Judaism as a whole. So, again, you know, the Jews will pretend to be against Israel when it's convenient. So, if you really believe in the whole fucking world government type shit, then the people who would lead the anti-Israel movement would actually be its biggest advocates. Because in the long run, if they can control anti-Semitism, then they can control any and all effects that might actually pose a threat. So, if you truly believe in that type of shit, then you are foolish to think that the actual problem is a foreign entity. Hate to break it to you. Again, let's put it this way. If it was really such a, you know, negative thing, and no Jewish person wanted you talking bad about Israel, why is the Jewish-owned press allowing negative sentiment about Israel to be spread? Period. They want it to be spread because it takes your eyes off the prize, which is what's actually happening in the United States. I hate to break it to you, but giving Israel $4 billion to spend at Lockheed Martin is not going to significantly change the course of the United States trajectory if we cut that off. So, it's just an easy fucking thing to say, oh, look, that's the problem. It's basically a honeypot. So, I don't know. I really don't want to get into this fucking topic again because it's all so tiresome, but it quite literally is a trap for midwits. It's like the whole pro-Palestine thing, too. That was another trap for midwits. You know, what do the Israelis want to do? They want to get rid of all the Palestinians. Well, now you've made the right and the left political, you know, sides in Western nations sympathetic towards the Palestinians' plight. Well, now there's the perfect fucking underwriting for mass migration of Palestinians out of Israel and into a Western nation near you. Because both right-wing and left-wing leaders are rallying against the genocide. And it's our moral duty to support these people under any circumstances. Blah, 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 blah. And there you go. Congratulations. You played right into their hand. Yeah, dude, the Talmud is fucking evil, bro. Like, it literally outlines that it's okay for, like, Jewish leaders to sacrifice, you know, normal Jews in order to propagate Judaism as a whole. Like, it literally encourages, you know, sacrificing your own people. It's really again, this is the whole, like, fucking Frankist, Talmudic kind of, you know, mentality. That is your global elites. So, again, the problems plaguing the United States are within our own borders. No foreign entity actually poses a real and credible threat to the United States other than ourselves. We are being destroyed from within. The problems we need to solve are internal, not external. And the reason why it's even allowed to be propagated in social media forums and, you know, on the mainstream news and all this other shit and mainstream platforms is because it's an effective, you know, distraction tactic. If you're focused on the wrong target, then the real target gets to move undetected behind the scenes with little to no resistance. So... you're dealing with a death cult of global elites that literally would take, like, their own people, quote-unquote, and sacrifice them for their own aims. That's what we're dealing with here. It's like a fucking death cult, bro. The Frankist, like, wing of Judaism literally wants to bring about Armageddon in order to bring about the Antichrist. Like, it's fucking bad. Genuinely fucking bad. Like, those are all your central banking families and Rothschilds and all of that shit. That's what category they fall into. Your average man on the street Jewish person is not the issue. But, you know, this, you know, death cult, elite fucking cult of Frankists are the problem. They literally want to bring about apocalypse. So again, if Israel really was this sacred cow that under no circumstance you're not allowed to criticize, why is it that you can literally go on social media platforms, go on the mainstream news, go on basically any mainstream, you know, media like format you want, and hear criticisms of Israel all day, every day? If it was actually this sacred cow that under any circumstance you couldn't say anything about, then why would the people who are supposedly so adamantly against criticism of Israel allow criticism of Israel to take place on their own platforms. Make that make sense. It's all part of the plan. I hate to break it to you. Like... If Israel ceased to exist tomorrow, all of our problems as a country would remain. None of them would change. The only problem with Israel is Neil Druckmann. Yeah. I mean, definitely not their finest export.
I can't afford this shit!
You know, if everybody's, as Dreamcast guy would say, laser focused on Israel as a nation, instead of the people within our own borders who are enacting these terrible fucking policies, you know, corrupting our justice system, you know, allowing mass migration, the companies that are hiring only H-1B visas and offshoring all the jobs. You know, if you're so fixated on raging online about some random fucking sand strip that really doesn't have anywhere near the amount of influence that people hype it up to have, you know, it's like you completely miss the target. And that's the point. That's the fucking point. And I don't think people are, you know, catching on to that at all. You know, your elite class of society that enables all of this bad policy to take place is your enemy. The people in the United States, the CEOs, the fucking bankers, the Federal Reserve families, the politicians that fucking sell out. Those are the people, the judges, all these people that enable the downfall of our country are the problem. And they're right here in the good old US of A. They're not in a foreign country. So, it's misplaced. Dude, the ring has already been obtained at this point. The Death Cult already has the fucking Ring of Power. So... and in this case, the Ring of Power is the central banks. So... I don't know why Griff doesn't understand when people say Israel, they mean the Jews. Because it's not the same thing. Even if you say it's just the juice, that's not even entirely true, because it's not just the juice. You know, there's plenty of co-collaborators who are in on this shit too, bro. And your average Jewish person who's just living day to day doesn't have a part of it. So again, these people will literally sacrifice the juice in order to achieve their goals. So, no. Again, you're missing the entire point. You're falling into the trap that's laid in front of you. Exactly, because they aren't. Well, yeah, they're like some weird offshoot of Judaism. That, like, the frankest cult of Judaism is, yeah, it's weird. If you want, that's like a rabbit hole you should dig down to in your own free time. That entire thing's pretty weird. But, yeah. Like, if you want to pinpoint your global elites with the mentality of, you know, purging the earth and all that type of shit, then there you go. Only a fool thinks the random Jewish family selling bagels are... But, dude, that's the type of mentality, like this... Like, again, this is the type of mentality people fall into when they say, like, oh, yeah, dude, it's Israel or some shit. It's like, no, you need to be specific. You need to be specific. Because not only does it discredit you, because it sounds fucking retarded to say that every single person of a group is in on this international scale conspiracy theory to mass genocide, you know, Western society. Like, it's just, it's unbelievable to me, personally. So, it's not the person, like your average day guy on the street that's the problem. It is your elites. And it's not just Jewish people. That's what a lot of people don't seem to fucking understand. Like, that's the other thing, too. It's like people act like if we got rid of Israel or just stopped giving them a $4 billion a year shopping spree at Lockheed Martin, all of our problems immediately get solved. It's like, no. It literally would do nothing. Our interest rates would not get any lower. Inflation would not get any less worse. You know, mass migration would not cease. It's like nothing changes. Nothing changes. I hate to break it to you. And it's a logical trap that people are falling into. They're picking the wrong target. We need to focus on the shit that's happening here, not some random country across the globe. Our enemies are here within our own fucking dwellings. Those are the people we need to focus on first. I wish there was a slur for elites. Richers. There you go. It goes from rational conspiracy to full-blown paranoia. Yeah, exactly. Like, your average New York City jeweler in the fucking Diamond District is not part of the fucking, you know, global elite death cult. Like, I don't know, man. That's where it gets retarded. But that's also part of the plan, you know, because if anti-Semitism becomes a big enough, you know, false flag type thing that, you know, allows them to cry victim, then it allows them to take away the heat when the real target is identified and pressure's put on. You know, if we got a bunch of random, you know, Jewish people being harassed for doing nothing, and, you know, then all of a sudden people start isolating the real targets, all of a sudden they can point to all those previous things and say, oh my god, anti-Semitism is a huge problem. We need to pass laws banning it right now. And then the trap is sprung. So, again, you're giving them the pretext to, you know, prevent ever being stopped. So... Oh, Ben Shapiro's definitely in on it, bro. Absolutely. Ben Shapiro is definitely in on it. Classic Baitens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like... I mean, bro, I think even Nick Fuentes has talked about the low IQ anti-Semitism before. It's like, that I do agree with him on. Like, there are some genuinely fucking retarded people that just, you know, latch onto that one thing and act like it's the end-all be-all. It's like, I hate to break it to you, man, but it's not just Jewish people that are selling out the West. It's our own. We have traitors in our midst. Completely unrelated to Israel. I think anti-Israel sentiment getting popular enough with cause our politicians to maybe cut ties with them, which makes normies think the problem's going. Exactly. Exactly. It takes the focus off the real problem, which is the people inside the United States that are allowing this shit to happen in the first place. So, yeah, all your, you know, low IQs will be like, well, we cut the funding, so the problem is gone. No, again, I don't know how hard I have to stress this, but the money, quote-unquote, that we send to Israel is basically like giving them a gift card to Lockheed Martin. That's it. We don't actually give them money. We give them military supplies of an X number of dollars. All it does is really stimulates the U.S. defense industry. It's like, literally... And then also, if you don't see the strategic benefit of a nuclear power having U.S. military weaponry as their primary assault force, I don't know what to tell you if you can't see the strategic benefit in a nation being reliant on United States military goods in order to defend itself. But, you know. We don't need to get into that. There is a great strategic
All right, awesome.
benefit
Thanks, nigga. All right.
to having a country be reliant on your military in order to survive. Yep, it stops them from making their own shit. Exactly. And when you control the supply of weaponry, you control warfare. So, again, I just... Dude, the military-industrial complex is necessary. The United States is the United States because we have the world's most powerful military. If we lose our military and the, impact and, efficiency that we have when it comes to not only military technology, but also... our military presence around the globe, we no longer have the same, let's say, punch when it comes to, like, negotiating trade deals or something like that. Because countries are a lot more willing to cooperate when you have a military base with fucking Tomahawk missiles a couple hundred miles from their border.
I can't afford this shit!
So... Just like the Romans, their strength, wealth, and influence originated and was enforced by the military. So, a powerful military is an absolute necessity for a thriving nation. I mean, look at the British Empire, for example. So, that's the reason why they were able to obtain... 25% of the globe is because they had the world's greatest military at the time. Same with the Romans. They controlled, what was it, like 30% of the living population of planet Earth? So... a powerful military is an absolute necessity. Now, is there a lot of corruption and shit in the fucking military-industrial complex? Of course. But, unfortunately...
All right, awesome. Thanks,
that's
nigga. All right.
anything. It's just more prevalent in the United States because we have such a heavily militarized, form of government. Which is what allows us to, influence the rest of the world.
Gain the lead.
I can't afford
So, I don't
this
know,
shit!
dude. Like, we always talk about the juice and shit, but it's like, dude, the average person's not the problem. Even Israel as a whole is not the problem. It's the people who are, one, running their country, which are the same people that are, basically running ours. The average citizen is not the issue. Like somebody said, the average bagel merchant is not out here, putting together his fucking, napkin plan of how to kill as many white people as possible on Tuesday. But, I don't know, man. It just feels like one of these psyops to take people off of the actual fucking, real shit they should be focused on. Let's see. So, Cosmic Reflection with the 2. Can we watch the Think Before You Sleep? Maybe. Let me see what it is. Yeah, I guess this one. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. Griffin, stop noticing and just consume. Be a good little pay piggy. Hell yeah. Gladly. The worst thing we can do is lump in pious Jews that believe in the laws of God with the Talmudic synagogue of Satan and global puppets that do their... Yeah, exactly. There's a key distinction. And people don't want to make that distinction because it's, you know, hard, I guess. I don't fucking know. Let's see. Where am I on these? I'm not paying child support with the 2. What about the Rockefellers and Bill Gates in on it? Yeah, that's kind of what we were already talking about. It's not even just Jewish people that are doing this shit. You know, we have wonderful people in our own nations that have, you know, decided to, you know, sign on to the idea of basically eradicating Western society in favor of power inside of the new structure of the world. So they've essentially betrayed their own people, their own families, and their own countries in order to, you know, prop themselves up in a position of power in the new world order. So they're not just traitors to their country, but, you know, they're traitors to their own people. The lowest of the low, man. You know, it's like making a deal with the devil, basically. Because, again, it goes back to, like, the Frankist ideology of bringing about the end of the world and basically the arrival of the Antichrist. This is not a benevolent thing they're seeking to do. It's evil. And, unfortunately, evil people exist in every single, you know, walk of life. So, evil is not exclusive to one particular group of people. Let's see. White Boy Daniel with the 5. We can multitask. We can break the elite's toys over there and fix the problems over here. You're drawing strawmen. Not everyone is that stupid. Okay. Let's just run through the scenario. We nuke Israel. Every single person that lives in Israel is dead. What changes in the United States? I want, like, 2 things that immediately happen in the U.S. that all of a sudden make our life better. What problems that were plaguing the United States of America immediately disappear or lessen as soon as Israel ceases to exist? Just, you can think about it. I would love to know. But
I can't afford this shit!
Nothing ever happens. Yeah, like, it's an honest question. I really want to know. Because this seems to be, like, such a hard line thing. But it's like, why are people so adamantly, like, obsessed with it? It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't solve anything. Nothing changes. And Spooky Cerberus with the 2 all goes back to the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, we've moved away from the natural order of human life in general, so yeah. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences. Indeed. The natural order of, you know, nature and humanity has been completely destroyed. Not all technological advancement is a good thing, which I think people are starting to realize. I don't think there's any net benefit that, you know, things like social media as a whole have done, other than maybe the dissemination of information, but that's really it. As an information tool, that's quite literally it. Otherwise, social media has made life indefinitely worse for the average person as a whole. But, yeah. White Boy Daniel with the 5. If the investment funds can normalize the systematic discrimination of innocent white people, then when people realize that, retaliation is expected. Yeah, I completely agree, but the point is your average person's not partaking in that. Like, the average Israeli is not fucking doing that shit. Or, you know, your average Jewish diamond merchant in fucking New York City is not doing that shit. So, yes, I agree. It's fucked up, bro. There's no other group of people in the United States that's more discriminated against than white straight men who are Christian. So, I'm not even gonna, like, argue with that. And yes, it's predominantly Jewish people that are doing it. But at the same time, you have to make sure you're picking the right targets. I think those type of people are much better targets than Israel as a nation. That's my entire point. So yeah, that's the type of shit you should be attacking, is the type of stuff that actually happens within our borders. So that's much more of a I would say relevant issue to address than Lockheed Martin giving $4 billion of missiles to Israel in a year. That's my entire point. Is we need to focus on the shit that actually matters, not this fucking, you know, basically, it's essentially a honeypot tactic. You know, it draws people's attention into something, and, you know, that way they completely, you know, ignore the other shit that actually affects them. But yeah, I don't really think we disagree on that. Z-Herb with the 5. What's your opinion on Kanye bending the knee and apologizing to the Well, I've seen the clip. And again, it goes back to, like, the entire thing is, you know, Kanye was never anti-Semitic. It's just he was airing his grievances with, you know, certain Jewish people. And because if you attack one, they cry as they strike you, so to say. And, you know, that's the #1 weapon that they wield, is labeling you a racist, an anti-Semite, whatever. And, you know, that's basically what happened. So, I mean, if you watch Kanye's apology, the only thing he says is, like, he didn't mean to be perceived that way. He was just angry at certain people. Which, you know, if you had a brain, you could tell that's exactly what was happening from the very beginning. But most people are too fucking low IQ to pick up on, you know, any sort of nuance, so... yeah. I don't know. It's like the whole thing when he said that he loves Hitler. Like, people completely misconstrued that shit because they have a 3-second attention span. The actual clip was him saying that, you know, because he's a Christian, he loves all people. Even Hitler. And people took that like, oh, he's a Nazi, dude. Like, that's the entire thing. It's like, he just basically was like, well, fuck it. I'll just be a Nazi then. So that was the whole point. It wasn't because he harbored, like, genuine fucking hatred. But, you know, that's why he says, you know, I became a Nazi, bitch, I'm the villain. That's the whole point. It's like, well, shit, if you're gonna call me it anyway, I might as well become it. Fuck you. That was the entire point of that song. The entire point of the fucking NHH song is literally anti-cancel culture, which is why the beginning of the fucking song has all that weird shit at the beginning, because it's all the fucking shit people talk about,
All right,
you know,
awesome.
when it comes
Thanks,
to
nigga.
Kanye
All right.
on social media. So... let's see. So Juan with the 2, I'll take a look. And Rad Kicker Real with the 2. So it's Frankish Jews and a bunch of corrupt elite. Pretty much, yeah. If you want to, like, go into, you know, when Alex says the globalists, yeah, that's basically what he's talking about. Which, he started, you know, clarifying that now. So, props to him. Alex is definitely a... Because Alex has always used veiled language. You've always had to basically take what Alex says and read between the lines. Because, you know, he kind of does it to protect himself at the same time. Where there's like a layer of truth to everything he says. And then there's like 1 or 2 layers of, you know, over-exaggeration or theatrics or whatever. Hyperbole. And I think that's there to, like, protect him from being sued and shit like that. But if you actually look into the shit that Alex talks about, it's pretty clear to see that he knows what's going on. So, he's actually started clarifying a lot more recently, which is good. So, I like Alex. I think Alex is probably one of the most consistent people in the political commentary space. Alex is a Nazi? Explain his, never mind. We won't even go there. Just look into his children. Let's see. White Boy Daniel with the 5. The elites seem to value that place more than here. So if we break it, it's just vengeance. We still need to fix our problems here too. That's true. But yeah, that's the point. It's like, if we just focus all of our attention on this far-off land, does it really accomplish anything if the problems that plague us here continue to... That was my entire point. Like, sure, I've already said this from the beginning of, like, the Israel-Palestine shit. I don't fucking care what happens in that whole conflict or whatever. You know, the Palestinians could completely overrun the Israeli military and take over the nation, and I wouldn't fucking care. Doesn't really bother me at all. I have no vested interest in the survival of Israel. My entire point is basically like, let's focus on us first. You know? A $4 billion military subsidy to a foreign country that ensures that they're reliant on U.S. military goods and not creating their own weaponry is not really the problem that needs to be addressed. The problem is the fact that we have allowed people to infiltrate our nation who are sabotaging it through our institutions at every level. That's the problem. You know, $4 billion in the grand scheme of things is like literally a piece of toilet paper. Yeah, dude, that shit was so funny. The globalists hacked my phone. It's like, bro, you just clicked on some fucking weird porn. Come on, dog. But yeah, that shit was so fucking funny. I mean, although there was that story a few years back. You guys probably heard of it. But it's like a couple Congress people came out and said that they're like terrified of challenging the CIA on anything because they've had CIA agents literally approach them and say, hey, if you don't fucking do this, then we're going to put child porn on your personal devices and have you arrested. So that is actually a real thing. Now, did it happen to Alex in that circumstance? Probably not. Probably not. I think he either just clicked on some weird shit, or maybe he got a fucking pop-up or something. I don't fucking know. But, yeah. I don't think the globalists put tranny porn in his fucking internet browser. Personally. Griff sounds like he's gotten an Israel stimulus. I wish, bro. I'll gladly take my $7,000.
All right, awesome.
Check.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Soycast guy with a 5. The more I look into Catholicism, the more I see the truth in it. Just look at black masses. Evil is very real. Also, fun fact, it's a proven trend that... I think your message got cut off. But yeah, Catholicism is the earliest form of Christianity, so if you want to get technical about it, it is the most original and authentic.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Of Christianity. Every other offshoot of Christianity is some divergence from it. Only Catholic and Orthodox priests can exorcise demons, or Protestant pastors don't even have the authority. Yeah. Well, the thing is with the Catholic Church is, you know, it literally is ordained by Jesus in the Bible. So It quite literally is ordained by Jesus in the Bible. The Catholic Church will be, you know, founded by Peter and, you know, his successors. So, and Orthodoxy is pretty much just Catholicism with a few slight variations. But fundamentally, they're both almost nearly identical. Where does it say that in scripture? Oh my god. Dude, if you don't even know that, I don't know what to tell you. I hope you're an atheist.
I can't afford this shit!
On this rock I will build my church, or whatever it is. I don't know the exact quote, but something along those lines.
I can't afford this shit!
Matthew 16:18, Jesus declares, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church." Yeah, exactly. Yup. It's literally in the Bible, straight out of Jesus's mouth. So, I don't know how much more direct it needs to be. I just don't know how you can look at modern day Protestantism and be like, yup, that's Christianity. The word sure. Oh my god. Do we really have to do this? In the Bible, the word church comes from the Greek word ecclesia, which originally meant a political assembly or gathering of people. While the modern English word church is used, it refers to different things in the Bible, including logical congregations, the universal church, and believers gathered together. There you go. So if he literally said, on this rock I build my congregation, it's basically the same thing. You beat Bloodbath? I don't even know what that is. Hard geometry okay. Yeah, my autism level's not high enough for Geometry Dash. I got past like 5 or 6 levels and that was it. I had to tap out. There was one guy in my fucking, I think it was like, what grade was it? 11th grade or 12? No, it wasn't 12. It was maybe 10th. I don't know. One of the guys in my 10th grade English class, he used to play Geometry Dash all the fucking time, and he could literally beat levels without even looking at the screen. It's just like, what the fuck? But yeah. He could literally just sit there on his phone and like he memorized the fucking touch cadence to the point where he didn't even have to look at it. He could just listen to it and do it. Yeah, the difference is I found I was better at Geometry Dash when I stopped listening to the music. I did better when I played the game on mute. So it was like the opposite for me. I played it visually, not audibly. Which maybe that's why I tapped out early on. Well, yeah, I've never claimed to be good at games. How did Griffin go from talking about the juice, the church, to Geometry Dash? I don't know. I've got range. What was that one level in Geometry Dash that was like the hardest when it first came out? It was like the theory of everything or some shit like that. I don't remember what it was called. But I think that's what the final level of the game was called for a while. I don't know if they've added on to that. It's been so long since I've even touched Geometry Dash. I just remember they had the song from Castle Crashers in there. So I thought that was cool.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Rat kicker reel with the 2. Do you think the CIA is the modern Praetorian Guard? Not really. No. Not necessarily.
10 seconds remaining. Game over.
The CIA is more of a shadow government than an actual, like, militarized force. Because the whole thing with the Praetorian Guard was the fact that the Praetorian Guard was the only military that was allowed inside of Rome. So the Romans had a law where, you know, armed military men could not enter the city under, like, banners and stuff. So if you were a soldier in uniform, you could not enter the city. That's why it was a big deal when Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Because it was long-standing tradition that you didn't bring armed soldiers into Rome. The Praetorian Guard were technically the only military force inside of Rome because they were classified as a guard and not a actual, like, legion or something. But yeah, nah, I don't really think it's the same thing. The direct comparison to the Praetorian Guard would be something like the Secret Service or the Marines or something like that. The CIA would be more something like, you know, the scheming family behind the scenes. So that would be more of a direct... Alright, shit. Can't back out. I gotta swap over to GTA. After this match, we'll do it. But yeah. Soycast guy with the 2. Also, Hail Mary. Protestants got no respect for her. Also with the 5. I want to see the Protestant cope for why a heart muscle was found in the Eucharist. Yeah, an interesting rabbit hole is Eucharist miracles. Or just ask them, where does the Bible come from? That's an even better one. That's an even more straightforward one, you know? Who compiled the Bible as we know it today? Also, ask them what religion, or I guess sect of Christianity, were the original, you know, church fathers immediately following the crucifixion. For the, I don't know, next 200-300 years. So... Y'all claimed, what, Peter was the first pope? A lie? No, it's not a lie. Do you okay, bro, do you know what the Pope is? The Pope is the Bishop of Rome. Peter was the head of the church in Rome. By definition, he was the first Pope. The Pope is literally just the Bishop of Rome. Dude, how did he fumble that? Damn. Oh shit. Where was the rockets? There we go. Alright. Oh shit. Almost bounced off. All religions should worship the black cube. Cross is a cube. Mecca is a cube. Also Star of David. They all worship Apollo and Saturn. I don't know about that one. Yeah, we got some heated religious disputes going on in the chat now. Yeah, don't worship my dog. That's a bad idea. Do not worship my dog. He'll let you down. Rat Kicker real with the 2. We need Saint Nicholas in this chat for real. Yeah, we need I need a new Xbox, bro, so you should get on that. God cuck Joseph hard.
5 minutes remain.
I guess. I guess that's one way to look at it. Well, to be fair, nobody's a virgin after they pop out a kid, so... At that point, you know... That's, like, worse than losing your virginity. Do I smell my belly button? I can't say that I do. Should I? Should I be sniffing my belly button? How the fuck is someone smelling their belly button? The same way you suck your own dick, I guess. You get your bottom ribs removed. Or is it the top? No, I think it'd be the bottom rib. Yeah, it's the bottom ribs. I don't know. I haven't really looked into a rib removal surgery to suck my own peen, so... I don't know. I feel like sucking yourself off is pretty gay. I feel like that's pretty gay. Dude, if a penis ejaculates in your mouth, whether it's someone else's or your own, that's still gay. Like, do you eat your own spunk after you jerk off? No, because that'd be gay. Duh. Same fucking shit goes. Putting a dick in your mouth is gay. Even if it's your own. That means stroking your own cock is gay? No, that's not gay. By that logic, then taking a piss would be gay, because your dick is in your hand. So, no. There's a very big difference between putting your dick inside of your mouth and, you know, holding your penis. Sorry.
Can't afford this shit!
Raging Boar with the 5. Some unfortunate news. Griffin, I have to buy a new Type-C cable for my Switch. That sucks. Lost the OG during a road trip to Gettysburg. Do you not have, like, a phone charger or something? I mean, yeah, you probably won't be able to use it docked, but... handheld mode should still work. You can use any phone charger or whatever to charge the console itself. But I don't know. And Tim Marco, the 279, or you mix it with Fanta like Christian. Yeah, that is an option too. I'm curious as to how many people in this chat don't think dinosaurs are real. I'm skeptical about the dinosaur thing, to be honest. Like, why has nobody ever just found, like, a T-Rex skull? You know that most fossils that they find, like 90% of them are recreated, right? Like they maybe take like 10% authentic material and then they cast like the rest of it out of, you know, like some man-made object. Like there's never been like a complete T-Rex skeleton found. They piece it together with remnants of them that they find all over the place. Like, I believe the fish ones, or like the seashell ones, or like the leaves and that type of shit. But I don't know about the like fucking perfectly preserved, you know, T-Rex skeleton, because they're not actually fully preserved. They just take pieces and then put it together and then use man-made materials to fill in the gaps. So yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is like there are sure like dinosaur fossils, but which ones are the real ones and which ones are the fake ones? Like technically a little fish is a dinosaur fossil. You know, a leaf is technically a fossil. You know, something like that I definitely believe is legit. But the fact that most of the massive, you know, T-Rex and raptors and Triceratops and all that type of stuff, that stuff's not even real. Like, most of it's just recreations. Like, here's the question for you. With as, like, massive of builders as, like, the Romans were. Like, they literally quarried stone, they rerouted rivers, they terraformed the fucking earth. You know, they literally dug more than any civilization in human history. Why is it that they never found, like, a T-Rex skull? Like, don't you think that would have made the cut on, I don't know, things they would have maybe remembered? Like, I don't know. Like, we have perfect marble carvings from the Romans that are perfectly preserved with, like, almost no damage to them at all. Don't you think if they would have found, like, this massive skeletal structure, they would have kept it? And also, wouldn't it have survived? Like, we can literally go and find Roman paintings and stuff, and they still exist. Or Roman sculptures, but nobody found the, you know, petrified remains of a fucking 300-foot tall dinosaur? I don't know. The Renaissance wasn't 300 years ago. It was like 700 years ago. Also, Look, the face of dictator shows characteristics, features of determination which are based on idealized traits. This portrait bust was probably made after the Ides of March of 44 BC, sometime between 30 and 20 BC. So there you go. This was made, what, 2,055 years ago? And it's perfectly preserved in, like, damn near perfect detail. But the massive petrified dinosaur skeletons they would have found, no such luck. Like, I don't know. I think you could make a pretty good case that a lot of the common information surrounding dinosaurs is complete and utter bullshit. They would have just assumed the dinosaur fossils. No, they thought they were giant bones. So, my question is why did none of them survive? That's my question. Like, you would think such a treasured item as like a massive dinosaur skull would be something that, I don't know, you'd keep around. If you can keep, you know, 2,000-year-old marble busts in perfect fucking condition, why wouldn't they keep a dinosaur skull in perfect condition? That's the only thing I'm saying. Barbarians? But wouldn't the barbarians smash the marble carvings of the people they just conquered over a giant dinosaur skull? Like, let's say I come and invade your city. Like, what's the first thing I'm knocking down? All your statues and shit. You know, I'm tearing down your flags and breaking all your statues and, you know, destroying your monuments. I'm not going to go to your dinosaur collection. And be like, oh, now I'm gonna destroy that too. Nah, my stance on the dinosaur shit is I think a lot of it is bullshit, but there is probably some truth to it. But I think a lot of it's just pseudoscience. My heckin' dinos, I know, dude. Dude, the only dinos that are real to me are the fucking nuggies that get put on my plate. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think a lot of the fucking dinosaur shit's fake. I don't think dinosaurs themselves are, like, not real. But I think a lot of the science surrounding them is fake. Which objectively is true, because most of the, like, fossils, quote unquote, that you see on display are not even real fossils. They're just fucking fake. They're estimations of what they think it would look like. Dinosaurs don't make any sense. They look reptilian, but they're warm-blooded, supposedly. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't really buy the fact that a velociraptor turned into a chicken, personally. Like, you know, call me a conspiracy theorist if you want, but I genuinely do not believe that a fucking velociraptor turned into a chicken. So, yeah. Let me see something real quick. Dinos are just mythological creatures of the religion of science, I guess. I don't know, man. Like, I do believe that, like, there's some version of dinosaurs. I just don't really believe in the, you know, Maheckin trust the science explanation of it, personally. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. I feel like it's just one of those things where, you know, the scientists just get together and say, it is that way because we made it the fuck up. I don't know. That's kind of where I feel like it's at. Let's see. So let me back out before it's. There we go. Quit. All right. All the dragons are in Valhalla now. Oh my god. I'll see you in Valhalla. Says the most Indian man to ever exist. SARS are not allowed in Valhalla. I don't think there's any beaches, so maybe they'll be okay. Or trains. We have the watch. We'll see you in Valhalla, brother. Like, bruh. The T-Rex will always exist in my heart. That's right, man. They'll never take my favorite shape of dino nuggies away from me. Yeah, bro, the dragons all retreated beyond the ice wall in Antarctica. Kind of like how he wants a big fat Roman dick pressed against his squishy ass. Yo, are you saying that I got a nice ass? We are eating dinosaurs if chickens are from Yeah, like, alright. So, riddle me this. If a meteorite eradicated all fucking dinos, how the fuck are there direct descendants from dinos? Like... It's like, dude, again, I feel like it's just one of those things like, we just made it the fuck up. The cave theory. Remember, guys. These are your chickens. Oh, shit. That's your chicken. Yummy, yummy. Dino Nuggies. Dude, do you even believe the humans could have evolved the way that... No, I don't. I think the whole we was apes is bullshit, personally. If we was apes, then why the fuck has no other animal species ever evolved to even remotely come close to human intelligence? Yeah, become monkey. We was the tadpoles. Where do you think we came from then? Wait for it. Aliens. Dude, one time I was really fucking high, and I decided to take DMT. Whoa, that's crazy. And when I took the DMT, bro, the walls started to melt, and the machine elves came out and told me the secrets to the universe, man. It was absolutely fucking crazy. Not only did they tell me that humanity came from a star system 1,000,000,000,000,000 light years away, but that we were the chosen ones, and we were planted without the same faults that our creators had, in hopes that one day we could surpass even their achievements and come to their rescue in their time of need. Has Odin asked for your collection yet? No, but Thor did. He seemed very interested in my collection of tasteful nudes. When's their time of need? I don't know, man, but it's like... basically when the other aliens are gonna attack them or some shit, and because humanity was created by them to not have the same flaws that they do, it's like the perfect weapon to fight against the other aliens. It's like super fucking subliminal, man.
I can't afford this shit!
My sun... Dude, I think Raymond is a believer in the sun flares. Yeah. They exist today in Hyperborea? Yeah, exactly, man. Beyond the ice wall in the center of the earth. Let's see. Let me mute. What the fuck? I click on the game and you have to press play? When the fuck did they add that? All right. Do I not have any missions? The fuck?
I'm pushing it to the max, rolling deep, baby.
Someone will call. Man, fuck 12. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
I'm pushing it to the...
Dimitri, you got my money?
I have it. Meet me at the warehouse in Maganet in downtown Broker. Come along.
Alright, where do I need to go? Where the okay.
Alright, my brother. Me and them Russian and seriously vexed with you.
I only pissed off one. He's dead. I'm going to meet Dimitri to collect on the hit.
Yo, Nico, you better watch your back, you know. We know you're with you, but them boys them are some dog ass, you know.
I'm not afraid of him.
Yeah, my eyes can't see, the heart can't leave, but they'll come with you. Where's the place?
A warehouse on Mohanet.
I know the one. You see around the back.
There we go. Bro, that car was on the wrong side of the road. What the fuck?
Sharp eyes, huh?
Yeah, they are pretty blurry. The pop-in's pretty bad, too.
Hey, Nico. Glad you can make it.
Yes. You got the money?
Sure. But I just wanted to say how grateful me and my bosses are for what you did.
Good.
Yes. And I just wanted to check something with you.
Okay.
You are Nico Bellic, correct?
What is this?
And you used to work the coast in the Mediterranean, smuggling people into Italy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you messed up. And left a lot of bad debt. You left a good friend of mine out of pocket. Big time.
Hello, Nico.
Hello, Mr. Bulgarin.
Where is our money?
I don't know. I didn't rob you.
Really?
We were busted a mile off the coast.
Bro, they don't see him
My life.
peeking out.
I don't know what happened. I nearly drowned.
Huh. My heart is bleeding.
I did my best. I didn't fuck up.
You're dead, motherfucker!
Die, you shit! Давай, давай, на меня! Go to hell!
Watch my butt!
You like
You! Come forward, Rasta!
There we go.
Fuck you! Shit, Dimitri above
On top of us! Get them! I'm not gonna last.
having fun! Enjoying yourself?
This is some peak gameplay right here.
God bless this city! I'll cut off your fucking head! Don't fuck with me! Yeah, face me, cowboy! Come on!
I'm bad at shooting. It has auto aim. I can't shoot any better. Or worse.
Having a good day!
Get the boy above us. Fuck with my structure.
What?
You're watching Rockstar's third-person gunplay. That's what you're watching.
Mess with me!
Bomba club, Babylon. Make we step on down. Taking one, go.
Fuck me!
Okay.
That's 7 units from...
I'll get him. Watch my back. Get to it. Get down with your hands up. We're all around you. Come peek.
Nope, I can't aim the gun, so therefore I can't be bad at it.
Nobody fucks with me! Get down! I'm gonna shoot! Put that gun on the ground. Take cover! This area, immediately! I got you in my sights. One of the men is down!
Yo, make her go back to the cafe, see? But not to lose Babylon car, sight?
Sight!
Yo, find me a car, we have to get out of here.
You brought this on yourself.
Everything crashed back there. Babylon all over the place. Lose them.
I'm trying to fucking lose them.
Yo, who fucked up the game back there? What went wrong?
I don't fucking know, and I can't think about it now. I need to shake these fucking pigs.
Babylon just a hold a man down. You're right to steady on Nico.
Southbound on ONS Avenue.
Yo, that's our car.
What the fuck? That's nice. I don't even know what the fuck killed me.
Get the fuck out of there, lady.
That's wrong to your mother. I hate the cops and I know they hate me.
All right, my brother. Me and them Russian and seriously vexed with you.
I only pissed off one. He's dead. I'm going to meet Dimitri to collect on the hit.
Yo, Nico, you better watch your back, you know. I know you're wicked, but them boy, them are some dog ass, you know.
I'm not afraid of him.
Yeah, what eyes can't see, the heart can't leap at, you know. Me, I come with you. Where's the place?
Great, I get to go through the
I know
shooting
the one.
sequence again.
Around the back.
Sharp eyes, huh?
Oh boy.
Watch me back.
Shit, the military is ordering, I'm leaving. You can hold his man while I go after.
Don't need him on the fish right here and go on still, man. They'll catch them later. The guy will come.
All right. Son!
I can't even turn. Oh my god.
Enjoying yourself?
Hey, man. No place you can go.
Hey, my bitch, eat my metal.
All right.
Fuck you.
I'm a joker. I'm slipping, Nico.
Screw on you!
Smile, my friend.
Asshole!
Давай, давай, на меня. The boy them on top of us. Get them.
It's you on me!
Alright. Finally.
Babylon, let us step out of that place. He is mine.
Stay down!
I'll get him. Watch my back.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Holy shit. Dude, I'm aiming at the guy up there and it's snapping me all the way fucking down.
I'm throwing down pressures.
This is some top tier gameplay, man.
Stay low. You're surrounded. I'm gonna take him.
Okay, put it away!
We got to evacuate this area.
Say goodnight, Singao.
One of our boys is hit. Oh, I'm shot.
Push me! Push me!
Easy. Yo, make her go back to the cafe, see? We're not doing no problem here, side?
Side!
Yo, get out of here.
Down, everyone!
Got him lined up.
Help! Lined up! Get out! Fucking guard out!
Yo, that was right to fucking natural.
Alright.
It ain't fucking over. We need to lose these cops.
Same, brethren, same.
When I next see Dimitri, he is a dead man. I will find him.
That's some pure arms also going on, Nico. Solo quiero una vida tranquila. I got to escape. Yo, you lose Babylon, man. Forward back to the cafe now. Yeah, I need to block up some more.
Alright.
I told you Dimitri was a snake in the grass.
I didn't know that Mr. Bogren was here in Liberty City. If I could have killed them all then and there.
Just chill, Nico, man. One at a time. One coca-filled basket. See it? We find out where Dimitri is, then BAM! We take the rest of them out. Just keep your head down until then.
Fucking Dimitri. Made me kill Faust and then he sailed me down the river.
Just go, Nico. The boy is a general, you know see? He's gonna make his own downfall. The higher the monkey climb, the more he makes exposed in battle. You see it?
I will bring Dimitri down myself. I promise you this.
I'm gonna speak to Batman. You keep on the low, call your woman and get out of this place.
Hey, thanks for your help, Jacob.
One love, my brother.
You wasting my gas,
Alright. Call Roman.
Nico, please come and meet me in the alleyway off of Hopper Street in EIC. Quickly, come.
Roman, what are you doing? Why are you whispering? Well, I'll be there soon.
That's that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, son.
What are you, crazy? Out of my way.
Yeah, Rockstar Games would be good if they actually, you know, had good gameplay. But they don't. For a company that only makes third-person shooters, it's interesting how their third-person shooting is some of the worst in the business.
Roman. Roman, where are you?
Let's see. So Tim our code the 279 now join my cult and give me monies. Sounds good.
Give me monies!
I'm raging bored with the 5. You know, I only watch to know I'm better than you. This gameplay's awful, but not because of the game.
Dimitri was not a man of his word.
So we're dead.
Whatever you say.
Everything was fine before you.
Yes.
Fine, and now this?
All I can say is Rockstar has never been known for its gameplay. That's for sure.
What's done is done.
Yes. But there's a bigger problem.
What?
That guy I owed money to, Bulgar.
Please reconnect my controller. It's literally sitting on my desk. I'm not even holding it.
Yeah, he's here now.
Great.
I'm sorry. I've ruined your life.
No, don't be like that.
Again, it's just sitting on my fucking desk. I have to unplug it.
Every one of them.
No, that's exactly what you won't do. We don't have time.
It
for
makes
that.
no
We can't afford
sense.
What can we afford?
We can lay low and start over. Please. Come on. Let's go back to the apartment.
We can pick up our stuff and then get out of here. I'll call Mallory. She might have somewhere we can hide out. Holy fucking shit! Hey, beautiful. Listen, me and Nico are in a bit of trouble. Need to get out of broker a few days. Any of your cousins have a place we could use out in Bohan? Oh, you're an angel. Beautiful and kind. I love you. We'll see you there. Maybe things are not so bad.
This I did not expect.
I was thinking about getting out of the cab business. Last night I had a dream.
Really?
Yes. You and I had a place of our own. A place where people come to eat and relax. Classy place. None of this fast food diner bullshit. We own a real restaurant. Tavern. It's a place of distinction, you know?
I can't see myself settling down.
Not now, but in the dream you've met the right woman. You're kidding me! Holy fuck, it's fucking burning! The whole place! I've got to go in! I've got to get something!
Leave it, cousin. This place is gone.
They burnt it! They fucking burnt it, Nico! What'd you do that for? Do you know how long it took me to get a place of my own? You got off the boat and I was here for you!
I know you were.
I got here and I had nothing! Nobody! I worked my way up from the fucking dirt! Jesus! It's on fire! Fuck! What's going on? I've got nothing left! Not my home, not my business, nothing! I took it all!
I'm sorry, Ron.
Brutal.
I'm really sorry, but we have to go. We'll meet Mallory and Bohan. You still have her.
And you! For all the good you've done me!
Dan Hauser, the co-founder of Rockstar, did an interview. All he talked about was movies that inspired him. Explains a lot. Yo,
It took me months
it
to
does.
get some together. Finally I bought a cab, and then another. Then I got the depot. I slept under my desk at that place for over a year. Then I got the apartment. The apartment you thought was so shitty. Well, it doesn't matter. And now it's gone, along with everything else.
I said I was sorry.
You have a lot to apologize for. Since you got here, I've had my computer smashed, I've been beaten up, I was kidnapped and then shot in the stomach! My apartment got burned down and so did my business! Things have been going so great, just great since you showed up!
You remember that time when we went to the bar back home? I found it razed to the ground, just a pile of rubble. Everything smashed, except for that one bottle of vodka.
Yeah, we sat down and finished it off there and then. Wait, I don't want to talk about back home. We're here in America now. And I should be thinking about my life here. My life, which is ruined. Just drive. Shut up. Drive. Hey, beautiful. What's up? No, what do you mean? I haven't been crying. It's my allergies. Nico's wearing his new cologne. Yeah, trying to impress Michelle or something. You're coming to your cousins, are you there? Great. See you in a bit, beautiful. My dream? It was just that. A dream. I can't have the tavern now. I have nothing to buy it with. I have nothing.
I told you. You still have Mallory.
There we
I wanted
go.
to really have her. I wanted to marry her.
You can still do that.
I had bought her a ring. That is what I wanted to show you. It was a beautiful ring. It was with you. Now I have nothing. Come on. Oh. Roman, pull yourself together. You've been here before. Positive, mental, attitude. Come on.
At least they want me dead, and not you.
I do not think it will be much difference to them, Nico. One dead Belik. Here we are. The beginning of our new lives. Again.
GTA 4 is known for the ragdoll physics and open world, not exactly gameplay design. Yeah, I just think it's odd, bro. Like, Rockstar makes one type of game,
Great.
And they can't even make good gameplay for that one type of game. I don't get it.
What's wrong? Where should I start?
Like, wouldn't you think that if you've been making third-person shooters for, like, I don't know, 20 plus years, you would actually figure out how to make the third-person shooting, I don't know, fun?
Not an optimist. I was bored of broker anyway. I'm glad you turned up and made some Russian killers burn down my home and business. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Nico. Thanks a bunch. Is that better? Much.
Thank God you're okay.
Square Enix makes JRPGs and they can't even make good gameplay for those? Bruh, don't doesn't your ass like shill for Final Fantasy 16 all the fucking time?
Why don't you
So
come and meet me at the community center later?
great bait, dog.
I gotta go to work. Bye, Papi. Mwah, mwah. And have a shower. You smell a little, mature.
So, I guess we start again.
Sure. I'm going out.
Red Dead 1 is their most fun gameplay system. Red Dead 1 is actually fun from a gameplay perspective. I still don't think it has great third-person shooting, but it's a lot more fun than GTA and Red Dead 2. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 has actual gameplay and not Ubisoft. But I thought Square Enix doesn't know how to make good gameplay. Anyways, I guess I'll do, which one's closer? Oh yeah, the M.
Excuse me? You should always use a phone book to read a cop.
These lights are for...
Jill is peak? Dude, Jill's not even the best looking girl in her own game.
We want to make sure that we see them. Okay, well, we want to see you.
Just film it, man.
Okay, well, just keep looking at me, but stand over there. Okay?
You mean here?
Yes. Very cool. Good.
Bruh, honestly, Clive's mom is hotter than Jill.
5, 6,
And she's
7,
old.
8, 8.
Good. Right over here.
Let me see you work. This way.
Yes. Good. Perfect. Cool.
So how do I look, man?
You look good.
Do I look gay?
No, not at all. It's a very manly kind of dance.
Okay, so here we go then. Yeah. See, it's the streets, man. But people gotta understand the struggles. For real. You know what I'm saying? They gotta understand the struggles. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Nico. This is my boyfriend's cousin, the guy I was telling you about, Nico. How's my Roman doing anyway?
For a guy who just lost his home and his business, who now has a price on his head, pretty good.
I love his optimism. So, Nico, this is Manny. We grew up together.
Hey, yeah. What's up, man? Streets, man. All right.
This is the guy I told you about who beat up all those thugs in Broca.
Yeah, great. Listen, Melody, would you give us a little space, please?
All right.
Okay, yeah, great. So,
Real men play GTA instead of Final Fantasy and Nintendo slop. Yeah, and they also watch Zogball games, eat at McDonald's, and, you know, drink a beer, and that's their ideal weekend, so, yeah.
Here, Manny Escuela is rapping with a street accomplice about cleaning up the streets of Boaz.
Turn that off.
These street criminals are trying to reform their neighborhood. Hey, please,
hold on a second.
Hey, Manny!
Sorry.
Okay, everyone, that'll be all for today. That was great. Thank you very much. That'll be all for today. Thanks a lot. What are you doing?
What were you saying?
We gotta get some of these dealers off the streets, man, you know? And I want them to know it was me, man.
Fine, just don't point the camera at me when you're doing it.
Well, it's my testimony, man. Look, brother, would you help, please? Look, I got money. I got money.
In which case, you've got help.
Good. All right. Hey, how's the camera?
It's not good.
What do you mean it's no good? Can
Just
you
don't
take this?
even...
Okay. All right, okay, well, listen, look. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get all these dealers up the streets, and we're gonna kick their ass, and they're gonna know it was me. Get a car if we're gonna clean these streets.
Tell us you don't eat McDonald's? I haven't had McDonald's in like... Dude, I don't even know how many years. I've lost track at this point. I don't eat at McDonald's. Ever since I had that incident of eating McDonald's and literally smelling the grease coming out of my fucking pores, I've never had it since.
Last I heard, these dealers was up on Grand Boulevard. Let's
McDonald's
go take a look,
isn't
man.
even good anymore. That's the thing. No fast food is good. Like, Taco Bell is like the only fast food I really liked other than Chick-fil-A.
So you and Mallory is
and
tight, huh?
Taco Bell has
She and
gotten
your cousin is
so
together
bad.
Now. I love that girl, man. I love
Like
her, man.
their meat literally
Your cousin
tastes
better
like
not be messing with
cardboard
her
and
head.
has like
You're
the
gonna propose,
texture
right?
of cardboard
You're gonna
too.
make an honest woman of her, right?
So the only fast food I've had is Chick-fil-A, and that's like the salad. So I don't know if you really call that fast food or not, but yeah, I got grilled chicken salads from Chick-fil-A. Or chicken strip salads.
Pull up behind and we wait. There he be. We got to follow him to them other leeches, man. They be sucking the damn life out of these streets. This boy's got personal space issues, man. Stay back.
It's 2 car lengths, right? That's how far you'll stay behind the woman when you're harassing her?
They're my people, all right?
Sure.
Get a fucking move on.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's cheaper to order from like an actual restaurant than fast food now. It's wild. There's like no reason to eat fast food unless you're like addicted to it. Which, you know, I'd rather actually get real food.
Man, people want me dead.
Carajo. Oh, it's on now, bitch.
You know, these streets is mine, man. I can feel them flowing through my veins.
You sound like you got something else in your veins.
Man, I ain't touched that shit in years. Who you been talking to, man? I'm clean, man. Serene. Fucking serene.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You ever thought about doing some TV? You might be able to get a series of the back of mine, you know? Nico, Bellic, Street Justice, bro.
Not really my scene.
Probably
Just wait till you
likes
see your
beef
face in the
jerky.
screen, man. Maybe you change your mind,
Beef
man.
jerky's
Yeah,
fine. I
always
don't buy
wanted
it
to be a
though.
well-known idiot.
People say to me, Manny, why you do this? Why you want to clean up the streets so bad? What's your passion?
Do you tell them to get famous?
It's for the love, man. They know me because I help people, man. I'm all love, kid, for these streets.
From the streets. This is exhilarating gameplay here, following a car.
Stay off them. We need to find them leeches.
This right here is why I'm a gamer.
Roger that.
Yeah, it ain't a good steak until it's drenched in A1, am I right? Shit. Maybe some ketchup and some Old Bay.
You gonna see you, man.
When I cop that helicopter, that shit is out.
Dude, this fucking sucks.
Looks like he's about to stop, yo. You best pull up behind him, man. Follow him into that warehouse.
Yo, it's Yay.
And up the dealers.
I thought you were going to clean up the streets.
Hey, the message is what's important, man. It don't matter who gives it. I, for one, ain't in this shit for the ego trip. You taking my money, aren't you? Be my voice. I'm gonna go back and get Jay.
Gotta find a way on the roof, I guess.
Another dick, another dollar. You can't
let's see. Mako Stacks Pro, the 5. What do you think about the driving? I hate it, but every video essay glazes the fuck out of it. GTA has objectively bad driving. It does not have good driving at all. Again, it's like one of the few aspects that makes a GTA game, even remotely GTA, driving and shooting. And both of those core gameplay mechanics are genuine.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Compared to most other modern equivalents.
Something stronger than this.
No, I guess I'm not supposed to go down here.
If he tells me to smoke outside.
No. Yeah, people who think rare steak is bloody have never actually seen a butchered cow. There's literally no blood left for there to even be in the steak. Like, it's retarded.
Taking the L, motherfucker. Say, Daddy, I'll rip your fucking guards off.
this, gangster. It's a wrap. Fuck you! Y'all. We got the drop on you, gangster. Take this! Here we go! On, son.
Ten out of 10, man.
The fearsome street warrior stands outside the site of another gangland massacre.
That's right.
Oh, cut.
What?
Okay.
What?
Oh, could you walk out of there just one more time? We need to get the shot just right.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
I can put my foot to your face if you like. I don't mind doing that again and again till I get it right.
Easy, Nico. Hey, did it look good? Huh? Was it a good mixture of that sadness and resolve?
You looked great.
Great, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, from the top?
Yeah, right here. Wait, where are you going? Right.
More senseless death than the police aren't even here yet. Help has only one name on the streets of South Bowen. Manny Escuela.
That's right. Follow me. We'll be prepared. Street life ain't pretty.
Synth might become a troon if he stays on the photo route. I don't know about that. That seems a little extreme. He doesn't strike me as the type of guy to troon out.
As they say here, you suck. Stay calm, man. Just run away.
But I guess every man has his breaking point. Who knows?
Nicky, we gotta talk serious.
All right, man. If you want my advice, the only way you're going to get your balls back to normal is if you stop juicing or you get implants.
How many times I have to tell you, homie, my balls are golden, okay? I want to talk to you about Roman. He's got a problem. He's gambling like an animal.
Yeah, most people get, you know, groomed to be trooned if they are porn
he can look
addicts.
after himself, Brucey.
He's getting involved with some serious cats, homie. Even people I might think twice about dealing with. And I'm one dangerous motherfucker, okay? Put him in Gamblers Anonymous or something. I'm starting to think he's more interested in cards than chasing pussy. And that ain't cool.
It's like the number one path to grooming nowadays is porn.
Hurry up, man. Got me
Okay, guys, I just want to get one more shot, please. This is gonna look great right over here.
all
Officer,
right,
please, I need
over
you this
here.
way. Thank you. Tight up on Manny. I need you guys tight. It's gonna be great. Up here. Thank you. A little closer. A little closer. Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful. Now we are gonna be
All I can say is I hope you'll continue to make the community a better
Bro, what
place.
is going on in chat? I have no idea.
You ain't so bad, man. You know, give it up. The streets, man. Word, give it up. Hey, Officer McCready, this is Nico right here. This is my man Nico.
Oh, good to meet you. I hear you're helping this guy with his vital work for our city.
Oh, no, I'm just a tourist.
Look, Manny, I gotta go.
All right.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, officer. Thanks. Yeah, you know, it was a real big thing for me, you know what I'm saying? A real street cat to start working with the gatekeepers of the community to make things better. I mean, where I'm from, out here, man, police is a dirty word, man.
Manny,
you know?
I got things to do. You, off.
Yo, man, I was just getting my flow on, man. I ain't rap for years. I was one of them cats who invented that shit, man. It went commercial.
Yeah, like charity work.
Shit, man, I'm the voice of the streets, man. Yo, if I'm gonna make some money, that's the way shit's gonna be.
All right, I'm just saying.
Whatever, man. Fucking punk. Yo, listen, homeboy, I need you to do me a favor, man. Listen, man, I need you to help me out, man. I need you to get some bitches taken out, moved on, whatever. Cause, yo, I promised Mr. McCready I was gonna get this place cleaned up, and I will.
Okay, how many?
A bunch, man, a bunch. They're hanging out and making bad shit happen all over South Bohan, man. They're over on Windmill Street right now.
All right. What did they do?
Man, they disrespected the codes of the streets, man. The streets, man, they owe you, man. They owe you big time.
As long as they pay.
Over here, man.
I'm on you.
Yo, that's what I'm saying, man. Streets, we got codes, man. You know what I'm saying? We live by these codes. You know what I mean?
Chat loves traps more than video games. I agree with that. Absolutely. I think that is actually the case. I do truly believe that there is a large portion of this chat that is closeted gay or just, you know, are gay.
Turn left.
They watch porn for a pretty penis like wings. Get out! Oh, you're fucking shitting me!
Manny, I got rid of your
Subject southbound on Jackhammer Street.
Get off the phone!
Are you going to start?
Dude, I'm too worried trying to fucking turn off the shitty fucking radio.
Yo, it's the street. Street needs to sleep. Street needs to eat. So they don't answer the...
Alright, well, I guess I'm done with that.
Hey, Nico. You tired of Manny yet?
I was tired of him as soon as I saw him.
I
Peace.
have someone else who might have some work for you. Elizabeth Torres. She's got an apartment on San Quentin in Fordside. Meet me there.
Have a nice day.
Fuck me!
Wait till I tell my shorty about that shit.
Nico Bellic. We did not find your body with the others in the warehouse. Mr. Bugarin and I were very disappointed.
I was loyal to you, Dimitri. Why did you turn on me?
You think I could survive in a cesspit city like this by aligning myself with a bottom feeder like you? You who had so many enemies. You robbed Bugarin. You killed Mikhail. You know no more of loyalty than I do.
You know why I killed Faustin? It was not my choice.
I will find you, Nico. I have burnt you and your cousin out of Hove Beach. I will smoke you out of any other hiding place you have in this city. See you soon, Nico.
This thing handles like a fucking retard on ice skates. Holy shit, man. Alright, I need to get a different car.
Oh yeah, this is how we do. Liberty City, what's goody? DJ Premier, we doing it live.
Hey, man.
Hey, guys.
Taxi! Hey! Hit me!
What?
Hit me, come on!
Nico, you want to go on a date? Come on. What's wrong with you?
Okay, who is she?
That's the thing. It's a guy.
Fuck you.
No, dude!
A black carjacker drives better than you? Yeah, because I'm not a criminal.
The dick won't pay. Instead, he said he's gonna have me kill that bitch. Hi-ya!
Brucey, you got to chill. For real. Now listen, NB, this guy isn't hiding, but he's a serious...
He's a serious cockhound.
Oh, so you think of me?
No, but the guy knows me, and I don't think anyone would date that fat slob.
So, I'm just doing your profile.
All right, let me see. I am a vulnerable guy who needs to be held by big, strong arms?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
I knew we should have made him a giver, not a taker, Brucey.
Oh, shut up! Now listen, Nicky. I need you. I will pay heavily for this.
Okay. Androman. Cousin, you're a dick.
Nicky! Shit.
So that was it? Oh, okay.
All right, man. I'm at the internet cafe. What now?
The website is Love Meat. Go to it, bro. The guy you want to date with is using French Tom as his screen name. You heard Animal, man. Eat him alive, okay?
Alright. My favorite website? Yeah, I'm huge into dating sims. Or, I'm sorry, dating apps. I use them all the time. Constantly.
Stop walking and drive!
You little minx.
Yeah, I'm manlet status. I've come to terms with that. It's already over for me. This would-be Chad will never get his Stacy.
Russian sausage tastes best.
You couldn't handle me, sugar.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm 6'5" with a fucking massive thick cock, a full head of hair, chiseled abs, and, you know, piercing blue eyes. Yeah, nah. I have none of those things. Hell yeah.
Dispatch, I'm on my way. Shit, what's happening to this neighborhood?
All right.
Always on me about quitting.
So I said, if that's the way you want it, amigo, then that's what you're gonna get. And that shut him up.
Fucking punk. Oh, hey, ¿cómo
Hey,
estás?
how's it going?
Hey, wait, espera.
Jorge, he's with me. Liz, this is Nico, Roman's cousin. And Nico, this is Elisabetta. She's an old friend.
Ugh.
She'll give you some work.
Okay, thank you, Mom. So, tough guy, you know about this business?
Gross.
I know about protection. What do you need?
I need someone no one knows to oversee a deal I'm not sure about.
Easy.
I think it'll be a bit more taxing than hanging with Manny on the streets.
Not so. For one, I won't have to listen to him talk.
True! Hey, Nico, this is Patrick. Paki McCreary.
All right. Hey.
So, Paki is shopping. But I've never trusted the people he's buying off, and I can't, in good consciousness, help him unless he's got some extra insurance. You.
And that's why you're the best, darling?
Ah, maybe.
All right, tough guy, let's do this.
Sure.
See you later, Nico.
Goodbye.
And will you call Michelle again? She really likes you.
Yeah.
Buena suerte.
So, he seems okay.
Yeah, I gotta call Michelle, dude, and get her to bounce on it.
Where are we going? I got this meeting over on Joylet Street. There's a rifle up on the roof of the place next door. You need to go up there and make sure nothing goes wrong. You'll see me.
There you go.
Trust these guys you're doing the deal with. How come you trust me?
You got a good look about you. And I'm lucky with my gut feelings.
Quit yawning? No. If you want me to stop yawning, then
give me monies!
Otherwise, silence. Isn't Michelle a Fed? Yeah, that's why she's as tight. But yeah. Everyone knows Fed pussy hits different, bro.
State your name, gangster.
Excuse me, people.
Who am I sniping? All 4 of them?
Those dealers double-crossed your boy, but I managed to keep him alive.
Monomy was right about you. You are good. I have some more work for you. I'm sure Packy is pleased as well, eh?
You think YouTube will start cutting out the lower channels? No, I don't think so. It would undermine the entire nature of the site.
Step on the gas pedal!
Nico, how are you finding things? Have you got enough to do here in Liberty City?
Yeah, I think I've got enough on my plate at the moment, Roman.
Well, if you need some downtime, go hang out at the apartment and watch some American TV. It's much better than the shit we got back in the old country.
Most of the shit on TV in the old country was from America.
Mike TUGC with the 5. It sounds like someone is screaming in agony outside my house in the distance. It's almost 3. What the fuck? It's probably a fox mating, bro. The fox mating call literally sounds like a woman getting raped. Ew.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
This is Swan's type of girl.
Hey, Johnny!
Yo!
Come over here! Come here!
Yeah.
Nico, this is Johnny. Now, Johnny is sitting on a big pile of heroin. I don't go near this stuff, professionally. But I found him a buyer. We're nervous. Will you oversee the deal and check everything is cool?
Sure.
Thank you!
Well, I gotta go pick up the stuff, so, I'll see you there.
Alright. So who else do you need to meet, huh? Do you know Playboy?
No.
Hey, Playboy! X! This is Nico! And Nico is Playboy.
What's up, money?
Playboy is going along with you.
Yo, is that St. Floyd of fentanyl?
This deal is possible.
Shit.
You ready to bounce? Well, come on then.
I am the best. I am number one.
He can't breathe.
Down to Cassidy Street and Shotler.
I can't breathe. I'm waiting for the exhale.
I'm
proud of being a fucking psycho. It pays the bill.
Does Elizabetha get to do stuff like this often?
Elizabetha don't get me to do shit. I just like to
Shit.
keep an eye on things. There ain't a deal in this town I don't know about. I own this city, for reals.
Yeah? Well, how come we haven't met before?
You obviously ain't been big time. I started small like you, player. Slinging rocks on the corner, sticking cats up, all type of shit. Them was the old days. Now it's all about diversification.
A heroin deal is your way of diversifying?
Money talks. Money say jump, cats say how high. This is a cash deal. I got other shit going down as well.
What type of shit you got going on? I'm always looking for work. If it pays, that is.
I pay like a Slongberg Sachs bonus, bitch. It's Christmas every day when you rolling with this nigga.
So you got work?
Oh,
Not yet.
shit.
I gotta set shit up. But I'll need a cat like you real soon. Give me your number.
Tell me about that biker. The one with the smack. Johnny.
I ain't working with that cat, but I heard about him. He's doing all type of crazy shit. Blowing stuff up. Them boys, the Lost, they in some heavy type of gang war is what I heard. Crazy white boy shit. Think only one group can grow beards and ride bikes in this town.
It's a big town.
It's not big enough for some people. What that other gang called? Death Angels or some shit? Anyways, be careful of this cat. You don't want to even look at him the wrong way. Crazy motherfucker.
You scared of him?
Yeah, I ain't scared of nobody. All them bikers is racist as shit is all.
Oh, shit, man.
Shit! Calm it down! Man, what the fuck are you doing? What you thinking? The crib's on the
Damn,
third
I'm
floor.
getting cold, bro. Hold on. Can I pause? I need to go get my hoodie. Jeez. It's supposed to be like, I think 20 something tonight. Yeah, it's 29 where I am. Oh, fuck. Wrong headphones. All right.
Buyer is some Asian dude called Charlie.
Like in Vietnam.
Just like the movies, money.
Hey, you ready? Sure, let's do this. Nothing like selling some dope to let you know you're alive. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, come on.
3XL hoodie.
What's going on, guys?
Try
What's
4.
going on?
Not much. Let's do this.
You got the heroin, right? Right?
Come on, let's do this quickly.
But you got the heroin, correct? You're carrying it, correct? I mean, it's a simple question.
What's wrong with you? You're being fucking weird.
Nah, weird, man. I just want to know if you're carrying the stuff, right?
You ain't
It might as well be a 4XL hoodie. Like, it's fucking huge.
I said freeze!
It's the hoodie I ordered from the fucking Yeezy Gap way back in the day, not knowing that they were oversized, so I ordered a large, and it's like a fucking, probably a 3XL or a 4XL. It's massive, because it's like the fucking oversized shit, but it's nice for just sitting around. But you're definitely swimming in it.
On me! Get down! Time for you glad you messed with me?
Clear! Come on, playboy!
Up! Keep moving!
Put your hands on your head! Don't make me shoot you! I got you, you son of a... God,
that hurt! These ones won't be causing no trouble. We move!
I need help! I've been shot!
Come on, money! End them!
Come on!
Stay close! Police! Everyone down!
Enjoying yourself? I told you not to mess with me.
Stick by me! Pop these dudes! They got to the party late!
Get on the ground and try to remain calm!
Suckers, player!
Yeah, player.
Friend! Motherfucker! Shit! My leg! I need you near me!
You're a dead man.
Get some pace on, player! Ghost to do here! You wanna start rolling with me? Drive me back to my crib in Northwood on X.
Don't mess with me.
Screw you!
The crib is 10 million. The corpse and Don Perignon can't reach my ceiling. When the sun's in my face, all I do is lower the boys for shade. Pain in the ass, 50 grand on Windex kid. They keep it clean, the whole bottom is glass, so you can see the sharks and piranhas, a pair of pajamas. That's my neighbor. The faggot disrespecting my
Oh my god.
It's underground shit. The way the floor open up, you think I'm hiding spaceship. French chefs, the best grapes on their breath. Louis aprons on the yank cats, the puppy cooks the rest. Besides, I got birds that never leave the nest. They fuck
Shit, man! I'd have fucking died instead of being caught by them feds. You take a bed on a heroin beef, you ain't seeing life for a long time. You riding up in that shit.
Yeah?
Future in a max security pen ain't no future at all. You forget about them cats who do that sort of time.
Any of your friends on the inside?
My man's Dwayne Forge is inside on a crack beat. He showed me some shit back in the day, but when he gets out, if he ever does, it won't be the same world.
What's different since this guy's been doing this bid?
Shit changed. There'll be more to it than a crack tip nowadays. There'll be the smack tip, rap game, X, chronic, meth. Shit. I'm looking into expanding my horizons.
Yeah?
For sure. Reach for the stars
For
and
sure.
all that shit. I don't see why a young kid from the hood can't make something out of himself. Street cats like me just get labeled as pimps and pushers and stick-up artists.
But you are a drug pusher.
That's just what I'm doing to get out of the ghetto. I don't see it as dealing drugs. Drugs is just one arm of my business. I'm buying and selling that shit like any commodity on the trading floor.
Only this commodity is illegal.
Yeah, but Playboy is going legitimate. Now, I want to be one of them developer cats. Build me some skyscrapers, see my name in big gold letters.
Yeah, I thought you would want to build schools or something. Help young black men get out of the ghetto.
Shit, that'll come. Gotta get me successful first.
Oh shit.
Yards. Turn left.
For fuck's sake!
I suck at driving? Not really. It's more so the driving sucks, but...
Yards. Turn right.
Hey, Money, watch where you're going.
In 200 yards. Turn left.
Shit, it's high.
In 50 yards. Turn right.
There we go. I can't control this game. The cars handle like fucking absolute ass.
You have arrived.
If he tells me to smoke outside, here we be, Money. I'll hit you up when I need your ass.
Let's see, Francisco the Disco with D5. Appreciate it, man. Oi, happy late Turkey Day, Griffin. If you watch videos, you should watch Mikey No More's video on Dr. Umar. I think we watched both of those, actually.
So good. The contact was...
You see, I know.
I think we've watched both of those. Is it the one with Dr. Umar
All right, awesome.
and his
Thanks,
school
nigga. All right.
that never gets built? And then the Laura Loomer one, I'm pretty sure we just watched. But yeah, Juan usually donates for those. I believe it was him. But appreciate it, man. Oops. Let's see.
In 50 yards. Turn left. In 800 yards. Turn right. It's great news, Nico. I got the insurance money for the captives for burning down. And you stupid bastards thought it was an electrical fire, not mine.
Maybe it was an accident.
Yeah, right. I put the money into another captive boat. Never get the prizes into up and running. Next up, loading on the bar pack. I'll give you shares in me. Look her up.
No, what's happening is I'm starting to kind of get drowsy. I'm starting to kind of get drowsy. Pinch myself? I don't think that works, man.
Teachers could women.
Yo, man, you made me look gay, man. I warned you, bro.
What? No, you don't look gay. You look a little metrosexual or something.
It's
good. It's good.
Man, who the hell ever heard of a metrosexual ex-gangster, man? I'm a lord, man, not a lady. This show is gonna make me famous.
You are gonna be famous.
It sucks, bro. I get
What am I
tired
supposed
so
to do here, man? I got
easily
this
now.
film genius here, making me look like a transsexual
Even if I
or
just like
something
literally,
on TV,
you know,
and
sleep
now some
and
punk
do
can talk
very
all kinds
little
of
in the
shit to
day,
other
I just
punks,
get
man.
tired
Bitches I used to roll with,
so
guys
much.
caught up in the game, punks in too deep, man. Yo, I tried, man. I tried to be a good guy. I said I'm reformed, man, but I'm pure ghetto, man. And this show's garbage.
Oh, come on.
We don't have to kill a shot, man. Jeez. We need to go bust somebody, man.
Do what you want, as long as it doesn't involve me.
Hey, yo, man, we're brethren, right? Give it up, man. All right, man. Yo, listen, can you shut these punks up for me, please?
Where are they?
They're gonna be coming in on the L train, man. From Algonquin to Dukes, man. Hey, I owe you, man. I owe you big time.
Okay.
You see that, man? You see that, man? Yo, that is streets right there, man. Not none of this shit. Got me dancing in skirts with people in the neighborhood, man. What the fuck is that, man?
I saw a crime documentary about a 14-year-old kid who looked like Manny. He tortured a teen couple with a group of adult men in South America. That's nice. That's really nice.
They're not sending their best.
Pretty sure that's depression. What, being tired? Yeah, I don't think being tired means I'm fucking depressed. I think it just means I'm tired. And I have a shitty fucking sleep schedule that has been catching up.
Dude, shut up. I'm trying to do a fucking radio show here, you know? I mean, days were so much simpler before I got divorced, you know? But this really isn't about me. It's
Join a
about
club,
you, the people in
yeah.
the streets,
It's
guy,
just that easy.
rubbing his junk, you know? I mean,
Join a club. Go to the gym. Journal. Pick a side hustle. Travel.
You know, this is the #1 media investment of our time. You go out, you talk to the real people of Liberty City, you know, and then you've got everything set up, and then the fucking assholes at the Bank of Liberty deny your loan the day that the rent on your
Did it not refresh? Dude, I just refreshed the fucking chat and it crashed immediately.
You know, my life's an amusement ride, and it needs to be on the radio because, you know, in life it's like you wait in line all day for this ride called life. You sweat, you hate yourself, and then it's over in 45 seconds. And she looks at you, she says, you know,
I think I missed. Yeah, I did. Raging Boar with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I didn't hear the little, you know, subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out because I don't have my headphones on. But I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Appreciate the positivity. Oh, let's see who got it. Alright, not PK.
So he bought Italy, and everyone loves children, especially famous actress and singer Samantha Muldoon, which is why she's taken to adopting a new one every day. We'll spend a day with hedge fund mogul Kirk Simplex, who bought every historical castle in England and burnt half of them down to raise the prices of the other half. Or maybe you want
Spreading my positivity? That's good. It's better than spreading an STD. That's the type of positivity we need, not HIV
true
positivity.
stories, and we'll have thousands more like them next time on I'm Rich.
That's I'm Rich, only on CNT.
Wherever there are young men, testosterone, and cars, there's always going to be some desperado trying to prove their masculinity in an illegal street race. Despite the current mayor's
An illegal street race.
Street racers have been taking to the roads in large numbers recently. Racers told us about big engines, flashy rides, awestruck scenes.
Oops. Dude, I'm getting drowsy, so I'm not really like I'm not really alert, let's just say. So I don't really know what even just happened there. Let's see if I can escape the cops. Yes. Griffin, make, get laid, and you'll feel energetic and not drowsy.
This fucking train.
What?
Motherfuckers!
Psychic, surfer of the spiritual realm, and successful.
Oh, what did I do?
All on a cosmic carousel, and your horse is going up and down until the ride is over, and the scary man yells at you to get off. But you still have to pay. This is the lesson for life. Call me now. 212-360-2367.
Like I said, I'm starting to get drowsy.
Personalized automated meeting. Find out if you are going to die or make love.
I may have to get up and walk around a little bit.
Call me today. Your future depends on it, dearie.
I lost the train.
I thought you was the streets, man. You ain't shit, man.
You ain't shit, man. Drink some water. I've got a I'm trying this out to see if it works. I've got like a bottle of cologne. See if that wakes me up. Just huffing some of the fumes real quick. Kind of like a smelling salt effect, maybe. Kind of. That kind of worked, actually. Eat an apple? I don't have an apple. I only have beef and onions. And I have some chili, but that's pretty much just beef and onions with bacon and beans. Go nap for 10 minutes? I won't wake up. If I fell asleep, there's no way I'm waking up in 10 minutes. So, if I fall asleep, maybe I'll wake up in 10 hours.
Hey, wie geht's, Julian?
Eat dog food? I'm not hungry.
That club was off the hook, full of honey.
I have a stack of snacks, then why has no one heard me chew? Ooh. Didn't think that one through. I'm just gonna close. Dude, honestly, like, it's dangerous if I close my eyes. Oops. Alright, I should really lock in this time. Uh-oh. Well, I stuck the landing. All right. I need a new car bad.
Shit, I'm losing it.
God damn it.
Fuck this crap.
Nigger.
Oh, all right. I need a new car so I don't have to worry about crashing. Jeez. Shit's brutal. It's not really the best game to be playing when you're tired. Off.
You fucking blind?
Yeah, I'm in my big truck. Yeah, I got my beer and my dog and my big old truck.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I don't know if I'd have copyright problems. I just don't want to listen to the music. Not really a fan. Fuck. Maybe I should just get another car. Oh, there's a cop over there, so. Let's see. Skip this one.
Shit, I'm tired already.
There we go. All right. In theory, this should work now. The thing that doesn't make sense about this mission is, wouldn't you already know where the train's gonna go because it's on a set rail? I don't know, maybe not.
That ain't one of ours, is it? Over here, B.
Alright, so how do you get up there? Oh, there's the stairs. Am I following him or am I trying to kill him? It says follow him, it doesn't say kill him. It doesn't say what I have to do. And take him out. Oh, okay. Yo, what the fuck happened to my car?
You don't need to worry about people talking garbage no more.
Oh my god. It got crushed. Alright, I did it. Hooray. Oh, wowie zowie. Yo, I like that car better.
Stay very calm, buddy. Oh, that hurt.
Let's see. Raging Boar with the 20. Really appreciate it. Spooky's. Oh, wait. Mute Spooky Cerberus and Sneed. Alright, it looks like somebody took care of it, so. I appreciate it. Thanks for the money, dummy. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't getting no gas, huh? I guess. I don't know. Dude, I gotta find something to wake myself up. Jeez. Like, I don't know why it's like the past 3 or 4 months. Like, the past 3 or 4 months, for whatever reason, I've just been like fucking fried. It's bad. Maybe I gotta become like a vegan or some bullshit like that. Huh, no. It's Chover. Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's something about like the past 3 or 4 months that really has just fucked me up, like energy wise. Completely. My sleep cycle shit? Yeah, but it's always been shit. You're old now? I guess so. The unk status is kicking in. Yeah, I never used to get this tired all the time, so. The only other time I was like this tired is when I first got my dog, because, you know, I never got like any uninterrupted sleep. But well, my midday naps are like my normal sleep, so usually I sleep between like 4 and 10 p.m. sometime between that time, so not the entire time block. Damn, I really need to get like a 3-card display for my desk. I'm looking at my Pokemon cards to wake up. Got my eyes on the prize, but let me see if I can capture these to do it just. Midday naps or Kino? I guess. I don't know. Not really. Ooh, is it actually going to let me send it? Nope. Of course not. To put it in the Jugal drive. Men die before 30. In your 30s, you're mid-death. 40s and 50s, it's rotting time. Yeah, I guess it is over, man. It's already over. Let's see. Does it actually open? Ooh, it did. Nice. Here, we'll take a quick break. Check these out. You can see them in autistic detail with the camera. That shit looks so nice. But yeah, I want to get like a 3-card display for these. I think they have like a little like display that you can put 3 slabs into and it just stands up straight on a desk. I kind of want to put it like right behind my stream decks, but I'm not sure. Am I going to collect all those next? I mean, I already have the 3 from the set, but I don't know. I'm probably never going to do like another I'm probably never going to do another, like, master set like I did for my current collection. I'm probably just going to keep buying, like, random shit that I like. But the idea is just to amass a massive collection. And, you know, at some point just stonk out and retire off of my cards. Maybe, but... yeah, I don't... dude, I saw this one video today in my recommended where it's like, a guy had a $1 million+ collection at age 25, and it's like, damn, bro, I gotta step up my shit. Because, you know, I definitely don't have a $1 million collection right now. But I could get there. With a lot of hard work and elbow grease, dude.
Ladies, this is Roman Berlik, but I guess you already...
My bike better be fucking ready. Someone's gonna get hurt in a minute.
Yeah, I finished the karma up.
Oh, I guess I could go to the internet cafe and see if the homo texted me.
100 yards.
Forgot about that.
Turn right.
See if gay boy responds.
In 100 yards. Turn left. In 10 yards. Turn right. Turn left. You have arrived.
Roman's cousin, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Go by the
Alright, let's see. Well, you don't seem poor or fat, so that's a start. This boy is too good for those losers. I mean, come on. How about you stop by the 69th Street Diner in Hove? Bring your wallet because you're picking up the check. I'll wear a red rose. I'm usually there around 8. N.
Come back soon, Nico.
What is this world we live in?
Shut the fuck up, Jacob! Nico! I hear you can understand this Rasta shit. Get over here before I run out of patience and start shooting!
I don't think I've ever played Peacemaker, but I'll be there in a bit.
Please make a U-turn where safe. In 200 yards, turn left, then immediately right.
Dude, who needs a $300 Series X when you could buy a $500 Series S?
In 200
To me, that's the best deal in gaming.
Some of these are fresh, fresh, fresh. Taste this hot dog, soft as buns, right here.
In.
So how long is like an end game day? Maybe I should just wait for the homo guy. So the 69th Street Diner in Hove. I don't know where that is. I don't think it's marked on my map. Hove Beach. There we go.
Please make a U-turn where safe. In 50.
Ugh.
Turn right.
That? Okay, cool.
Please make a U-turn where safe.
Hey, Nico. Mallory tells me you are working with Elizabeth Torres now.
Do you two know each other? Elizabeth seems to have a lot of friends.
That's because she's a dealer, Nico. Junkies like the people who supply them with drugs. You aren't getting involved in that world, are you?
I'm trying to avoid it, Michelle. Maybe I do a few errands for Elizabeth. Nothing serious, though. I am no dealer.
If you need help with anything, Nico, just speak to me. If you want to get something off your chest, I'm a good listener, you know?
I know, Michelle. I really appreciate your concern, but, I can look after myself. I'm a big boy, and I must make my own decisions. See you soon.
Yeah, Nico. See you soon.
Alright, I'll just wait here.
You have arrived.
Why are there so many more Japanese Pokemon cards than English for sale online? It depends on the card. There's more English cards than, there's more English cards than Japanese that are printed. Out of the closet.
Hey, are you my date? Thank God. You never know who's going to turn up when you've met someone online.
Yeah, all sorts of sickos can use the internet. You have to be careful. I'm Nico.
So, Nico, what do you do?
I do a lot of things. What's your job?
Job? Job? Everyone's talking about this Do you want to go already? I'm not that easy, sweetie. You're packing heat? That makes me...
I got you right there. Stop what you're doing. It's going down. No, son. Come on. We must be moving.
Subject westbound is a gray Type 6 sedan.
Alright. Sweet.
Peace, black man. I'm returning your call.
How was your date, bro?
Not so good.
One less super spreader of AIDS
I don't think
down.
you'll be seeing anyone.
Actually.
Anyway, your profile's still up there, bro. There's all sorts of crazy pictures on that site you can get into. Real freaks, you know? I'd be getting involved in some of that internet same shit, but I only date models, you know? Or VIPs who could be models. Not many of them online, yeah?
Oh, shit.
Guy. Later.
Let's see. Elijah with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the positivity, dude. Especially on Small Business Saturday, bro. I am a small business. Dude, honestly, that's one of the funniest clips DSP ever did. I am Small Business Saturday. Oh my god. Dude,
You have arrived.
I kind of have to respect it because it's just... He has really no shame.
Hey, Brucey, what's up?
Griffin the e-bagger, that's right.
Come here, show me the love, man hug.
Yeah, guys, it's the end of the month rally. Remember, if you want to make sure that the support is reflected in my next YouTube paycheck, make sure to donate today.
And a hired gun, and you're a steroid junkie, but we get along.
No, not that stuff.
No, you file taxes as a...
We're winners, man.
Oh, shit, what's it called?
Bling. Check.
Non-employee
check.
contractor or something like that. You get a 1099, which is basically, you know, self-employed income.
Hey, check this out. Lenny! Lenny! Is the bitch ready?
Well, she's very shiny.
Look.
No, I'm technically like a sole proprietorship, not an LLC.
Come on now. Let's go show some people just how we roll. Yeah. All right. Come on, get in. Come on, start you.
Pure gold, eh, big man?
Lenny, you're a fucking asshole. What is this? What is this?
You tuned to yourself.
Yeah. Well, what should I do? I mean, I need a flashy car. People are gonna think I'm a no-nut bullshitter if I fail to deliver here.
How about Steve's car?
Yes. I'll call him on the way. Nico, can you drive us to Freetown Avenue in Willis?
Yeah.
Come on. Let's roll, bitches! Woo! Come on, Nicky, we need some wheels.
Here's my shitter.
Nico, man, excuse me.
We're gonna watch the Kino Casino video later. We'll probably just do this mission and then swap over to videos.
Boy, house tricks. Oh man, you can spot me. Yeah. For sure. Right, listen, man.
Yeah, dude, the thing is, it's
me and my
like,
ice cold friend Nico gotta borrow your car.
Rich would have a very easy time losing weight. Because all he has to do is just live stream constantly. Like, if you can't resist eating, just live stream 16 hours a fucking day. So that you don't have an opportunity to eat.
No way, man.
And eventually, you'll just get used to not eating. And you won't even think about it.
Shit, I was gonna say my ass, but
I don't know,
that
bro.
nothing's
Like,
tighter
it's
than this
very
shit.
odd.
Yeah, wanna feel?
Thanks.
He lost all that weight and then gained it all right back. It's kind of a
You and me
shame.
should be doing cruising for bitches, destroying a town. You and me could be doing some serious damage, like a nuclear bomb up in this shit. But a sexy bomb, you know? A bomb that only affects girls with D-cups, tight asses, blonde hair, no cellulite, and tan. Yeah!
Right. I don't know if I get your meaning, but we can hang out sometime.
Fuck this bitch shit!
You have arrived.
Here we are. See what I mean? Sweet!
Oh, God. You guys ready for a disaster?
We got a race to win!
So, when we get there, will you be driving?
No way, man. I'm just here to look good. Me and you are cruising together. That's how we roll. Pass passenger side, flexing the guns, scoping the chicks, flashing the bling, pumping the sounds, riding shotgun, while my boy Nico pulls off some badass Red Army, pedal to the metal, skin of your teeth, burnt rubber moves. Am I right? Is that our style? Because I think that here we be.
Oh god.
Whoa, the skin looks really rough, man.
Can you shoot?
A little botulism special there? I like that, homie. You want a shot when we get back?
I'm fine.
Domination. That's all. Domination. This is a spiritual fucking experience.
Can it be over now? I'm not having fun.
This is where we belong. First place.
I don't like it. Alright, thank God, it's over. Woo!
Intense! Intense! I fucking love you, man. Number one, good driving. How do I look? Pretty good, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Take me back to my apartment, man. I'm feeling jacked. I want to hit the weights. Now!
I want to go back!
You can keep this car. You earned it. And I can't have my boy rolling in anything but serious genetically different winter style, you know?
I thought it belonged to Steve.
Fuck Steve. You are the man, man. You are number one. You won this shit anyway. I'll give Steve the bitch.
The bitch don't work too good.
Don't worry about that. Brucey has the magic fingers. They only touch prime engines, hot models, no cellulite. Okay, VIP only. Read my lips. I'm a winner. And when they touch, shit, they work some serious magic, bro.
What is it that you do, Brucey? Are you a mechanic? I don't get it.
I'm a businessman, an entrepreneur. I make shit happen.
Sure, but you seem kind of legit. Why you need guys killed?
Of course I'm legit. Have you seen my delts? That shit is as legitimate as a... Nikki, I feel like we really bonded back there. I'm close to you, man. You let me inside. You let your armor down, you know? We had a moment, man. Call me, and we'll hang.
Sure we did.
Alright, we'll go back here.
Be there in an hour.
I can't wait, Nico. See you in a bit.
Alright, we'll just do this instead. Go bang Michelle real quick. Because it should auto-save after that. And then that'll be 2 auto-saves, so I'll trust it.
Hey, Nico. Let's go.
The camera rental place is closing soon.
I forget, where is it? Is it the restaurant? So, Beer Garden, Lucky Winkles, or Superstar Cafe? No. Pool.
I remember it. How's Mallory? We haven't spoken in a while.
Good, I think.
Good. She's a great girl. I really like her.
Me too. Nice girl.
Yeah, she's done well. She comes from a very poor background.
No, I come from a poor background. You people don't know what poor is.
Hey, I'm sorry. By our standards, she comes from a rough part of South Bohan, full of crooks and killers. I imagine she knows some very dangerous people. And she's so normal.
Yes, really normal.
I really like her. And I think I like you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. You're kind of cute.
Whoa.
Cool, cool. Haven't played for ages.
Hey, yo, what?
Nico, you break.
Uh-oh.
Then you know you're in a danger. Say the voice of the people is the voice of God. Turn your backs on the sufferer, and let the children fight for food. In other gutters and they get to ya.
Come on, Nico, play fair.
Poor people are called on them. Say this poverty thing it be end. Call on them. Herbalists are called on them. Say be legalize the herb from when. Call on them. Rastaman are called on them. Like not thunder go fall on them. Call on them. The children are called on them.
I don't fucking like pool. I didn't know you'd actually have to play it.
Goes by the name of Chesedek. The message is in the music, for real. Master B Radio, Barbaconda's on the box. Liberty City for life, we say. Everybody in the garrison, big up. Shout out to my upstate family.
My shot.
Zaire, Kitty, my girl,
Oh.
big up, for real. Right now it's all about the
What ball am I supposed to hit? I guess the full colored ones? I don't fucking know, dude.
Tell them about the gun me bust last night in the past night. Infrared pan the med was the last night. Could have fast like sister fast man. Get a pretty casket. Mafias, fucking cops and it's after me. Kill me if they go.
I can see you aren't a pool hustler.
Grow up poor now me make the money them a watch me. Sitting on my chain and come and wonder what me watch me. One fuss me that women that to take me watch me. But I'm on the bar and I know my head at me. Then they farm and they shall gun we have the facts. Yeah man, ready to go. Hey, I said they go. Dumping on my face but the fools them can't make them come up the chart.
Oh shit.
Nico, you foul.
Tell some fools man a curler, killer, the 5 stars up, you my girl. Hey, then go make me rise the double barrel. Papa in a face, now go chase, now go curler. Hey, then my fucking head, you want the curler. And me think a chick go fuck me girl over Florida. Hey, man a gang for them, so them a warrior. Who knows so them a fool cause? And I say them no one, so them no one. Dumping on my face, but the fools them can't. Me give them a good job, me no shoot the job. Straight head shot.
Yeah, man, for real, it's all about Red Square Family right now.
Nice one, Nico.
Master B Radio, Liberty City for life, Bobby Connor's on the box. Squeezing it off real big, let's go.
A massive piece set the other son of touch it. But the city set the proper son of broke it. Dumb curb set the other son of rush it. Any vibe for Europe.
You did good.
Russian mafia set the other son of rush it.
Yeah, 32 gigs of RAM should be perfectly fine to watch a stream and play Battlefield. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh, that was lucky.
Great.
Oh, you've nearly won. Too bad, Nico.
Whoa, dude, I won.
Unlucky. I'm sorry.
You want another game?
Fuck no. That was already
That was
too.
fun. You did well. What's good?
It's time for the hot monkey sex, dude. Hell yeah.
Come on, is that a broken car?
This isn't fun.
I didn't ask.
Can I come in?
I shouldn't, but I like you.
Great. Hey, listen. I respect you.
Oh, that's great. Speak up a little. Oh, that's... Oh, great. You're great, Nico Bellic.
Whoa.
That girl's a good listener.
You and me have been friends for a while and we ain't even got some food together. What up with that, bro? Let's eat.
Sorry, man. I'm not that hungry. Another time?
I was just getting jacked up thinking about hanging with you. Shit. Another time, bro.
Wait, what?
Required 7 top diamond.
Why can't people drive in this country?
Iran flag! You fucked my car up, baboso!
Police! Hold it right there!
At least better cars are spawning on the street, you know? I have no idea what floor it's even on. I guess the first one? Or maybe that's it. Okay, there we go. Alright. Ooh. Say one more time. That should be good to go. Let's see. Raymond with the 2. Are you playing GTA 4 with mods? No, I'm on Xbox. So, no mods. Just vanilla. This is an Xbox? Exactly. This is an actual Xbox. Nah, isn't Nico like Serbian or some shit? I forgot what he is. Yeah, Serbian. Okay, that's what I thought. He's not Russian, but some of the characters are. Damn. All right. Let's see. So first up, we have this. Man. So, grifters.
Have you ever been...
Grifters are ruining gaming. Can already guess where this is going.
So excited for an upcoming brand new video game, just to be disappointed and let down again when it turns out the main character is a woman? No? You haven't? Well, congratulations, dog.
Why would you be looking forward to the new game if the main character's a woman? Like, come on, bro.
You're normal. Grifters are completely ruining gaming. And that might sound dramatic or like I'm giving them too much credit, but they legit actually have enough dumbasses listening to the words they're saying to the point where it actually has a detrimental effect on gaming. But let's take a step back real quick, because some of you might not even know what the hell I'm talking about. To understand how we got to where we are in gaming, we first need to understand what a grifter is. The definition of grifter that I like the most is petty swindler. And I can't lie, I can't think of a better description, because that's what these little trolls do, bro. They just fucking they create issues out of literally thin air, Houdini, and then they convince you that you should be mad about said made up issue. Now we see this in a
I really don't fucking like this editing style already.
lot of places. Politics is one of the Instagram, TikTok, some shit like that. There's gonna be normal conversations being held about gaming. Just some normal people for the love of the game. Maybe a couple of debates, some shit like that. Everything changes when you open twitter.com. I am not calling that shit X game. We should have never allowed people to get paid from engagement on their tweets on Twitter. That shit has been the most detrimental thing to society since crack hit in the 80s. And then to add fuel to the fire, we got this whole rage bait culture going on now. Because you can say some shit that you know is completely false and then turn around and hide behind, bro, you fell for the rage bait. Fuck. Let me give you guys a couple examples of what we're talking about here. Take the Wolverine game coming out for PlayStation 5. You guys remember the Wolverine reveal just a couple of weeks ago, right? Showed Wolverine, Mystique, the combat, some of the story, the graphics look good.
Shit looked meh.
I mean, shit. Nope, it ain't good enough for these losers. For a group of people that can't even stand it when a woman is a lead character in the game, you would think that a Wolverine video game would be their cup of tea. You think that'd be exactly what they need. Nah, bro. They're mad about the woman that is in the game. These people are mad that the...
I don't know why anybody would actually have any sort of faith in Wolverine, especially after Spider-Mid 2 and Spider-Mid 1 and Malcolm Morales, for that matter. I mean, all three of the games were pretty fucking bad. And then on top of that, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was like 5 hours long, and 2 of those hours was literally spent in fucking cutscenes. So, I don't really have a fucking interest in it. It's another Insomniac game that's probably going to be more movie than actual gameplay. And, I don't know. I just can't be bothered to care anymore. Genuinely.
X-Man Mystique, the blue shape-shifting mutant, is not sexy enough for them. Okay,
I agree. Well, bro, you go from, like, you know, Jennifer Lawrence, I don't really think is the hottest chick out there, but she's definitely well endowed. Like, going from Jennifer Lawrence to whatever the fuck that is a pretty big downgrade.
Here, y'all. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Bro, they're out here talking about DEI Mystique. What the hell does that even mean? It's at the point now they just throw around whatever buzzword they want to, bro. This shit makes no sense. Because, dog, the attractiveness of a character does not impact the gameplay at all. Why?
Yeah, but it impacts your enjoyment of the game. Like, why would you not want to play as an attractive character? Like, if you have the choice between looking at an attractive woman or an ugly woman, you would obviously choose the attractive woman. That's the reason why this guy would never date an ugly woman. So, it's just absolutely retarded. Of course you'd rather look at a more visually appealing character. That's common fucking sense.
Why do we give a damn about the side characters' looks right now? On top of that, this shit is the most ironic thing ever. Have y'all seen Mystique in any other media besides Jennifer Lawrence Mystique? Besides her. Hold on now. But have y'all seen Mystique in any other, like, cartoon or any other appearance? I'm not gonna lie to y'all. She's mega chopped! Like, deadass, bro. Ironically, this is one of the...
Dude, she's so chopped. Yeah, I know what I... Never mind.
The best-looking appearances of Mystique.
We won't get that violent early in the video.
She looks good. Listen, I'm cracking. But okay, cool. They don't like Mystique. Whatever. DEI Mystique. They love manly men in their video games, right? So Wolverine, at the very least, being the main character and the main focus about this game, that should be enough for them to not be complaining too much. Yeah, bro. This Wolverine is a soy boy to them. This Wolverine... The trouble just has a way of finding me. Isn't Wolverine enough for these people? Dog, it gets to... What are we talking about? I'm watching this...
Yeah, they're showing cutscenes. Who fucking cares? Castile Allen with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Soy boys, like in the video, are stupid as hell. Wolverine will suck no matter what. Yeah, I mean, like, let's say that, you know, there's attractive women in the game. We'll use our imagination. Most likely, the game's still gonna be bad. Insomniac does not have a good fucking track record at all.
Man turned people into Anakin Skywalker, bro. Leaping at people with max ferocity. This man is about homicide right now. And it's not enough for y'all. This is ass. This is ass to y'all. Like, it gets to a point where I really wonder, what is it that y'all want from these games? They are just committed to the grift, bro. It's insane. Remember how I said they will make up things to be mad at and then try to convince you to be mad at the thing they made up? Just listen to a clip of one of my favorite grifters, the wonderful Vara Dart. Let me just play you a quick clip of something she said recently.
One thing that I thought was really weird about this trailer that I had said while I was live streaming the state of play is the fact that 90% of the enemies that Wolverine is beating up are minorities. So I just have a very sneaky
based
suspicion that it's going to be about his white privilege and him coming to terms with that and him trying to become a better man. I just have a feeling that that is not.
Oh, it's definitely going to be about becoming a better man, of course. And a woman will tell him how to become a better man. That's already a given. These Sony games only have one fucking character progression arc, and it's Laheckin man bad becomes good by listening to women.
Not a coincidence.
Oh, Vara, my sweet, sweet angel. Are you smoking crack? This is how you know these people don't play or care about the games they're talking about at all. They just want to monetize off of your outrage. Why does it look like Wolverine's fighting a lot?
I don't think it's going to have anything to do with race, personally, but there will definitely be a story arc about how Wolverine is Laheckin black-pilled or some bullshit like that. I don't fucking know, man. We'll see. Castile Allen with the 5. Really appreciate it, man. Also calling it now. Wolverine will have lousy segments like Miles and Mary Jane parts. Yes, because they've already confirmed that you play a large portion of the game as Jean.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Based on the leaks. So, yeah, you're not even going to play as Wolverine for the full game, apparently. Now, maybe they changed that since the leaks, but yeah, it's not a pure Wolverine game at all.
Minorities in the Wolverine game trailer? I don't know, man. Could it be that the game's not in fucking America? Dog, the game is set in Madripoor, a fictional country, not the United States. So if anything, Wolverine is the minority where he's at in that
Madripoor? Bruh.
Story. And guys, these people do this with every game now. I just showed you them saying Mystique in the new Wolverine game ain't sexy enough for them. So that begs the question, what do they want these characters to look like? And of course,
I know what I want them to look like. I know what I want them to look like. This goddess.
was no other game than Ghost of Yotei to provide us an answer to this question. Holy fuck, we cannot be serious. If Ghost of Yotei made Atsu look like this, the game would have sold 1 million copies by now.
I agree. It'd be a lot more engaging to look at, especially if you didn't have this bitch's, you know, I'm a samurai, like fucking vocal fry, disgusting ass voice.
Ow. Holy shit. I can smell the person who tweeted this from here. I mean this with all sincerity, bro. You can
I could say something, but I won't.
Not be dead ass. Bro, this game is set in the 1600s. I'm a gamer. I don't need my character to look like this shit. Nobody in the 1600s is looking like this, bro. Shit, nobody today is naturally looking like this. And I'm a gamer, bro. I'd much rather have my character look like this. Forget the yiddies. Like, bro, corn is free. You feel me? If you're really trying to see all that, you know, hit the Google one time or hear me out. Even better, go talk to a woman in real life. I know, that's a crazy ass concept for some of y'all, but hear me out. That shit is way more rewarding. This is what gives gamers a bad rap, bro. I look at tweets like this. I just feel disappointment, bro. Like, this tweet really just...
What the fuck is wrong with wanting to have an attractive woman in a piece of fiction? Like, there's a difference between real life and a fucking video game. Like, bro, I don't get rock hard while playing Stellar Blade, but there's nothing wrong with, like, having an attractive character that, you know, graces your screen during gameplay segments. Like, what's wrong with this? You know? If anything, it just enhances the experience because it gives you another aspect to enjoy. If she was ugly, the game would just be kind of meh. But, you know, you get the wonderful assets throughout. But I don't know, bro. It's just really annoying. You know, we can't have anything anymore. They're trying to actively oppress us at every opportunity. Let's see. Yes, Eve is attractive, but she's pretty bland in terms of personality. Yeah, well, Atsu's terrible in terms of looks and personality in Ghost of Yoge. So, I'd rather have one versus none.
Describes up everything in a nutshell, bro. Cause like, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? And the real irony of this tweet, it came out October 8th. The caption reads, if Ghost of Yote made Atsu look like this, the game would have sold 1 million copies by now. The game came out October 2nd and sold 1 million copies the first day. Which means by the time this dumbass tweeted this tweet, the game had already sold well over 1 million copies. Dumbass! This is why I tell y'all, bro, they don't care about these games at all. They just want to piss you off and then run up money off you talking shit underneath their tweet about the game. It makes no sense, bro. Y'all cannot be falling for this, bro. And y'all cannot genuinely convince these people to make you care about dumb shit like this. It doesn't matter. Like, bro, now they're coming after The Witcher 4. The Witcher series being one of the most beloved game franchises.
All right, to be fair, they did fix Ciri in The Witcher 4. She looked a lot better when they showed additional, I guess, footage.
Ever. What are they mad at this time? Go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all take a quick guess. I'm gonna give you a few seconds. You ready? DEI makes everything worse, and it's just 2 pictures of the main character. At first, I just thought they were mad that this game has a female lead, but no. They're just mad that she's not hot enough for them. Again, crazy take. I know y'all don't talk to women.
Well, Ciri in The Witcher 3 is the hottest character in the game, and I will die on that hill.
In real life,
she's way better than Yennefer or Triss.
And again,
and definitely better than that slutty fucking witch.
Have to stress this, even if she is ugly to y'all, who gives a damn? This is not Concord, right? Concord was another story. Concord was a hero shooter, right? A hero shooter. Every character has a unique design, unique abilities. They have to incentivize you to play said characters. No one's going to spend money playing a hero shooter where none of the heroes look good at all. But a story mode game, something that follows a narrative with a lead character that's been with the franchise for what, over 20 years now? Like, what are we even talking? And when I tell you guys, I could go on all day finding.
Yeah, but this game series hasn't been around for 20 fucking years. So that's a completely, you know, false equivalency there. This game series has not been around for 20 fucking years. This is a new iteration of the IP. So why not make the character attractive? You have an opportunity with a fresh start to make the characters look however the fuck you want, and you choose to make them ugly.
Stupid ass examples of shit like this dumbass said 13 million copies sold versus 1.3 million sold. Like I said, Ghost of Yote is a flop. Dickhead. Ghost of Tsushima came out 5 years ago, gang. 5! If you think Ghost of Tsushima sold 13 million copies in its first day, let alone its first week, let alone its first month, let alone its first year, you're smoking dick! I believe the first year sales numbers of Ghost of Tsushima was around 6.5 million copies sold. How can you compare the sales numbers to a game that's been out for 5 years to a game that hasn't even been out for a full month? But this is my point. These people aren't this fucking dumb. They might be, but I just can't believe that they might be. But what they...
No, they are that dumb. Unfortunately, the anti-woke crowd has a lot of real geniuses, unfortunately. And I say that very, you know, sarcastically, obviously, because there's a lot of fucking idiots.
Do know is that there's somebody dumb enough out there to agree with them and believe the shit they're saying. Not only that, but they also know there's people that know the truth. People that know they're bullshitting that are going to go underneath their post and call them out. And guess what? Both groups of people give them money because all they need is the interaction. All they need is the engagement, and they're getting that coin, man. I'm not actually pissed. I just hate them. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we got this dude Grums over here talking about games being
Yeah, I don't fucking like the Grums.
DEI, woke, he's not supporting Ghost of Yote and games like that. For fuck's sake, man. Like, bro, this dude is a 60-something-year-old man. Hang up the jersey, Unk. It's over. You do a lot of yapping about games you don't like for a guy that still hasn't...
He can't hang it up. He needs to make money off of Twitter impressions because apparently he doesn't have any cash.
Put out the game he was supposed to put out. Yes, this 60-something-year-old man got money out of the people that supported him. He raised money to make a game and never released it. So you're talking about all these games that are woke and DEI and shit, dog. At least they came out. Seems to me you need to be spending a little bit less time on Twitter and a little bit more time getting to work with...
He needs more money in order to feed his probably crippling VTuber addiction.
A bitch ass. Ghost of Yote might be woke. It might have a woman protagonist. At least it didn't fucking scam me. If a game is ass, I will be the first one to tell you. But criticize the game off real criticism points. Why are we immediately acting like a game is dead on arrival because it has a woman main character? Dog. You stink. I can smell you. These people don't care about you. They don't care about video games. They care about money. And all they want to do is make you mad so they can make money off your reactions. If you find yourself agreeing with the way these people think at all, I implore you, please, look inward. Find Jesus. It's in such bad taste, and a lot of it is just lies and bullshit. And also one thing I want...
Find Jesus? Yeah, I need to find Jesus so I can praise my Sony Slappa title of the week.
I say to my young men, fellas, just because it's coming from a woman, you feel me? Doesn't mean the shit's true. I know. Some of y'all are hearing it come from a woman, and in your brain, you're going, oh my God, she feels the same way I do. I knew I wasn't sexist. I just hate when bitches are in my game. No, bro. I don't know.
Nah, I just hate bitches.
Man, I just think we're in a really weird time. It seems like nobody wants to be happy about shit these days. Game comes out with a normal ass...
Unless she's got a fat ass and a massive rack, keep her the fuck out of my video games. Or unless she's Aerith. Otherwise, nah. No girls allowed.
looking woman, DEI game, woke slop. Game comes out with a more fan servicey type of art style. Gooner game, this shit is Gooner slop. What happened to the hobby I love, bro? I'm just trying to play some good games, bro. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. Not every game is perfect, and bad games do deserve to be criticized. Trust me. Trust me. But lying and making up false things to be angry about just so you can get paid a little bit of extra money, that's just loser activity, bro. Anyway, that's all I got. Let me know what y'all think. More videos on the way. Love y'all. Peace.
Everybody rock with me because I'm about to cook your girl and I'm
All right, well, that was a video that we watched. There we go. So, I think this is the timestamp.
Turn off the top, I swear.
Yeah, this is it. Copy. There we are.
Off the top,
We swear.
It's actually
Stick around.
funny this time. I swear to God. Anyway, Rich is now averaging 45 plus hours a week on Steam, which is true.
Jesus Christ, man.
Truly inspiring for a father of 3 running 2 households. He's redefining the modern work-life balance. That's why Dickers can't stream games. He's completely
Dropbox Dickers.
burnt out from dodging his parental responsibilities and gaming all day. Look at this shit. 514 hours on Elden Ring.
Why?
On Steam alone. He has hundreds of additional hours on his PS5 also. He's played 90 hours on Steam in the last 2 weeks. Okay?
Wasn't he trying to cope and say that that was fake or something? Like
Well, he tries
a year
to
ago.
say that
A year ago.
He leaves it, but it's okay. He tries to say that he passes out stoned and leaves Steam running.
Is that better?
And that's why. I don't know. Like, that's the code.
Is that
Dude. There's no way. Like, why is he even still playing Elden Ring? Like, bruh. Move on.
better? That may be worse that you're falling asleep stoned every day.
And you just leave it running for 10 hours? Okay. Holy, this is the clip of the century, folks. This is the clip of the century. By the way, we got holographic Micro Masucci
for
5
So nice to see you all, guys. Thank you.
Can you tell? So according to Richard, he's lost 100 pounds. He looks the exact same. He looks the exact same, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway.
Every day I hear him, he's lost 30 pounds, by the way.
No, this is what he keeps claiming every time he shows. He's like, yeah, I lost another 30 pounds. I don't know, man.
I guess he took a shit. I don't know. That would be the only thing I could think of that explains it. He just leaves it running in the background. Possibly. I have no clue.
He must have like some...
You know, I think Rich is like at that level of midwittery where he probably views like Elden Ring as like high art, where he really thinks like the themes expressed in the game are like some super hardcore, introspective, you know, extremely highbrow commentary, and like it's just probably a combination of pure midwittery and the fact that he's just mass consumed a shit ton of lore videos. I guarantee you that's what it is.
Magical condition that keeps him looking the same while his weight loss continues. I don't know. Okay, get ready for this. So Review Tech always tries to say, don't you talk about Lauren. Don't you talk about my wife. Her name shouldn't come out of your mouth. But she's not my wife. She's my ex and we were never married, but she's my... Okay, he does this whole tough guy routine about his family, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's putting his wife on stream like this. You'd think he would have learned from the last time when she came on wearing the mask and her baldness was revealed to the world.
It's too deep for you, Griffin. 5 inches not enough to satisfy the ring. Well, why not?
Okay, but he didn't. And this is
oh, speaking of... Well, dude, has any... All right, we're going to go full Coomer here for a second. Has anyone else on Twitter been served America Giantess porn? Like, I swear to God, bro, like, the past few days, for whatever reason, I've been scrolling on Twitter, and it just randomly, I'm getting, like, fucking porn videos of, like, America fucking, like, a small man. Like, she's oversized, and he's, like, I guess normal sized. I've seen it, like, 4 or 5 times. I don't understand why I keep hitting not interested. But, yeah, I keep getting fucking America fucking 3D porn. And it's fucking weird, bro. I don't know. My first impression of seeing America and Elden Ring was not, God damn, I need to make a porn video out of this. But hey, more power to whoever did it. You know, I guess you accomplished something. Raging Boar with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for the positivity. Yeah, maybe the Fuda talk was picked up by my phone the other night, and, you know, now it's cursed. Z-Herb with the 2. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. Jesus. And Raymond with the 2. Yeah, we can probably check that out. Z-Herb with the 2. Gaming was better when it was sexiest. Oh, wait, sexist and racist. And don't forget homophobic, too. But yeah, I guess sexiest would also apply as well. Because women in video games used to be, you know, absolute pure babes. Nowadays, not so much.
Thing is, Rich goes after Kat constantly about her weight, her appearance, this and that, saying that Phil has a dead bedroom. But heavens for fucking bid, anybody say a word about the cringe that we are about to fucking witness? Let's have a look.
Yeah, okay. Guys, I'm ready for this one because Ash warned me about this.
Herman Hyde here. Now you're just torturing me.
Either subscribe, donate.
She's coming in! What the? Flashing tits on live stream for everybody. And this is the thing, is it's like, you guys are 50 years old.
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
At your fucking age, have some sort of maturity, have some sort of restraint, okay? Because even if this was a young couple that were conventionally attractive or whatever, it would still be cringe.
My eyes are locked on PPP right now, bro. I am not looking over to the left of my screen.
But for these fat, old, ugly, dumpy, busted to get on stream and start showing their bodies like this and openly flirting, but then expect that nobody is allowed to make fun of them or say a fucking word is crazy.
Hang on. Let me see his view count.
It's low. It's low.
Oh my God, that's bleeding, bro.
Bye.
But then he has, by the way, he has the fucking balls to talk shit about Kat. Buddy, look in the fucking mirror. Look at this bitch. She's busted. She's busted.
Oh, I'll text you later, okay? Well, you come up here. Yes. You come up here with breasts, and I look at breasts, and then I'm just...
Buddy, cringe.
What the fuck is she wearing?
What the fuck?
You come up here with breasts, and I look at breasts. I love breasts. And I love cock, too, and I'm talking about birds.
What's the point of the blue wig? It's to hide that she's fucking bald.
Yeah.
Like, just be real, bro. We've already seen that she's fucking bald, okay? She's bald! And if she is gonna wear a wig, get her a fucking decent hairpiece, you fucking scumbag. She looks like a fucking dude. Fucking Andy with his fucking tits on. He looks fucking better than that. Similar. Holy
No, I was way hotter than her. Let's not fucking...
There you go!
Come on.
Distracted. She has a whole fucking stick right now. I'm not motorboating her on stream.
What the fuck?
Whoever asked that should be...
Do you think anybody actually asked, or is that just Rich's like weird fan?
Nah, Rich's weird autistic audience definitely wants to see him do that.
Disease and thoughts that he fucking has. This is crazy shit.
I'm actually really embarrassed for everyone involved.
Yeah, geriatric thirst trapping.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? No, it's bad, man.
God,
but then none of us are allowed to see it. But don't put her in the content. Listen, we get it. When you're 55 years old, you get old, you get fucking busted, you get out of shape or whatever. But don't parade her around as though she's something like he tries to be. She's a trophy, guys. And he'll flex it and be like, you guys are all incels and virgins. You don't have nothing. Look at what I have.
I would rather be.
It's like, okay, Richard. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
She just like, oh, you can't do that.
Wait, no, she wanted him to motorboat her?
It's so weird, though. Like, why is this happening? Like, what is going on?
Are they going to open the OnlyFans soon? Will we have
Don't
to
give
buy,
them ideas.
Will we have to buy the OnlyFans?
No, we're not going to fucking buy it. Somebody will leak it to us, thank God. But holy man, this is the direction it's going. This is the direction it's going. Oh man,
the Musuchi micro.
By the way, I hate this.
Yeah, dude, he's into hairy German granny porn. Like, disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
Toilet. But as a result of these interactions, Rich was once again not invited to Thanksgiving this year by Lauren and her family. He wasn't allowed. He wasn't allowed at Thanksgiving
Wait, his
dinner
own
last
house?
night. No, so they have Thanksgiving dinner, Lauren and the kids, at Lauren's house with her family, okay? And and Rich was not invited last year because he kept screaming at his aunt about Trump while he was drunk and high. And so they disinvited him. And once again this year. So Rich, they dropped the kids off for dinner. And then Rich's mom makes Rich's kids a second Thanksgiving.
No, was it last year because the video of him jacking off got leaked?
Yes, that happened. So there's a variety of factors that led to the shame of Rich being disinvited for Thanksgiving. You know, first of all, there is a video of him masturbating, tugging his Masucci Micro. And then there was the whole situation with fucking the aunt and the battles with the family about politics, because I guess their family is Republican and Rich thinks he's the main character, so he has to make Thanksgiving about him and his politics.
Oh my god. Oh my god. She's sucking his.
She is actually under the desk right now sucking his dick. I'm not fucking kidding. Review Tech USA will talk about Phil's May 1st burst, but then actually live stream his ex-wife sucking his dick under the fucking desk, buddy.
I thought you were kidding when you told me.
No!
Yo!
How come something? You're really good at that.
Bro! No! She's crawling under the desk, like giving his fucking some smooches through the fly. I don't know if he has a fly, honestly. Like, probably pajama pants, let's be real.
Sweatpants minimum.
He started pulling the waistband back on the sweatpants to get in there. Oh,
and he's already admitted he's an inch and a half?
No, he admitted he had a small penis. It's like, bruh.
You are torturing me. Me and Lauren have had ups and downs, but she's great. She's a great mother to my kids, too.
She is going up and down on his
And in the
micro
end,
as well as
after at our downsides, we do get along very well.
You mean their downside? Look, she's crawling around on the floor. She's crawling around on the floor under the desk.
Yo, that's
what the bro, that's like a fucking sleep paralysis demon down there, no?
It's a creepy pasta. That's what I was gonna say.
It's straight up fucking gremlin from the nightmares of fucking. You're on a DMT trip, and these are the fucking clockwork elves appear to you. This is Joe Rogan's DMT nightmare brought to fucking life. Like, just look at the image that we're witnessing. We have one of the ugliest fucking gorilla people on the face of the earth. Review Tech USA, the human fucking thumb.
The silverback ape.
Bald as fat as Dark Side Phil, real tattoo of Phil's orgasm face on his arm. Phil's orgasm face behind him. Phil's calf behind him. A poker chip that only the most diehard people know what it even fucking means. And then there's a rooster on the desk and his dirty, bald, fat, gross fucking wife on the floor, fresh from a suck sesh on the Masucci Micro, looking up like a sleep paralysis demon. This is a cursed fucking image from hell. Straight up.
Can't believe this is real.
Oh, we got PPP NOS for 5
subs.
I told you guys this is actually a decent review text. They're like, oh no, not review text.
What? Oh my god.
She's going under. Wait! Whoa, this is fucked. Why is this happening? Why is look at this shit?
How is this allowed, by the way?
Buddy, this violate TOS? Like, this is like a fucking dirty softcore senior citizen.
Jesus Christ, dude. I never even heard of this. Wild.
This place is like fucking some weird shit. This is the shit that Rich jerks off.
Yeah, this shit's degenerate as fuck, bro.
Dude, the hairy grandma. I imagine it looks something
like, why would you go live during that shit? Like, come on, bro. He thinks it's like some amazing flex that he's, you know, getting his dick sucked by a woman who had kids with 2 or 3 other men before she ended up trying to stick around with him. So this is not exactly like some fucking prize trophy to like flex hardcore over.
Similar to this.
What are you doing, dear?
I'm asking the same thing. What are you doing? Whoa, this is uncomfortable, bud?
I'm actually losing my mind.
Whoa, man.
Why is this
These guys are in their mid-50s acting like this. Like, whoa.
Christ.
I'm gonna puke.
Oh my god.
What is happening? Is he gonna spit in her mouth? Like, what's going on?
Lauren snuck in her.
She snuck under the fucking desk and sucked him off on a fucking hot mic. It's crazy.
I'm uncomfortable, bro. This is fucked.
But like, in my
opinion,
opinion,
he'll say,
this
don't talk about her.
You know, but look at this, man. Look at, how can I not talk about this? If you're gonna make fun of Phil every fucking day, in my opinion, this may actually be more embarrassing than the May 1st burst. It's up there.
Yeah.
Like, it's a serious question as to which is more fucking embarrassing. Because it's like a double cringe.
At least Phil didn't know. You know what I mean? Phil didn't know. He clearly knows. This is fun.
Yes. Review Tech is like, let me just show this to everybody and then pretend like there's nothing wrong. Okay.
Well, you're distracting me. How can I stream?
What the fuck?
oh my God, I'm actually doing a remote setup from, you're going to see me at Lauren's. I'm doing a banger setup from there too. Not only can I do YouTube videos, I'm going to have the Govee curtain lights.
Does this guy just throw money in the garbage every day?
Yes.
What the f is wrong with him?
The thing is, this guy has actually made millions from YouTube and blew it all on worthless garbage. So in our next clip, we have this.
I wonder what he did, like, actually blow it on, other than, you know, food, obviously. Raging Boar with the 2, Richard gonna get banned. Yeah, I don't know where getting sucked off screen falls into the YouTube TOS, but I imagine that would not be something they really approve of.
So Richard Campbell asked about Reviewtech eating his daughter's eye, or Reviewtech eating his daughter's eyes to Grok, and this is what Grok says. The joke stems from a real 2025 incident where Rich's young daughter, around 3 to 4 years old, accidentally ingested chemicals from an e-cigarette vape juice bottle left accessible, leading to severe poisoning. She was rushed to the hospital, suffered cardiac arrest, and tragically went blind, and possibly had other permanent damage. As a result, Rich streamed about the ordeal live, begging for prayers and donations, which drew massive backlash for being exploitative. Clips from his emotional stream, example crying, "My baby, she's blind," were remixed by critics like Kino Casino into mocking compilations. Other videos like Reviewtech USA, in brackets, Rich Tomorrow, compilation mocking blindness before his daughter went blind, and Reviewtech USA almost kills his daughter, from Kino's channel amplify this by juxtaposing RTU's old jokes about blindness with the real event. You gotta love Grok. Grok telling it like it is. This is totally
lies detected. Zero.
Zero lies detected. 100% factually accurate. And this is like Reviewtech kept joking about other people being blind, like Grok said, and then it comes to his doorstep. Knock on wood that Christ protect us from this. Holy,
that is funny.
That's so crazy. Ring it up, Grokked up. Okay, so now it gets brought up to Rich.
Let's see, anime exceptionalism with the 3 months. If you had to choose, would you rather be British or French? Also, same question, but Australian or New Zealand? I don't really know the differences between Australia and New Zealand, so I couldn't say for certain. I'm just going to say Australia because it's larger. I don't know. I feel like New Zealand would be more expensive given that it's smaller, but I'm not sure, honestly. But as far as British or French, I would probably say British, but I wouldn't really care. My family has both British and French and German backgrounds, so I already kind of have that. It's the life I'm living right now.
About him eating his daughter's eyes. Get ready for this one.
Did you hear what Ashton said?
I love how I'm now known by my first name only. Like, that's how you know he made it. When people start referring to you as first name only, let's go.
All right, go to channel.
Oh no, what's
he knows to chill. Get ready for this.
Am I falling for bait right now? Let's see.
I can't believe he actually goes, am I falling for bait? The answer is 100% of the time, yes. Like he actually thought it was going to be a clip of me felting Phil, and it's me just saying he ate his daughter's eyes. Like,
saturation
he ate
back.
his daughter's eyes thinking they were cookies. That's how sick this eye is.
Yo! Why would you even open that? Why would you open that?
Why would you play that? He always plays this stuff without screening it and then looks so stupid. Once the smell of those fucking peanut butter Pillsbury cookies were on his daughter's eyes, he scooped them right out of her skull.
Yeah, well.
I can't believe he let it play that long. I can't believe he let it play that long. That's fucking twisted.
Are you kidding me? That's fucking funny.
Oh well.
Oh well.
I think what I said about him before was very concise.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, thank you, man. Appreciate that.
You appreciate it, pal.
You've been trolled.
Look at him there, like zoom in. Look at that, buddy. He's like doing the stroke mouth, like Phil. He's like biting his lip. He's biting the pillow as he tastes the fucking felt, buddy. The felt's going up his fucking poop chute, and he's biting the pillow. He's biting it.
He almost said it is what it is.
The fighting in combat, I guess especially now because I'm so used to it, Jessica.
After 500 hours, I would hope.
Wait, did he record himself playing and he's playbacking what he did on the private? What the f is wrong with him?
I don't get twisted.
I'm better. Like in 40 hours, I was pretty like decent at the game. 500, you could be a master.
My 4-year-old daughter Ashton's talking about, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my 4-year-old daughter Ashton's talking about, by the way.
You made her eyes.
I should say, I'm sorry.
He forgot her age?
He forgot his daughter's actual age. He tries to come in with this righteous indignation, and then he's so stoned that he forgot his own daughter's age.
Oh, God.
That's how little he's a part of her life. And let's remember, he didn't visit his daughter at all when she was in the hospital for 6 months blind. Okay?
That's wild.
I think he's done far more harm to his daughter than any of us could ever, right?
Is he going to start thinking about how old she actually is?
Actually, be.
What?
How do you not know? How do you not know, man? He's actually scratching his fucking head.
Unpaused.
No, wait a minute.
He's broken.
Oh,
dude, I've like.
He's stoned.
That's insane.
He's struggling.
Yes.
I feel like
He's
it's 5
coming out of
minutes
his
ago.
ears.
What?
It's real infants. My oldest son is 8. Just turned 8.
Are you sure?
7 and 6. Son of a bitch.
6, 7.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban this guy.
You're not gonna ban this guy. Do you have to announce your bans? Like, that's the mark of a true Loka, is announcing the ban. Just fucking ban them. Why do you need to? I'm gonna ban this guy. I'm gonna ban him. Mods. We're going mods. Ban it. It's like, it's so cringe. It's
Yes, I'm playing Elden Ring on easy. Don't ever say they're gonna ban it.
There's no difficulty on it.
He's like making fun of Phil for making fun of like, oh, this guy on easy, but then he's also banning people and seething. Like it's wild.
Is he actually playing with the frames per second on the top left? Elden Ring better run on your rig at 60 frames. Like, bro, it's like a 5-year-old game? He's like acting like, look, I'm getting 64 frames a second right now. Like, okay. Oh yeah, maybe it's his PC with no GPU. Remember what it was called? Integrated graphics.
What the fuck was he trying to play Battlefield 6 with integrated graphics and it's fucking chugging, just struggling to stay alive?
Oh,
it doesn't even really you just got to take it where it comes from.
Yeah, the ultimate truth teller, PPP. It's 100% factually accurate, Richard.
Keep seeing this nasty meme about you on X and Kiwi Farms and on text.
Look at Richard's eyes. He's so fed up with this shit. He's so rattled, bro. He's seething, dude. He's done. He's so done, dude. It's like, bro, why do you have text-to-speech super chats that pop up on screen?
You know?
What are you thinking, buddy? Holy. This is an honest, good faith question, though. For real, you can tell. This is just a good Samaritan who wants to know the origin of this distasteful, nasty meme.
Buddy.
For only $5, you can make him see that hard, buddy.
You could interrupt whatever he's doing, you know?
25 ASMR about you eating someone's eyes. Where did that originate?
He's tired. He's tired. I'm tired, boss.
I'm so tired, boss. Please. Bro, Dickers.exe has stopped responding, bro. He's not. He's cooked. He's broken.
He has to be like, is this a troll or is this guy legitimately
You should just hit the applause button. That's always a good trick. Do a barrel roll. Do a soundboard, Dickers.
He's hurt, Joe.
No, he's hurt, Joe. Oh, he's rocked. Oh, he's getting finished. Oh! So what's happening right now is because this guy put it on the back of a $5 bill, pimp, Review Tech is now auditing the den. So Review Tech is now going through all of his messages to see if he's a true and honest Review Tech supporter who is in good faith, or if this is just a shit disturber from the farms or the casino there.
I did see.
I'm just like kind of listening at this point. There's not really much for me to add.
This clip is so funny. Watch this. Watch. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you have a track history.
You have a track history.
I'm just leaned back in my chair, kind of, you know. It's kind of dangerous because I might fall asleep, but...
The fucking audit! The audit is real! Richard Burnell, struck again, buddy. What? Oh, this is the thing is, though, it's like, listen, couldn't you do the show? Like, just to start talking about Xbox and how it's failing, and then at the same time...
Good luck. I mean, even Rich's, like, gaming videos are super fucking off-topic.
Audit him silently and then ban him silently, so the whole show doesn't come to a crashing halt over one troll who sent a $5 super chat. But no, you know.
Oh shit, dude.
Okay. Always remember, I could check your.
Oh, I'm sure he's crying in his.
Like, listen here, I'm Don Masucci. Understand? I know all that you've been saying. Dickas knows when you've been sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been good or bad, so be good for goodness sake. Like, this is where we're at. He's the all-knowing, all-banning wizard here. Holy
point where it's old and it's just, you know, it's played out.
Thought about that the last one, but I'm like, let me go check. And yeah.
It was silly for a while, but then...
Erica Kirk is pregnant.
What?
Oh my god.
Is she?
Okay. I guess. Okay, so you've been mocking a widowed pregnant woman this entire time?
Wait, what?
But then us making fun of Lauren is too far.
No, I didn't hear about that, though. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know enough about, but allegedly she's like 7 weeks pregnant and Charlie died 9 weeks ago or something. So people are saying Charlie got cocked and it's not his kid.
Brutal.
I think that that's like a leftist cope, though.
Okay,
I don't
fair.
know. Maybe I'm coping. I don't know anything about it, but
if that's true, that's very sad.
Until I find out more, I'll recuse myself of a take on that. Hi, LeVar.
Till he finds out more. Is he gonna investigate her?
An admirable amount of self-restraint from Dickers.
Buddy, this fucking like donation show interruption.
But
is
imagine
so
like,
annoying.
like 2 months later, still being obsessed about Charlie Kirk. Like, let it go.
Yeah, let the man be
Let
like
it-
in, you know,
Holy
like,
fuck,
R.I.P. Charlie, leave him alone.
Leave his widow alone. What the fuck, man?
Like, just leave him
But 4345 donated $5 through Super Chat. Hi, Lavari here. I can't believe you banned me over
I
asking a
knew he
question.
would.
FYI, I don't
so
believe
Siegfried's bringing up Phil is actually looking at the Herman Miller chairs. I knew he would. Bro, these chairs are like $1,500, $2,000, $3,000. Please, Phil. Please buy the fucking Herman Miller chair.
Prove us.
Please.
Prove
that
us
you're
that you
not
can do it.
broke. If Phil doesn't buy the Herman Miller chair, he's poor. He's a brokey bum. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, eating story. It's crap. Sensitive
good for
much?
No, you keep bringing it up though, and you would think
I'm gonna be real. I bet you he's looking at all this stuff, but he knows deep down he can't buy it.
Well, with Klarna,
No, he does buy it.
anything is possible, my friend.
True.
With the Klarna installments, he won't even miss the $50 a week. Don't even
Ooh.
worry about the exorbitant interest. It's all good, Peel.
1,400, 2,400.
after like the third or fourth time. I get it, dude.
Bro.
I get that people are saying it. What am I supposed?
A second. This $2,400 chair is the chair that I'm on right fucking now. I'm not even kidding. I didn't, by the way, I got it from a friend who they were moving the office. So he's like, do you want a chair? Apparently it's a really good chair. Right? So that's the chair. What the f? Let's go.
He didn't even know it was the
No,
Herman Miller chair.
And my friend's like, oh, they're moving the
shit.
office. You can have one of the chairs because of the, so I drove down and picked it up. He's like, oh, it's a nice chair, apparently. I didn't know it was that. You Phil, prove me that you can have this chair, you bitch.
Let's go.
That's Kino.
Supposed to do about it? You keep bringing it up though. So here's me banning you again. It's not being sensitive. When you bring up the
Again,
same,
because it's not being sensitive. No, it is, bro. It is being sensitive. Oh, sensitive alert. Sensitive alert.
Yep.
thing over and over again, and I don't react to it. Here, well, congratulations on giving you money and putting me in a corner to talk about it though. So here's this account being banned too.
Listen, he didn't put you in a corner. You didn't have
Who fucking cares? Just take the money and be like, whatever.
to say anything. You fucking moron.
You know? Like, just take the money.
Who cares?
Wow.
Holy shit, what a read, dude.
But why pause your show for this? No one cares.
Yeah, just let the fucking donations pour in and then ignore it. Like, or just say thanks for the $5 and then move on.
I'm not
Like, are you
sensitive. You're just a bully and a
Just ban-
detractor and a troll.
Just ban and move on. Like,
Fucking
Or
kidding
maybe
me?
just keep taking his
Like
fucking
Christ,
money.
like get the hint, dude.
All right, Snow Cooper, enjoy your ban, even though that you're a member. You just insulted me with a tractor meme, so you can get the fuck out for good. You think you're fucking smart or something. You think you're protected by your membership. You're not, and now you're gone.
It really is.
they're
Richard
asking
Bernal.
how much subs for them to see your full turkey suit.
Well, let's see 50 subs right now, buddy.
There you go, bud.
50
there you
subs.
go.
What a value. What a value, buddy.
And he said DSP supply list. It's like the desk I have, the chair I have. He wants to be me. Phil, you can't just be me, okay? All right. Here we go.
All right, here we've got this one. So the first half of it is different, and then the second half is the clip we just watched.
Okay, cool. 220 to
For 25 subs.
Let's go. 25 more. Let's see that.
Yeah, the Herman Miller Embody is nice. I have the Logitech version, but you can get any version of the Embody. They're all the same. It's just the color scheme that you like. But yeah, I love my chair. I've had it for over 4 years now, or close to 5, I think. And yeah, it's really nice. Let's see. Z here with the 5. Who had the bigger crash out? RTU or Quantum TV? I don't know. Probably Quantum TV. Because, you know, I mean, Rich, to my knowledge at least, hasn't gone and, like, reached out to people's fucking mothers. So, yeah. Also, I feel Rich, Mischief, and the Act Man all fallen off since. Coincidence, maybe. I don't know, bro, but their true colors shine through.
Oh, let's see it. Cappy Warski felt. Thank you so much, 220. We love you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Big support.
Like 10.
I don't know if I would say the Act Man fell off. He still makes a shit ton of money.
Anyone fucking says that I don't make reacting transformative could eat my ass.
Phil, I call him Phil. I do this all the time where I mix up him and Phil. But it's the same. He's like, listen, I'm transformative. No, you're fucking not, buddy. Like, this is what.
Yeah, I don't really think I'm that transformative on a lot of shit, so that's why I don't re-upload it myself, so. I don't like content theft, personally. So. I don't know. I feel some type of way about just straight up, like, uploading a reaction to a live, or, like, a video that you do in a live stream. I don't really think that warrants, you know, the re-upload, personally. So, I wouldn't do it.
He calls transformative reacting. Just watch.
Okay.
He doesn't say fucking anything. He'll just watch the clip. And that's it.
Stream. And this is gotta be Photoshop. Yeah, okay, that one's Photoshop. All right, that looks like my hair, not yours. And,
so could I actually tell people my channel so if they want to check it out, have an opportunity?
You know what? I mean, we're not gonna find it here, so I think you have to.
Okay, my main channel where I stream every single day, well, almost every day, 3 or 5, 6 days a week, is youtube.com/.
Really transformative.
My channel's so old, you don't need the symbol.
By the way, is Review Tech still alive? Because he must have watched the Phil. No, I just mean he must have watched this Phil arc, and he's like, it's over.
Oh, he's really angry about it. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a future stream, but he's not happy. He had a big crash out about it, and that Phil doesn't deserve this success. And
It's actually hard-coded DSP game. It's been around for 15 plus years, and there's tons of content. I'm just saying, it's a repository of ridiculous gameplay videos that I've done. I do have another channel that's DSP React. That was just DSP React.
There's hours of fucking thousands. It doesn't mean it's content. Like if I film my fucking wall, the paint, is that content? Well, like really?
Exactly.
Really? There's 57,000 videos on DSP Gaming. It's like the library.
It's just pure fucking like no quality, pure quantity. It's like, yeah, technically it counts as content, but is anybody actually gonna want to fucking watch that shit?
If Alexandria of content, shut the f up, Philip. Like, what are you doing?
Oh man.
Food reviews on here. So if you want to check it out, I can. Well, if DSP Gaming's really fun. So if anyone's watching this, next time you look, please actually watch the real channel because then you'll actually see the content. It'll be nice. Instead of
Like, Rich wasn't even watching. Like he just like starts looking
Fell
down.
asleep almost. Yeah.
The way we got Ghost of Linda Burnell for 5.
Well, to be fair, I'm almost about to fall asleep, but that's just because it's already over for me. I've been live for, what, 7 hours now? Damn. Jeez.
5,000 kids.
That's too damn long.
Welcome home. When he said welcome home, I fell out of my chair.
I was dying. It's just so funny, dude. Like,
the biggest views 600. 500.
Getting old, I feel it, honestly. These past few months have been very, very fucking rough. I've had zero energy.
400, 300. Like, no!
Okay, all right, so basically these detractors completely taken over your YouTube algorithm, and now nobody actually watches you. Like, you're a well-known figure on the internet, but nobody actually watches you.
Right now, we're not watching.
Let's go!
That's another example of Asmongold being passive-aggressive and getting Phil to walk into a Phil. Phil's like, exactly. Yeah, no one watches me. And Asmon's just like... But Phil really thought that Sir Gold loved him, you know? It's insane. He got slapped around basically the whole time. But because Asmon let him do like his pre-stream rant for 30 minutes at the end about Xbox and Twitch, it's like, wow, he really loved me, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, Philip.
Well, and it's like fucking hot takes about Bethesda failing after Starfield. Like, wow, the most basic take.
Whoa.
Here you go, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Shiver me timbers.
No one has ever made that claim before.
Old take.
Fucking Todd Howard isn't what he used to be. Wow. Holy shit, these takes.
How did this happen?
Combination of factors, the big one that actually sucked my channel was that in 2015, this
Here we go.
a tracker gave me a whole bunch of false copyright strikes. And this is when copyright striking was really
Rich, anything to say? Hello, Rich. Hello.
Phil needs to delete any videos on his channel where these detractors actually give him a false copyright strike. Does that make sense?
Rich.
So,
Buddy, this is straight up. This is not transformative at all.
No.
Like,
ridiculous. No, crazy. So do you claim the ad revenue for any of these detractor videos?
No, I can't.
Why not?
You would ask me, it's like, what? What are you, a fucking the ones you just posted?
Yes, yeah.
Don't have.
You claim the content as your own. Like all the time, we get revenue claims all the time. Right. And so like, you could theoretically be taking all the money and then having them because like, you know, like I see there's a
Go ahead, Rich.
He paused it.
This is your moment.
Oh, of course.
Rich.
Don't you think they are?
What?
You know how cold.
I hate when someone responds to a chatter without reading what it was. Like, you don't have chat on screen, you fucking read.
They are. Called the King's Tax, right? You know they are. I just want to see anything because I just got a message
What
from
is he-
YouTube. Am I seeing ads on Tech 25 ASMR?
What? Like
What?
the whole stream.
That's an ad.
So this is like Dicker's Super Bowl, right? Which, by the way, like, his whole life is Phil. That's all he covers. That's all he talks about is Phil. Couldn't even be bothered to do a live stream snipe of Asmund and Phil, right?
Yeah.
Of course he can't. I mean, the thing is, too, is when Rich had the opportunity to interview Phil over the Kino Casino shit, Rich just completely retracted into his shell and, you know, acted like a massive fucking pussy.
Gets to it like days later when it's fucking ice cold and people have already weighed in on it, right? And then in the middle of his review of it, just stops everything dead that his dents have been waiting for his take in order to check and see if ASMR Tech 25 is getting ads.
That's
like, whoa, dude, how about do this on your own fucking time?
But he makes 10 cents a video.
Holy.
Is it worth it? No.
No.
Not at all.
No, what about my new video? No ads. Let's
He got 500 views. That's literally 5 cents. That's 5 cents.
It's not even 10 cents. Not even. It's not.
The quarterings after this. Don't worry.
try another old one. What about this
Well,
one?
we've actually got a lot of fucking shit to catch up on.
Oh, man, guys. Be a long show.
All right, so it's kind of
Get some
random.
subs.
Let me try this one. Do a refresh and see.
What are you kidding?
Let's go to a random.
This is
Imagine this is your dad.
alone.
Imagine this is your father.
Oh,
like
bro.
what a disaster! It's a good thing his daughter can't see this. Thank God.
Yeah. Fuck.
I'm about to discuss with you. So the ads are on, it's just not. Anyway. No, you
Anyway.
stopped because you were too aggressive.
This is what we saw.
Laverny donated
Yeah.
$5.
Okay, we saw that one.
All right, let's move on. All right, do you guys want the good news first or the bad news
Let's
first?
do a poll. Let's do a poll.
What do you guys want? Do you want the good news or the bad f***ing news? They want the bad news. Most of them are saying.
Okay.
Some are saying they want the good news. We got Ramsos
Fuck the poll.
85 for 10
What do you want
subs.
to do? What do you want?
All right.
It's sad.
The bad news is Brendan Buckingham is in serious medical condition.
Terrible.
He says he's in intensive care for serious health issues. His heart's failing. His lungs are failing. His liver and kidneys are failing. Things are not looking good for Brendan
Pray
Buckingham.
for Brendan, man. This is brutal,
Yeah.
bro.
It's really
Sure, you all
sad.
heard about this. It was, throughout the. It's very, very, very sad.
Yeah.
He makes a lot of pretty cool videos.
I've heard about this. Pretty bad.
Where he goes to like dangerous or exotic places on the ground.
Yeah, interesting.
So there he is tweeting.
Subcultures like the insane clown posse, all those like types of videos. Very entertaining stuff. So there he is saying it about his kidneys failing and all this, and he
has a
That's crazy, man.
wife and he has a kid at home.
He's a YouTuber. I'm not really familiar with his content, but I've seen his name before. But yeah, I saw this on Twitter the other day.
Very
Hope he
sad
recovers
situation.
quick. I mean,
So he does have a GoFundMe out to support him and his family. Here's his video from his hospital bed, and this has been confirmed to be real. There was some speculation.
some Indian fuck. Did you see that Indian fucking piece
he
of
was
shit?
like, he's like the tubes aren't even connected, dude. Da, da, da. And it's like
people were
I think
went to the
I
hospital.
think People Magazine actually went there. Like some actual mainstream media outlets went there and confirmed it. And then Wendigoon went there and visited him. I think Turkey Tom visited him in the hospital and stuff like that. So this is a real situation that happened. I don't know. He's only 30 years old. And for this to have happened, it's quite wild. I know he does a lot of wild shit. I think he does some wild drug use and shit like that he's done and stuff like that. I don't know if that played into this happening or what.
Or if
but,
it's like a disease or
our
something.
thoughts and prayers are with him. If you guys
Definitely,
want to go
man.
support his GoFundMe, go support. We'll play this for a little bit, and then we'll let you guys know some good news.
Hey guys, my name is Brandon Buckingham, and it really pains me to write this, but
so sad.
I feel obligated to only because I have an 11-month-old baby who is taken care of by my beautiful
Oh my God.
stay-at-home wife who I provide for. 4 days ago, I woke up not knowing where I was.
They're saying he just got
completely
back
deaf,
from
my feet were
Lebanon.
swollen, and I was in severe pain.
Really?
I was rushed to urgent care. And
Maybe it's
eventually
from the
ICU.
dirty water in Lebanon or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I have no
Very
clue.
disoriented, confused, and unable to breathe. The initial diagnosis was acute systolic heart failure, kidney failure, and liver failure, all things brought on by pneumonia and subsequent sepsis or possibly tuberculosis.
And I'll say
The
this:
good
I
news-
fucking had sepsis a few years ago, and it was
Yeah.
and I was in really rough shape, and I don't know how the it happened to me.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I think he's in a lot better shape than I am,
Mhm.
So I don't really know how this happened, how this
True.
pneumonia and sepsis happened.
It's
but
not tuberculosis,
just a-
right?
He probably got it from some random fucking country. I mean, dude, that's what happens in DC. Is all these people from all over the fucking globe just congregate in this little petri dish, and all the diseases spread and mutate.
It was confirmed
I think
it wasn't.
was confirmed to not be tuberculosis or
I had a-
whatever.
I had a friend who had tuberculosis. It was horrible. He was in the hospital for years and years. So
Because they no longer think I have tuberculosis.
There you
The
go.
bad news is my heart is still failing. My lungs and kidneys are still in very rough shape.
From what I understand, he said that his heart's operating at 20%. So even if he does end up living, it's going to certainly shorten his life, and he may not be able to do the things that he wants to do and stuff like that. This is really debilitating. It's going to be a long road to recovery. He's saying, it's going to be at least 3 to 4 months before he can start making content again.
If that.
So, yeah.
If that.
So.
I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I know for sure if I do survive, it will be a very long recovery, and I will not be able to provide for my family for at least several months if things go well.
All right, let's go to the
Yeah,
this is fucking depressing.
Check out his Twitter account.
We just wanted to shout out his GoFundMe and
don't go to third world yeah, dude. No joke. I mean, I don't know if that's what the cause is, but better safe than sorry. But yeah, I saw that on Twitter. All right, next up.
I have to get up and I have to show my babies. You fight for what's right. You fight for the people that you love.
Zakia Navas is forced to fight because her husband is currently in ICE custody.
I don't know, is breaking
Boo fucking who?
the law doing what's right? This is a woman named Zakia Navas who lives in Texas, and her husband, who was in the United States illegally for 22 years, was
Zakia Navas? Sucking knobs?
detained by ICE.
My husband is in Lubbock right now because of the big hailstorms. He has a roofing business, and so he's there to do roofing jobs. And he was pulled over immediately by the sheriff for supposedly a traffic stop. Immediately once he was pulled over, an unmarked car showed up with ICE agents that got out, removing him and the other gentleman.
He was turned over to ICE for not having a license. Eventually, he was transferred to a detention center in Eden near San Angelo.
You know, these days, the topic of media literacy has become quite popular. Now, personally, I've only seen people use the term media literacy or accusing people of lacking in it when they're trying to deceive you, though that might just be a happy coincidence. But anyway, some of you more media literate individuals can probably guess why the picture they have chosen is a picture of the guy with a newborn, and why they make sure to sit all of the kids on the couch with the mom. Make sure you don't mention why he was pulled.
It's pure propaganda.
Over, because we all know that illegals never drive recklessly under the influence and end the lives of a couple of Americans. But those of us media professionals like to call this emotional manipulation, and it's used to get you to ignore the fact that this guy was pulled over, found to be driving without a license, and was detained with another person who was likely also an illegal, all while the mom uses language to minimize and subtly lie about what's going on. She says that ICE was immediately there like they were just waiting to engage in racism against this poor innocent father of 3, when what almost certainly happened is that he was pulled over, failed to present his license, and when the cops noticed, hey, this guy doesn't sound like a native speaker of English, if he spoke English at all, they called ICE and rightfully detained him.
If somebody's watching today and says, well, he was in the country for 22 years, why did he wait so long to get a citizenship? What would you say?
I pushed for it years ago when she was born, almost 7 years ago. And he's like, but I don't want it to look like that's why I'm married to you. And, maybe even a part of his pride, too, was what stood in the way. But never because he didn't want it to look like, he's using his country for that.
This chick is such a liar. It was his pride that stopped him from filing paperwork. He didn't want to make it seem like he was using me.
What is pride in Mexico? Fuck off.
Okay, but he had 22 years to apply for legal residency without using you, so why the hell didn't he do that? Well, the answer is probably because he was previously deported and can't get legal status, or he doesn't want legal residency because he doesn't want to pay taxes on the roofing jobs that he does. He didn't hold back because of his pride. That's stupid, and it's not moral either, because the moral thing to do would be to come into the country legally, not invade the country from El Salvador because you're selfish. More importantly, the news organizations defend—
Oh, even worse, bro. El Salvador. Yup. That's one of the bad areas.
I mean, this criminal behavior is disgusting. And I mean criminal because it's a federal crime. But the reality of what they're doing here is that they are trying to abuse people's empathy to justify open borders, which allows for drug trafficking of super dangerous materials like fentanyl, sex trafficking.
I heard that they're moving to Mexico, though. So, that's why I said Mexico. Because apparently the wife and kids are moving to Mexico after he gets deported.
It allows for crime from people who shouldn't even be here, and it removes the workers' rights standards that Americans have been fighting for decades. So I don't care about any of these stories that the news is using to emotionally bully people. If they want to keep their family together, then they can all move back to El Salvador. I don't care how sad their story is. The real sad story is the millions of young Americans not being able to afford houses or families or work reasonable hours because corrupt businesses and politicians keep essentially importing people who are willing to work for slave wages to compete with American citizens.
Kaylee says she first came to the U.S. 12 years ago, fleeing her home country of Honduras.
Can you imagine a result where you had to return to Honduras and leave your kids behind?
God, what a fat pig.
I can't imagine it.
She doesn't have to leave her kids behind. She can take them with her. In fact, she can self-deport, and I'm sure the government would be happy to aid her in the move.
As a mom, I'm a mom. How do you survive every day with this doubt? Yo, por mis hijos hago todo. For your kids, you do everything.
Again, using children as human shields so they can emotionally bully you to the extent that you won't notice that they can't even do the interview in English because she doesn't speak it. They had to use an interpreter when she's been living in the US for 12 years. And understand that I'm bilingual, so I don't give a fuck about how difficult it is to learn English. If you aren't willing to put in the work, then get out. These people aren't here to help America, they're here to take from the system, and Americans aren't obligated to give endless welfare to the third world. I don't see why you would care about them because they don't care about you. They don't care about the damage they cause to this country. They don't care about respecting the culture. I mean, they won't even learn English. On top of that, these people rioted for like a month during the summer, and their sympathizers are still out there threatening people for trying to enforce the law.
If I find out that you were part of ICE, I'm whooping your ass on site. I'm not even fucking playing with you. It's on site. So don't ever let me find out that you were part of that shit. And don't ever try to slide in my group, because let me find out that you were high-key a Nazi in my 30s. I'm fucking you up in the nursing home. That's on God.
Dude, this fucking cocksucker's not gonna do anything.
We deport him too. We need to start being way less nice to these people. And when I say that, I don't mean we should assault them or beat them up. What I mean is that we shouldn't be afraid of supporting the law being enforced. Nor should we be afraid to openly support the people who are compromising their safety to keep America free of people who abuse the system. And we certainly should not be afraid to say that we don't want certain cultures in this country, and the people who refuse to assimilate or learn English should be deported. If anyone calls that racist, I don't care.
Fuck it, call me a racist. The more people realize that being called racist means nothing anymore, society will heal.
This is engagement bait. I saw this video.
So many white people, and not just white people, everybody's afraid of being called a racist. And honestly, that's what's holding you back.
If I judge someone based on their actions instead of their skin color and I still get called racist, then I don't care about your opinion. Also, when they start making videos of eating rice with their hands and saying they aren't trying to assimilate but instead trying to colonize America, then it's time to stop caring about what they think.
I don't give a fuck. You are a white person. I don't give a fuck. You want to be so dirty, take care of your own shit. You white people, you need to step the fuck back.
If this woman can be blatantly racist and say that she doesn't care, then I think we should all stop caring what people think when we do the non-racist thing of judging people by their actions instead of by their skin color like she did. Because I mean, what do you think is going on here? When someone crosses the border illegally or lies about needing asylum and works under the table, gets free schooling for the kids, gets free medical benefits, and many other handouts from the American system, that is not a poor, helpless person. That is a thief. That is a foreign invader. And apologizing for someone because they had like a bad childhood or came from a bad country as they steal from you is stupid. These people know what they're doing and they don't care about being openly racist either. So why would you care about someone calling you racist for pointing out criminal behavior? I mean, when big YouTubers named Chris Broad get caught making defamatory edits, like a comic calling me a white nationalist after I made a video pointing out what he did, it doesn't bother me.
My favorite thing about Donald Trump is that one day he will die.
Yeah. And all of this isn't even the worst part because those crazy nose-ring leftists have everyone so beaten down and in fear of being called racist that they would have you stay quiet when there are many people of a particular radical group openly saying that they want to violently conquer us.
Allah is not shy of the truth. We don't say that Islam is here to live, to coexist with lots of different religions and all of us can just hold hands and be friends. This religion was sent to dominate the world. It was sent to be superior, to extinguish the light of every other religion and to be superior to it. And if that requires fighting to achieve it, then it requires fighting to achieve it. Because the greatest purpose for which jihad was legislated is to make the word of Allah the highest and the word of those who disbelieve the lowest.
He means they're going to use violence to get people to convert to Islam. Remember these stupid ass stickers? I'm sure the radical Muslims look at these and laugh. And let me be clear, I'm all for people of any race who want to come to America, be American, and be a benefit to American society.
Anyone with that sticker on their car should be executed. The world would immediately be a better place.
But there is no coexistence with people who want to physically harm you for believing something different. Radical Islam is an existential threat, and after seeing what's happened to Europe, I think we all need to start making the radicals feel a lot less welcome in America.
You mock my hijab. You curse my prophet. You insult and use my scripture. You step up.
Your prophet fucked a 9-year-old girl.
Spit and burn my holy book.
I mean, aren't there a bunch of Muslims out there burning our flag and saying death to America? They've been doing that for at least 2 decades.
Your entire argument is on the basis of IQ. You just say, marrying your cousin, effing your cousin, that is degenerate. On the basis of what? It's not on the basis of your Bible. It's just a degree. Yeah, laugh it up.
Man, that guy was so messed up that he made Andrew Wilson look good. So I don't care about the feelings of people who don't respect mine. Instead of saying sorry, I'm buying a dog. Dogs are like garlic to them. Because if we don't start making the illegals and the extremists feel unwelcome here, they will take over. Being kind to people who threaten and steal from you is not a virtue. It's showing weakness because it's showing that you'll put up with people abusing you. And every time you put up with abuse, you empower the abuser to abuse other people. Also, just like illegal Mexicans have taken over a pretty sizable portion of places like California, there are Muslims now taking over cities in America, to the extent where the politicians aren't even speaking English anymore.
Assalamu alaikum. Hamid wal Aksan. This election means this is a moment for unity, where the entire Somali community can come together and say, this is our people, this is our city, we are united behind each other.
Hey ICE, I found the location of your next raid. It's a place called Minneapolis where the mayor is speaking an illegal alien. Oh wait, according to the New York Post, it looks like they're already on it.
Officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Our officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work at businesses that can't be found, abuse of the H-1B visa system, and many other discrepancies. Our officers found indication of fraud, non-compliance, or public safety and national security concerns in nearly a little less than 50% of the cases interviewed. I want the American people to know that we are declaring war on immigration fraud. We will continue to pursue those who seek to abuse our immigration system using every tool at our disposal.
That sounds exactly like what I voted for. Send them all back to Somalia. And by the way, I say that with kindness because look at this place. Somalia is beautiful. Who wouldn't want to be deported here? Now, a lot of people are saying that we have to do things that are like unconstitutional to solve this problem, but I don't think so. So many of these people are only able to do these things because they are doing stuff that is illegal.
Dude, the U.S. Constitution only applies to American citizens. And the fact that the courts have been able to twist that shit to say that it doesn't just apply to American citizens is, in and of itself, unconstitutional. People who are not citizens of the United States deserve 0 rights. They should be treated like an unwanted guest the moment they're no longer welcome in the country. Like, bro, you're not a citizen. You have 0 fucking right to be here. You have 0 fucking rights to anything that's promised to an actual citizen. You can get the fuck out or you can die. That's my stance at this point. Leave or die. You know?
That all we have to do to solve all of America's major problems is just to enforce the law. Just enforce the damn law. Deport all of the illegals, put stricter limitations on immigration, and arrest the judges who do catch and release programs for repeat offenders who set people on fire. But on a positive note, so far, it looks like enforcing the border laws is working, as we are now recording record lows in illegal crossings. Americans are not stupid anymore. We know what the bad actors are doing. People are mad, and they're starting to speak out against it. Take Dearborn, Michigan, for example.
2 intersections have been named after Mr. Omar Sablani. My concern is he's a promoter of Hezbollah and Hamas. Another quote from 2022. We are the Arabs who are going to lift Palestinians all the way to victory, whether we are in Michigan and whether we are in Jenin. So the reason why I mentioned this is that it sounds like he could be inciting violence in Michigan.
You are a bigot, and you are a racist, and you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
The guy's like, hey, there's this Muslim guy who supports a radical terrorist group called Hamas. He's promoting political violence in our city, and you named a street after him. Could you, like, not name a street after a guy who promotes terrorism? And then the mayor's like, you're racist and I hate you. Really? Is that how a mayor should behave? I don't think I've seen a more perfect example of this meme here than in Dearborn, Michigan. The fact that he thinks he can speak to a member of his constituency like that and not have to worry about getting voted out after supporting a guy who promoted terrorism means that there is something seriously wrong with Dearborn. The people living there need to continue speaking up and possibly be less polite than this guy was. Now, I do want to take a nuance break to say that just like the Mexicans who immigrated legally hate the illegals, there are many Arabic people who hate the Islamic extremists, and be thankful for that because they're some of the first people to speak out about what's going on and warn everybody.
Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. No one in the Middle East actually blocks intersections to pray in the streets and yell Allahu Akbar. The reason that they do it in your countries is because they're trying to assert their religious dominance over you and claim your country and turn it into Sharia law. Now you know.
Interesting. So when we see stuff like prayer horns at like 5 a.m. in Dearborn, or this in Japan where they're blocking the road, or this guy trespassing to meditate and not leaving when the police tell him to,
ホテルを利用するとしかここにいたらダメ。瞑想するなら外でやってください。
So this is like a show of dominance. Great. More reason to deport them and then put a legislative roadblock on legal immigration from places like Somalia or Middle Eastern countries that people are migrating from to try and soft conquer the first world.
We don't want to assimilate. We don't want to be like you. You people are so fucking sick, honestly. Assimilate or you're not American. Who are you?
We can solve this problem real easily with deportation. And keep in mind, you don't have to be an illegal to get deported. If you're being an asshole, your visa can be revoked.
You are in a crisis. You went to the Muslim countries and you imported the garbage that the Muslim countries wanted to put in prison or isolate away from society. You went and you imported them. Why? For cheap labor. But these Islamist extremists, they don't want to work. They want free welfare. They want to marry French women, blonde hair, blue eyes. They don't have time to work.
Right. It sounds like a lot of groups that are being imported want to feed off the system, not contribute, and then create their own rules. People like that need to be kicked out.
So look at Poland. They don't complain from Islamic extremism, not a single terrorist attack in Poland. The moment they sense there's a problem, they crack down on it. Polish policy, beautiful. The French, no. Come.
Isn't Poland also notorious for having an extremely low crime rate? Weird how when you enforce the law and crack down on bad actors, you don't end up with drastically increasing numbers of sexual assault.
When they come, they use the resources. They go to Washington, D.C., and they sit in Congress with their hijab. When you import that, or you allow it in, or you amplify it, or you glorify it in any way, you make your bed, sleep in it. So that is also a problem of the West. The question is, Tina, did the extremists become stronger, or the West become weaker? I say it's both.
I don't know about what he said in terms of the extremists, but as for the West, all they had to do was call us racist for a few years and people completely folded. It's time to stop putting up with this, and it's time to stop putting up with government powers who are enabling it.
To be in the country undocumented is civil issue. We will not enforce civil law, and so our support is to make sure they're not going to get hurt and our community is not in danger.
She's wrong. It's a federal crime. They are allowed to arrest illegals. Fire her. She's selling you out for political power. People like this need to be treated like traitors and not only be stripped of their power, but be criminally punished if that applies. There's no reason to have compassion or empathy for people who walk all over you, treat you like scum, and would abuse you if they were.
Yeah, heads need to start rolling, and nothing's going to change until that starts happening.
Power.
I remember a conversation with the head of the school when I was really young. He told me we weren't allowed to speak English in the madrasa, only our language. I asked why, because I was confused. I said, but I speak English at school. And he replied, yes, but only speak English when you have to. It's not our language. Then he said something that stuck with me ever since. He told me, be careful who you get too friendly with. Don't forget who your community is. And then, straight-faced, he told me not to be friends with white kids. I was a little girl, and I remember just feeling confused. I was born and raised in England. My classmates were white. My friends were white. So what were they teaching us? They act like this cult is peaceful, that they're just kind, loving, spiritual people. But that day, they planted the seed of division.
She's right. The extremists that she's talking about are in a cult where many of its leaders are openly saying that if you don't believe what they do, then you should be turned into a tax slave or your life should be ended. Uncivilized people like this should not be allowed in the West. As I was saying before, and I don't know, maybe it's because of America's Christian foundation, but kindness and compassion aren't the only good virtues. It is also a good virtue to be belligerent to those who would harm you or others. It is a virtue to be unkind to rapists, murderers, and thieves. It is virtuous to be a little bit mean to protect your friends, your family, and your neighbors. Because if you don't do that, and if you don't do anything to stop bad people, they will continue to prey upon good people. No one respects a coward who is too weak to stop the villains of society, and personally I consider it immoral to cower in fear in the face of people who do evil instead of standing up to them. These people are not victims. They are abusing your compassion and emotionally bullying you in an attempt to get away.
Yeah, all non-white children across the Western world are taught to hate white people. Period. It's like ingrained in their head from birth by, you know, a certain demographic that also hates white people.
With crimes. All cultures aren't created equal.
Who also happens to control the education system, the media, and, you know, you name it.
And it is not racist to point out bad actors or groups that have no problem culturally enriching more civilized people, like this Nigerian guy who randomly assaults a YouTuber in Japan, who ironically was talking about how safe Japan is.
Kabukicho isn't chaotic in its own right, but I feel like if there was something like this in America, it would just be an absolute and too dangerous, really, for any civilized person to enjoy. But it's crazy because you come to Japan and...
I've actually been watching his content long enough to know that this is not the first time that he's been culturally enriched. I don't know, maybe Chris Broad will make a video calling him a nuisance streamer and say his assault wasn't that bad because there's always been Nigerians in Kabukicho. Sarcasm aside, Japan is not above becoming a dangerous place if they continue to import the third world.
Yep, no matter where you go, bro, you're always at risk of some random black guy just beating the shit out of you for no fucking reason. Isn't that wonderful?
They're not sending their best.
And refuse to exile foreigners who commit crimes on camera. As for America, it's not about who has a heart and who doesn't. All of this is about what's best for the country, and if foreigners aren't doing things that are good for America, then they shouldn't be allowed to come here, legally or not. The people who would sacrifice the overall well-being and the safety of Americans for their own personal gain, instead of improving their own countries, are the sociopaths, and you're not a bad person for telling those people to get lost. Anyway, thanks for watching, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
Let's see. It's hard not to fed. I know, dude. It's very hard. This retard. Let's see. Should we do this?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We've got a great show for you guys tonight.
Oh,
shit has been fucking popping off while we've been gone. Darkside Phil ascending from kinghood to godhood, becoming the new co-host of Asmongold. He's finally successful. He abolished begging. He doesn't beg anymore, guys. He abolished the goal. There's no more goals, guys.
Remember,
Phil's winning.
no more goal.
It's a new era. It's a new era of positivity and success. And he's going to keep winning.
We'll see how long the no goal thing lasts.
Forever.
Oh, yeah, this won't change.
We
this has never happened before.
We haven't seen this play out before. Just last year with us.
The same time, by the way.
The exact same fucking arc or whatever. Holy, buddy.
Guys, just so you all know, Friday, everyone remember, Friday at 8:30 p.m., we are releasing a movie. We filmed the fucking movie. Now, even while editing, we're like, did we go too far? Because let me tell you, you want to watch
We
it
went
live.
a bit far in
because
places. You're going to have to tune in live.
YouTube,
because
it's going
the
to be very
YouTube
edited.
version is going to be censored. So you're going to want to tune in this Friday, December 5th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, here at kick.com, Kino Casino Gaming. It's the DSP Christmas special. You got to be here for it. It's going to be Kino, guys.
I don't want to speak too soon. Personally, while I'm editing it right now, it's kind of funnier than the fucking Dented Zone. I would say it's so fucking good, in my opinion, that even I'm like texting Ash, like, that one scene, do we cut that? Because that's fucked. It's amazing. When you pause,
look,
PPP
I
and
think
Warski.
It's either the best movie, the best thing we've ever done, or the worst thing we've ever done. Listen, it's going to be quite polarizing, this DSP Christmas special. But I think for the detractors, they're going to love it. Now, is my audio echoing? What the f is going on?
Keeps auto playing the video. I'll fix that in the back end here.
Yeah. I know a lot of the detractors are CSing ourselves. We sent all y'all motherfuckers over there. We're like, big ups, DSP. We did exactly what Asmon's doing now, right? Yeah. And all of you fucking left. Boring as f. So ultimately,
hold on. Let's just skip to the part where they react to Phil. Oh, never mind. It's not. Okay. Maybe we won't watch that. Here, let's see. I think no, nothing yet. Yeah, there's not really much happening is the oh shit. Don't do that. Oh, there we go. There's not much happening right now, which is the problem. Let me see. There's really nothing going on. Well, it's the holiday weekend, so there's not like a ton of news that's going to be happening. There's not going to be any like super exciting shit going. It's just kind of a lull period because everybody's, you know, off. Z here with the 10. I've been noticing a bunch of Facebook groups, whatever it's called, basically like Facebook version of Reddit. Anyway, it's like fandoms.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Memes. Seeing a lot of it feels forced. It's just basically a cope session, bro. Facebook especially. It's just a bunch of, you know, lib boomers lamenting the fact that they, you know, they lost. But, yeah. Reddit, Facebook, I mean, Instagram's pretty based these days. But, yeah. Especially Reddit, but also Facebook are just kind of leftist shitholes. Yeah, Instagram, the comment sections are pretty fucking good, typically. Yeah, Zuck really relaxed the rules as far as what you can comment, for sure. So... Yeah, it's mainly just boomers on Facebook. I think, like, I would say probably nobody under the age of 35 uses Facebook, really, for the most part. At least in the U.S. Like, I caught the very tail end of Facebook's, like, popularity when I was a kid. You know, for a very, very, very short period of time, my friends used Facebook. But almost immediately after Instagram came out, nobody used Facebook. So I remember, like, I was, I forgot. I had Instagram, like, almost immediately after it came out. So that was definitely kind of an interesting thing, man, because I remember on Instagram, it was, like, considered crazy back in the day. Like, if a girl would post, like, a bikini picture or something. Like, it was extremely uncommon. Now, it's just, like, a bunch of whores. But back in the day, it was, like, super, super, super uncommon for a chick to post any sort of, like, even slightly revealing photo on Instagram back in the day. And then it quickly just spiraled into porn promotion. Many such cases. Yeah, that's like probably the best social media example of just witnessing the complete and total downfall of society, I would say. You know, Instagram started off kind of heckin' wholesome, dude, and then it just fucking spiraled like crazy. Normies accessing the internet with phones was our downfall. I think more so, too, you know, giving the third world internet access as well was a big mistake. Like, every single time Elon posts, like, oh, Starlink is now available in Bangladesh, it's like, no, stop, don't give those fuckers internet. Like, stop, please. Stop giving the third world our technology. They don't fucking deserve it. And whenever they get it, they make those things infinitely worse. There has not been a single net positive in India getting widespread internet access. At all. None. The only thing that's happened is more people get scammed and taken advantage of. That's it. And there's a bunch of shitty slop content uploaded to the internet by people in literal fucking, you know, slave shacks just making shit tier AI slop content constantly. So it's just, dude, there's no benefit to connecting the third world to the internet. It just makes the internet shittier for everybody else. AI, Peaky Blinders, MGTOW con. Yeah, dude, it's just all India slop. Like, so many of these accounts on Twitter that I've seen are just like literal fucking third world. It's like, bro, they just sit there all day cranking out AI slop content or just stealing other people's content and reposting it. And they'll just do it all day, every day on 100 different accounts that are all monetized. And they just keep doing it and doing it and doing it until they make a little bit of money on some. It's just, what value does that add to the world? Nothing. Get rid of them. You know, YouTube should remove India's monetization. Twitter should remove India's monetization. You know, all these countries that just engage in this behavior, they should lose their fucking monetization. There is not a singular net positive that has come from opening the floodgates to these third world countries. The internet has gotten worse, not better. You know, unless they have the actual ability to invent the ability to access the internet, then they shouldn't be given it. Period. Let's see. Raymond with the 2. Alright, that's fine. Watch it real quick.
This is what happens when 10 big companies and the government spend 5 years and $3 million on a game. It's called Driving in Tehran, and here's the rabbit hole that opened beneath it. Let's begin. It's 2005 in Iran, and news are breaking out about an upcoming major game release made by the traffic police. The trailers were being showcased on TV, featuring popular actors and characters, which built up massive hype around it. The main goal of the game was to teach traffic laws and promote safe driving. It was made by the traffic police after all, and they contracted a company called SRP to develop it. Sounds like a simple project, but the head of SRP, Dr. Sami, had much bigger ambitions. He wanted Iran and his company to enter the video game industry big, and he would do that by first making his own game engine, which took over 2 years and $2 million of taxpayer money to develop. Still, it wasn't enough, so he convinced 10 other companies to sponsor his game. He raised over $1 million this way and spent the next 3 years making the game. This was the official story, and it was looking good. 70 people spent 500,000 hours on the game and recreated one of the Tehran's 22 districts with advanced traffic AI and physics, totaling to over 10,000 lines of code. I'm sure they made millions. The game would eventually come out with a price tag of $5, which was a lot. Iran is a country where piracy is legal. People were used to buying pirated game discs for $1 or $2, and SRP knew this, so they implemented 2 layers of DRM into the game, with the first one being the government. Dr. Sami basically threatened people who would attempt to crack the game, saying they'd be dealing with the police, talking about morals and advocating for copyright law while hypocritically using unlicensed FIFA 98 soundtrack in the trailer. On top of that, the game would require an activation code linked to your computer's ID and only accessible through either telephone or their website, which wasn't even up at the time, and the phone line was consistently busy during the launch week. The game would eventually be cracked at some point, and here it is. The main menu offers us with 2 paths that lead to 5 different endings, so here's the story. This guy owns a taxi company, with his employees consisting of Sia and Hudan families. The Hudan family are the good guys. They get paid minimum wage to make this guy lots of money. The Sia family, however, is more ambitious. They feel like they're not compensated for years of hard work at the taxi company, so they decide to meet the owner in the countryside and discuss business. It's all going well, until Sia decides to shamelessly plug one of the game's sponsors into the conversation, which is his Dark Piss soda company. The owner goes mad as a result, and Sia leaves with the goal of taking over the taxi company. The owner, along with Hutan, get in a car and chase after him. In the Hutan path, we're presented with a choice of 5 vehicles, all of which are made by the largest automobile manufacturing company in Iran. ICO is the biggest sponsor of this game, so much that they removed every other car. For example, there's a Mercedes in the trailer and game files that is nowhere to be found in the final release. Even the cover car used to be different. The ICO rabbit hole goes much deeper, but for now, let's start the game using this insult of an automobile.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to add to this, but alright.
This is just the beginning. The gameplay speaks enough of the car handling. They crank the gravity all the way up, which in racing games is a lazy move to make the cars more stable, and even that is not enough in this game. But considering these cars,
I don't really understand why people seek out these deliberately shitty games. I don't know. I don't personally get it.
Are made by ICO, I'd say it's accurate. Anyways, you'll see advertisement billboards every 50 meters or so, and these are actually the sponsors of the game. What surprises me is that they somehow convinced the marketing teams of 10 big companies to pay tens of thousands of dollars for a virtual billboard. And this was in 2005, in Iran. They sold NFTs at a time when the average person didn't know what internet or video game means. We reach the end of the level after a minute of driving and move on to the next one. That's Sia. I'm guessing this was intended to be a chase scene, but ended up being something that is going to chase me through my worst nightmares. We then reach the taxi company with the game transitioning into the taxi mode. Can you guess which button here starts the next level? Maybe the giant start button? Nope, that actually quits the game. Someone tried to prevent you from witnessing the horrors ahead, but I was unfortunate enough to find the real start button, so here we go. The cutscene doesn't play after the loading. Here it is from the game files. Hutan finds out that Sia and his family took all but one of the taxi vehicles, so instead of reporting them or going after them, he decides to keep working as the dumbass taxi driver that he is. The game basically turns into propaganda, telling you to earn money through legal means and obey traffic laws. But they mean it. In the taxi mode, you cannot go above the speed limit. If you crash the car, you lose money. If you break traffic laws, you get fined. But the most interesting thing is what happens when you run over pedestrians. The game crashes. It doesn't reset or show a game over menu, it simply quits. And before it does, it briefly shows up a message saying, you shouldn't play with people's lives. This was their idea of a video game. Obey the law, don't kill digital pixels, no fun allowed. They unironically made something that is best described as an anti-video game, and we're not even halfway through. To finish this level, you need to collect 200,000 Tomans through fares, which at the time would have been worth $200, but right now it's worth 4. Each fare gives you 2,000 Tomans on average, so you need to pick up 100.
Iran is gonna run out of water? Really?
100 passengers to
I haven't heard about that.
progress. If that sounds boring, it gets a lot worse because each car crash costs you money. Not only the car somehow handles worse in the taxi mode, but the traffic cars simply ignore your existence and crash right into you. Advanced simulation. Okay, just keep an eye out for traffic and invisible objects, but that's not easy with the game's tiny field of view and render distance. It's like the original Driver that came 7 years before this game, and that game had sizable cities. Here, you get like 2 short streets of Tehran. That's less than 5% of the district that they promised to recreate. 1.5 million photos taken. Let's check that claim. Well, they did the bare minimum of turning those photos into textures, and then carelessly slapped them on 2D sprites with zero lighting. As a result, the game barely feels 3D. It's half-assed, and some alleyways are straight up skipped. Still, this is the only part of the game where you can see a small trace of effort, and I don't think it came from SRP, but rather another company who was closely tied to and funded by the police. They made all the animations for the game, and probably borrowed parts of the city from their other projects. They even got to reference the game in one of their future animations. This animation contains unseen footage showcasing police cars that are absent in the final release. There are actually unused voice files related to police chatter, and they are hilariously awful since they didn't have voice actors. The biggest anomaly, however, is this Warcraft trailer in the movies folder. Alongside it, there are much better looking renders that make you question what went wrong. We'll get to that, but for now, we need to collect $4 to progress. But if you get fined a total of $12 instead, you get a bad ending. Not only you can randomly get fined, but the traffic law isn't exactly clear in the game, which you know, was the whole point of it. You can buy back the Xiao family after collecting $4. The ending cinematic is just a generic scene with text written on top of it, and the audio is completely messed up. In the bad ending, Xiao will open up a new taxi company, which will bankrupt yours. Very sad. Anyways, we still have to play as Xiao in the other story branch. So after taking over the taxi company, Xiao gets a phone call. Apparently, the owner of the taxi company is in bad health. Xiao has a sudden change of heart and rushes over to help him. Just don't ask how he got his hands on an ambulance or how the character models look. If you're too late, the owner dies, cry emoji. But otherwise, you'll need to pay 1 million tomans in hospital fees since the owner doesn't have insurance. Funnily enough, 2 of these game's sponsors are insurance companies. They filled half the game with advertisements but forgot to mention them when they had the perfect opportunity. And guess how you're going to save up the money? Yeah.
I'll see. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Good night, Griffin Gaming. Be safe. Well, I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's the same thing as before, with 5 times the amount. If only there was a faster way, but they removed the bad ending from this path. Here's the cutscene from the game files.
They keep building dams and everything's drying up with drought also. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, I mean, they have... I mean, I would imagine they would have access to, like, desalinization. I was looking to see if they had a big lake, which it does look like they do. But, yeah, I mean, they could easily, you know, just take water out of the Persian Gulf and stuff, but... I don't know. I'm sure China has that desalinization technology.
Not much is known about this ending other than Xiao does something illegal and ends up being wanted by the police. But did you really think they were going to let you commit crimes in a video game? Even the worst rated scam game in history, Big Rigs, gave you more freedom. Hell, even a cancelled game whose sole purpose was to be as boring as possible ends up being more functioning and entertaining than this $3 million digital abomination. Worse yet, it has more propaganda and advertisement than a game made in North Korea. These were the 3 games you would think of when it comes to the worst racing games, but now, Driving in Tehran easily takes that title. This was just the main disc though. The second disc of this game was supposed to be about track racing. In most copies, however, this disc was blank and is believed to be lost media now. But according to forum posts, it was just a poorly modded version of Need for Speed 4 from '98. 5 years of development, and all they did was steal another game. They even stole the mod. The national game engine that was supposedly built from the ground up was also a lie. The main executable of the game is a simple Flash player, and the rest are made using a basic open source engine. They just ripped off this vehicle physics demo and replaced the models with shitty Iranian cars. Except these cars aren't even Iranian, which gets us back to Ico. They contributed so much to the game that they have a dedicated movie accessible in the main menu. It's basically just a long advertisement showcasing their achievements, but let's look at them, shall we? They started out by making Hillman arrows in the 60s. Hillman, however, is based in Britain. Now in the 90s, they started manufacturing various models of Peugeot. Peugeot, however, is a French...
Nope, they aren't putting money into desal. They spend their money on war. Yeah, they kind of have... I mean, the thing is with Iran, you know, it's one of those situations where our wonderful, you know, boomer neocon government kind of, you know, just won't let go of things rather than just admit they were wrong. I don't know. Countries like Russia and Iran, we should be trying to work with, if anything, in my personal opinion.
Company? For 30 years, they never made a car themselves, but in 2001, they introduced Samand, the national car. Their slogan, which can also be found in the game, was Samand the Iranian car. So was it? Samand takes most of its components from the same old Peugeots. They called it a new car, when in reality it was just a reskin of something they didn't even make themselves. Even to this date, they're pulling the same shit, and it's not cheap. These 30-year-old jalopies go for over $9,000 new, which is roughly 3 years worth of average income if you somehow ignore the rapid inflation. And despite this, the company keeps losing money. How is that possible? The long answer can fill another video, but short answer, people steal money, because there's no way that any of those three.
Iran wants us dead? Yeah, because we undermine them militarily at every single opportunity. But they also tell us whenever they're about to strike, massive air quotes, us. So they're just trying to save face. That's the thing. Is the Iranians warn us every single time that they launch any sort of military anything that might even remotely endanger U.S. troops. They don't actually want to start a conflict. So, they're just forced into it. Same with the Russians, man. You know, Putin tried to, you know, have a good relationship with the U.S., but our boomer neocon government, you know, wants nothing to do with having positive U.S.-Russia relationships. So,
$3 million went towards developing the game. So where did it go? In Dr. Sammy's pockets, of course. But we need more proof. Where are SRP and Dr. Sammy today? Aside from forum discussions, here's every website that has an article about driving in Tehran. The first one is written by one of the biggest Iranian news publications, and it's entirely false, as usual. They claim the game was translated to 2 other languages and have won an international award in a summit that isn't about video games before the game was even released. There's also the archived version of SRP's website that remained up until 2008. They claim to have made another game, but I found no evidence of it anywhere else. Same goes for their other projects. It seems like their entire portfolio was built up on lies told by Dr. Sammy, who is even more mysterious. The only surviving information about him are from these 2 websites where he was briefly interviewed and made those bogus claims about the game and its copyright. But this is where the trail ends. Overall, this game was used to embezzle over $3 million from large corporations and the government, and to this date, no one knows anything about it.
Well, dude, Iran is Persia, and Persia is a Mediterranean, you know, I guess ethnicity more so than an Arabic ethnicity. So, yeah, they're very similar to white people in a lot of ways.
Don't look at me. This was just your average video laughing at bad games. But it fell way deeper.
They're pretty close to Greeks.
As it turns out, SRP's address is publicly available, so I thought to pay.
And also because the Greeks conquered Persia, but yeah.
Visit. It went horribly. At first, the building seemed to be a medical clinic because it had a plaque with doctor names written on it. I took these photos and I was just about to have another look around until the door opened. A guy came outside and asked me if I was looking for someone. I told him I was looking for Mr. Sammy but must have gotten the wrong address. He then started asking why I took photos of the building and then called his brother to calm down as well. After realizing he wasn't about to give up, I turned on my phone's background recorder. He's right. I started taking a video of the building as soon as I entered the alleyway, then came closer to take a photo of the plaque. And they knew all of these. They demanded ID and kept questioning me about the photos, which was weird. Even in Iran, it is legal to take photos of public spaces, but they weren't really making sense, and nor was I due to panic, which is probably why they let me go so easily in the end, but not before forcing me to delete the photos I took, which I later recovered anyways. If you want full details, this whole encounter is on my second channel, but let's break down the important points. First, they had me on their CCTV the moment I entered a public alleyway. Why? Second, their response suggests that SRP is still operating in that building, but I didn't dare bring it up again. Third, why did they want my photos removed when literally anyone can check out the building from the outside? And finally, they had their names on a plaque beside the door. So I looked them up and yeah, one of them is registered as a general doctor and the other is a dentist. The reported addresses are outdated, but they used to be just a few buildings away from each other. I also tried calling SRP's phone number, but it was blocked, which usually only happens if you don't pay the phone bill. So why are a bunch of doctors so paranoid about a random dude taking photos of their building to the point?
Maybe thousands? No, we're not. I'm not talking about religion, bro. Not talking about religion, I'm talking about ethnicity. Genetics are not religion. The Iranian people are Persian. The Persians are not Arabs. They're more so Mediterranean Europeans from a genetic standpoint. I'm not talking about their religion. The same goes for Turkey. Turkey and Greece are very fucking similar if you want to talk about like ethnicities. Like if you remember the, you know, the Odyssey, Troy is believed to be located, I believe, in Turkey. If I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong on that, but yeah, the Romans, the Greeks, the Turks, the Persians, all of them have a very similar genetic background. So, oh my god, it's double clicking.
Point of actively watching their cameras. Shouldn't they be busy with patients in the middle of a working day? Why open up a clinic in such an inaccessible and relatively uncrowded part of central Tehran? Why not update your address? And most importantly, what ties do they have to SRP? I don't know, this whole thing is not making any sense. It is clear though that something fishy is going on at SRP's address, but I'm not getting paid enough to look into this any further. There's just one more loose end left to address. This guy. Well, he used to be a very popular TV presenter and is still active to this date. I emailed him asking if he remembers anything, but got no response so far. This digital abomination can now be downloaded from the Internet Archive, but there's a high chance you won't be able to run it on modern systems. Good. In the end, Driving in Tehran managed to scam everyone while still managing to look good to the general public, and 17 years later, another game would follow in his footsteps.
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire invaded. Let's see. See her with the 5. I know it's fun to blame Israel and the Jews for everything. But how many other countries have influenced? I know the Saudis push stuff, China too. I mean, there's not... Again, it's not really one individual country that's the problem. It's various peoples within said countries. Like the country of Russia... The average person is not like an op of the United States. Same with like the average person in fucking Israel. They don't give a shit about what happens in the US. Same with the average person in China. Like they don't have like some massive fucking hate boner for the United States. It's like literally just, you know, the ruling class of society essentially, which are your elites. So that's the thing. It's this upper class, you know, asset owner, central banking, political class of society that, you know, makes everybody's life a living hell, essentially. And unfortunately, that's always been the case throughout human history. I mean, for example, look at European history with like the Habsburg family or the various noble families of Europe throughout, you know, the Roman Empire to current day. So the government? I mean, dude, there's no actual real credible threat to the United States from a foreign government. So, no foreign government has any real control, power, or threat against the United States that's actually, like, credible. The Chinese come the closest, but the Chinese have never actually fought a war. keep in mind. Like, China has never actually engaged in legitimate warfare, ever, in the modern era. Not even once. So, not only do they not have the capacity to transport their army, but their army has zero experience in anything. It's literally just a bunch of people parading around. So, China has a grand total of 0 experience with modern warfare. I mean, the biggest problem we have, again, is, you know, our own people selling out or trying to sabotage the country from within. So, yeah, I mean, they might get a payout or something from somebody, but it's not really a government that's doing it. It's, again, like this elite class of society that is involved in all this shit. It's not like a government policy to undermine the U.S. I mean, it's like, sure, maybe Iran says it publicly, but they don't actually do anything about it. They're just basically, you know, trying to save face. Yep, our military basically is unmatched. So... And the thing is, too, is it's not even just the fact that we have the best technology, the best trained soldiers, or anything like that. The network that the U.S. government has made of, like, military bases and installations and strategic supply points and everything throughout the world is literally 0 to none, bro. Like, second to fucking none. Nobody has anything like we do. Like, we have military bases on every single fucking continent. We have military bases in almost every single developed nation on this planet. We can launch an attack on a foreign country in a, like, matter of hours before they even have time to prepare. Like, the U.S. military is so well, you know, positioned to win any conflict because we can attack before it even starts, in theory. So, if any country actually did pose a serious threat to the U.S., it could be removed in a matter of days. So, all you need is air superiority, and you basically have won. And we definitely have that. But yeah, it's pretty evident that, you know, the way the tides are pushing, you know, our wonderful leadership wants a global government. You know, they want the free movement of peoples, aka dump a bunch of third worlders into white countries, you know, dilute the native populations of said countries, and essentially establish this leftist world government cabal that, you know, mirrors the Soviet Union, but, you know, maintains an even more, you know, strict grip on power. So, you know, the Soviet Union was the test site. And once it outlived its usefulness and they were able to offshore communism to the Western world and Marxism, you know, now they're positioning basically a scenario where people bring about their own doom by, you know, opening the floodgates to these people who are just going to vote for whoever pays them the most. And, well, when it turns out you control the money supply and the entitlement systems and you can basically pay people to vote however the fuck you want them to, you're going to get what you want in the end. So the Western world was ripe for the picking, and, you know, I don't know if there's coming back from this. That's the sad part. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I lived in the biggest U.S. base, Roosevelt. Oh yeah, you sent. We watched the video with your old house and that. But yeah, that's nice, man. Like right now, China is the testing ground for the, you know, digital ID, social credit score, facial recognition, powered society. Like, all of that technology that China has comes from U.S. companies. That's the crazy part, bro. Like, most people don't even realize that. It's U.S. companies that are enabling China to implement this social credit score shit. Why is that? Because they want to do it here eventually. But China's the testing ground. They want to see how much people will actually tolerate. They want to know just how far they can push it before people start to snap. Because they only have one attempt at doing this. And it has to basically go off without a hitch to get people to fully adopt it. Because you think about, like, you know, older generations, maybe they don't use their phone as much, but the people who grew up with technology, bro, we're, like, always on our phone. We always have it with us. You know, that's basically what it's going to be like when they start chipping people. You know, the people who are born in a time where you don't have a microchip implanted in you from birth are going to be much more resistant to it. But the children that are born and they don't know any different aren't going to fucking care. They're not going to know any different. So it's like, oh, well, I don't give a shit. Who cares? Everybody else has one. Why shouldn't I have one? And that's basically what, you know, it all comes down to. That's what they're banking on, is eventually people will just, you know, be replaced. They can just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and eventually it won't matter anymore. Because no one will know any different. But I guarantee you, this social credits, like, whether, you know, Trump wants it to or not, I feel like the left is going to weaponize the voter ID shit and bring about, like, a social credit score system. Because that's the thing. I remember people were getting pissed off about, like, the whole Palantir thing, creating, like, the repository of U.S. citizens. But it's like, if you want to have voter ID, you have to have that. So, again, this is where, you know, it kind of gets into the nuanced conversation of, do we actually want Palantir or not, or a system like it? It's like, well, yeah, voter ID would fix a lot of fucking problems in this country almost overnight. It would make sure the wrong people aren't voting. But in order to do that, sacrifices and compromises have to be made. Because the states aren't going to enforce it. So therefore, the federal government has to create a centralized database of all known civilians in the U.S., and that's where you get into that. And then that can transition into fucking social credit. And, you know, it snowballs, but the future is now. Dude, Russia is not Marxist anymore. The Bolsheviks have been driven out of Russia completely, which is why the New World Order types are so anti-Russia. Why do you think every single person, whether they're Democrat or Republican in our government, wants us to have nothing to do with Russia? Because Russia is a white Christian nation. That is like the antithesis of what modernity looks like in the globalist lens. A white Christian nation is quite literally the greatest enemy of globalism. Why do you think they push so hard against Hungary and Poland for refusing to take Islamabads? Because they want white people gone. So, Russia is not the problem. If anything, Russia's the good guy because they're actually looking out for their own people. Like, say what you will about Putin, but the majority of his actions have been in the interest of his own country and his own people. Say what you will about the Chinese, but the Chinese are going to outlive us. At this rate, they're going to still be majority Chinese. Yeah, well, they have to work with China. When the entire Western world shuns Russia, what do you expect is going to happen? If we tell Russia to fuck off, well, they're going to go to somebody else. Like, they're not just going to sit there by themselves and not cooperate with anyone. If we reject Russia and don't invite them into the fold, they're going to go shop around elsewhere. You know, if you apply for a job and you don't get it, you don't just say, well, I guess I'm never going to work again. No, you go apply to a different job and find another opportunity. Same thing goes with allies. If Russia is being shunned by the Western powers and they want nothing to fucking do with them, then like, what do you expect? They're going to go to China, they're going to go to Iran, they're going to go to other countries that are, you know, more welcoming and willing to work with them. That's what they should do. That's in the interest of Russia. So, again, we force them into that position. Putin many times has extended the hand of friendship to the United States, and it's been swatted away at every opportunity because we have a bunch of boomer neocons in our government. Yeah, we should be working with Russia. Like, we're literally next door to Russia, which a lot of people don't realize. Russia is literally like 30 miles away from Alaska. If Russia and the United States cooperated, we could literally have probably two of the most prosperous nations on the earth, because Russia has a shitload of resources that are completely untapped. And the U.S. has a need for those resources. We're both in close proximity. We could easily set up, like, you know, a circular trade network of sorts where both countries cooperate. And strengthening an allied Russia would put extreme pressure on China as well, because they share a border. But, you know. Russia is enemy number one because they only care for themselves, and that contradicts one world government. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yup. That's why we're not so, like, negative against the Chinese, because the Chinese are collaborating with us. They're the testing ground for the social credit system that will be implemented worldwide. So, the Chinese play ball with the globalists in the sense that, you know, they want the money to continue to flow into China because China's entire economy is propped up on, you know, foreign buyers buying Chinese goods. Without exports, China literally collapses overnight. So the majority of their GDP is already fake. It's just state-sponsored construction, most of which isn't even fucking usable in the first place. Yeah, I saw the thing too now where, you know, the meme of Mr. Beast where it's like, I imported 1 million Africans into Western Europe. You know. Well, now that's going to become a reality because he's partnered with the Rockefeller Foundation, which, if you know, you know, is one of the biggest propagators of mass migration in the Western world. So, yeah, Mr. Great Replacement himself. Yeah, I always knew Mr. Beast was a soulless golem, but that basically confirms it. He's on the Rockefeller payroll now, so he's beyond compromised. Yeah, he's definitely top goy on YouTube now. Weird how money corrupts. It's not even that. I don't think it's the money that corrupts. I think it's just something you have. You know, because the thing that drove Mr. Beast is a, you know, lust for money. Like, his entire channel was just basically a way for him to make as much money as humanly fucking possible. Like, even when he didn't have money, the only thing that drove him was making money. Like, his content was just so soulless. He would do anything to make money. So, he's just completely captured by, you know, fake nothing. Like, it's nothing. They can just print infinite amounts of it. You sold your soul for something that doesn't even fucking exist. And that's the thing. Like, it's fine to, like, go after money and make money, but when it's literally your entire being, that's not somewhere you want to be, bro. That is a soulless existence. But yeah, the Rockefellers are a great example of, you know, the elites that aren't part of the tribe. So, same with like the Gates, you know, Bezos's wife. I'm trying to think who, the Clintons. I mean, there's all sorts of people who are in on this shit, bro. It's not just, you know, not just our greatest ally. I mean, shit, bro. Look at Elon Musk saying that H-1B visas are the hill that he'll die on. It's like, bro, what the fuck? You know what? The thing that is where he draws the line is the inability to import a bunch of third worlders to work for slave wages instead of hiring Americans. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's what I mean. It's like, our problems are not necessarily external. We got a lot of shit to deal with at our home before we can start, you know, dipping our toes into other people's shit. We got to straighten up the house first. You know, our judicial system has been completely fucking captured. Our legal system, where, you know, all the laws are basically written in a way to crush any and all dissent. You know, all of our institutions, the bureaucracy, everything is literally just stacked against normal people. Like actual U.S. citizens. You can literally hop the border in the United States and get $15,000 in food stamps. But meanwhile, someone who works a full-time job may not be able to afford their rent. You know, you have people that choose to make less than $40,000 a year because when you cross over $40,000 a year, you would have to make $70,000 a year to make up for all the missing benefits you would lose. We quite literally have 50% of the population that is a leech on society. 50% of taxpayers pay 97% of income tax. The bottom 50% of taxpayers pay 3%. The only immigrants to the United States, 10%. Legal, keep in mind. Only 10% of them are a net benefit to the tax system. 90% of legal immigration results in a net tax loss because they take more benefits and entitlements than they actually pay into the system. The only two groups of immigrants that actually contribute in a positive manner to the, you know, financial standing of the country are European whites and East Asians. Every other type of immigrant, on average, takes more money out of the system than they pay in. We quite literally are just bringing in an excuse to increase taxes. There is no way that a rational mind looks at any of this shit and says, this is great, it's working, unless the desired result is to undermine the very standing of the country they claim to represent the interest of. Period. There is no logical argument for why you should bring in a net tax negative into the country. If you're operating the country as a business, which it collects revenue in the form of taxes and has expenses in the form of entitlements and whatever other things, You know, why would you import somebody who's going to increase your net liabilities and reduce, you know, the actual amount of money you're bringing in per person? It's just, there's no way to make sense of it other than it's being done deliberately to damage the United States, Western Europe, Canada, Australia, you name it. Yeah, New York City is cooked. I think it's like, what, 70% of New York City is foreign born? Like, they're not even real Americans. Like, there are no Americans left in New York City. The entire city's just foreigners. I mean, that's basically what London is now, too. 70% Arab and, you know, Indian and whatever else. 30% white. London, England. 99.9% white, keep in mind, in the 1950s, is now 73% white. Can't tell me it's not being done on purpose. Well, dude, look at Texas. Texas used to be a 78% white state. Texas, the demographics are so bad that 25% of people under the age of 18 are white. 75% of the children in Texas are non-white. So, a blue Texas is not impossible. Yep, when the boomers go, it'll be even worse. Apparently, when the boomers die, I think it's like project. Hold on, let me see. Let's see. Why can I not find just like a clear answer? Yeah, 2050 is kind of the cutoff date for everybody. $2050 is when, you know, it's projected, I think, that most Western nations will fall below 50%. You know, we threw away paradise because people were too afraid to be called racist. Pitiful, man. Boomers. Not even once. Yeah, I mean, really, the only thing you can do at this point now is make your money and pay your way out of the shithole. Because that's what it's going to come down to. You're going to have to basically buy your way out of the multicultural hellscape. So, we're going to enter a era of a new serfdom, essentially. You'll have the peasants that, you know, work their menial jobs in order to pay their rent to their feudal lords. And the feudal lords will be the people who actually own property, have the businesses, and are able to buy their way away from the people that, you know, work under them. Neo-feudalism now. We're going to get it. Don't you worry, it's coming. You know, the days of you will own nothing and be happy are upon us. I mean, we're already seeing it play out. The average home buyer went up from 58 to 61 last year. That's just boomers trading houses at this point. Like, young people aren't buying homes. It's just boomers trading properties. Like Pokemon cards. Your house went from 350,000 to 700,000. Yeah, exactly. That shows you how bad inflation is, too. And the thing that's crazy here. Here, let me see if I can find the video real quick. If you want to. Here, we can talk about some economic. I think this is the channel. Yeah, this guy. Where is it? Yeah, this.
Over 70% of Americans are living below the poverty line per a bombshell new report. The government calls you middle class.
Where is it? There's this part. He has the housing graph in here, which is really good. Yeah, here it is. So, look at this. This is the average home price in ounces of gold. So S&K Nostalgia, going back to your point, in the past 3 years, which is about right here, your house was worth, what, 350,000? So it was worth about 260 ounces of gold. Now your house is worth less than half of that in gold. But nominally, it's worth double in dollars. Do you see what's happening? Your house didn't go up in value. The US dollar just took a fucking shit by, 50% of its value. 50% of the US dollar was evaporated in this short period of time. Like, that's what we're dealing with here. Housing has never been cheaper. If you want to go and buy a house, it has never been cheaper to do so at any point in time. If you're buying it in gold. So if you use a real hard asset like gold that stores value, housing is never cheaper. The problem isn't that housing is getting more expensive. It's the fact that the dollar is becoming worth less and less and less and less. You know, inflation is the problem. Until we seize control of the central bank and end this fucking nationwide usury once and for all, it's never going to fucking stop. It's only going to keep getting worse. And like a parasite, once it's extracted all the lifeblood out of an organism, it'll jump to the next host. So this is the end state of central banking. We're living through it right now. The government does not control inflation. The central bank, which is privately owned by the Federal Reserve Board, is the one that sets interest rates and controls the monetary supply. They are not a governmental institution. SNK nostalgia with the 2, you know why the gold standard hit a wall, right? Yeah. Foreign manipulation. It was purposely squeezed to take us off of it. Same thing as why the Great Depression happened. The Federal Reserve refused to introduce more gold supply into the monetary pool, and therefore created a cash shortage, which led to bank rushes. I can't afford this shit! Federal Reserve is legally private, but world a bit like Bank of England, which is No. The Bank of England is... No. The Bank of England is owned by the shareholders of the Dutch East India Trading Company. So, if you actually research the Bank of England, you'll find very interesting history surrounding that. You have to first start with William of Orange, which was a relatively poor noble from the Netherlands, who used his noble name to partner with certain merchants and bankers in order to fund and invest in the Dutch East India Trading Company, which became, you know, the largest corporation in human history. And the first. And using that immense wealth that was generated by the Dutch East India Trading Company, he bought the English crown because he had some loose, you know, relation to the royal family of England. So when you hear like the King and Queen, William and Mary, that's William of Orange, a guy from the Netherlands who founded the Dutch East India Trading Company with merchants. And in return for funding, you know, his ascent to the crown, what he did is he's the one who founded the Bank of England and sold off Britain's ability to create its own money to the very people who owned the Dutch East India Trading Company. So he got a crown, and the country was sold out forever in perpetuity. And that is the model for every other central bank in Europe, the Bank of England. Here, let's see real quick. Maybe there's a video on it. What is this?
Every country on Earth is in debt. The United States owes $38 trillion. Japan owes $9 trillion. The entire planet owes
To who? Who do we owe this debt to?
$315 trillion, 3 times the size of the global economy. But here's the paradox that should terrify you. If everyone owes money, who exactly is owed? The answer
Lord Baron de Rothschild.
isn't what you think. Because when you follow the chain of creditors, when you track who actually holds the debt, you discover something disturbing. The world doesn't owe money to anyone in particular. It owes money to itself. But 4 men, 4 bankers across 3 centuries, designed it that way, deliberately. They built a system where debt can never be repaid, where governments borrow forever, where interest flows eternally upward, and where the people who designed the trap profit from every payment, every crisis, every bailout. This isn't conspiracy. This is documented history. The
Yep.
meetings happened, the contracts exist, the mechanisms are public record. And once you see how they built it, you'll understand why $38 trillion isn't a problem to be solved. It's the system working exactly as designed. Let me show you the 4 architects.
Yep, the only solution is a debt jubilee. Declare the debt invalid and move the fuck on. The national debt is a joke. It doesn't exist. Do you know who the largest holder of U.S. debt is? Anyone want to take a guess? Who owns the majority of the debt owed by the United States government? I'll give you a hint. The United States. The United States government owes itself most of the money it's in debt for. Do you know why? Because when the Federal Reserve prints money, the U.S. government takes out a loan against that money. So they're required to pay the Fed, money market rate or the 30-year Treasury bill rate on the money printed by the Fed. So the Federal Reserve gets the Treasury bills, which they sell to private investors and mainly the U.S. government itself. So the U.S. government takes out a loan, essentially, from the Federal Reserve. It then goes and buys the loan from the Federal Reserve, meaning the largest holder of U.S. debt is the United States itself. It makes no fucking sense. They are literally creating money from nothing and making it so that the U.S. owes more money than has ever been printed. The U.S. owes more money than there is money to owe. It's bullshit. None of it's fucking real. Yeah, it's a Ponzi scheme. It is a pure fucking Ponzi scheme. So when people say, oh, we need to repay the national... No, we don't. We need to gut the Fed, get rid of it, and declare all debts null and void, and redo a monetary system that's actually controlled by the government and not a bunch of, you know, money-grubbing pieces of shit that are just leeching off the system. But every single person who's tried to do that has been killed. Funnily enough, you know, when you look up the list of quote-unquote dictators that were killed by the United States or any other Western power, you'll start to notice a startling trend that they wanted to nationalize their banking system. Yeah, JFK made the mistake of doing that too. Same with Abraham Lincoln. Gaddafi, yep. Papa H. Many such cases. Also Saddam Hussein. He also did it. So you don't live very long if you want to break away from the Rothschild central banking clutch. We'll just put it that way.
4 moments when the debt trap is engineered, and why every government on earth is now caught inside it with no way out. Before 1694, kings borrowed money the old way. They'd go to merchants or nobles, promise repayment with interest, and if they couldn't pay, they'd default. Creditors lost money, kings borrowed from someone else. It was risky for lenders and embarrassing for kings, but it was contained. Debt was temporary, either repaid or defaulted. The system cleared. William Paterson changed everything. He was a Scottish merchant and financial schemer who tried and failed multiple times to get rich. In 1691, he had an idea that would reshape civilization. England was at war with France. King William III needed money desperately. The treasury was empty. Tax revenue couldn't cover war costs. And traditional lenders were refusing new loans because England had defaulted before. Patterson approached the king with a proposal. He would organize a group of wealthy merchants to lend the government £1.2 million.
Look at those merchants, guys. Aren't they English?
Pounds. That's about 300 million in today's money. A massive sum. But here's the innovation. The loan would never be repaid. Instead, the government would pay interest forever, 8% annually. And to manage this arrangement, Patterson proposed creating a new institution, the Bank of England. The mechanics were revolutionary. The merchant lenders would give their gold to the Bank of England. The bank would lend it to the government. The government would pay interest annually from tax revenue. And the bank would pay that interest to the merchant lenders. But here's the critical detail. The government wouldn't repay the principal, ever. The loan was permanent. Why would merchants accept this? Because the interest payment was guaranteed by Parliament. It was backed by the government's taxing power. As long as England could tax its citizens, the interest would flow.
And the important part with this is...
This payment was guaranteed by Parliament. It was backed by the government's taxing power.
This is the important part. As long as they can tax the population. This is how mass migration has been forced onto the Western world. Because the central banks not only demand that interest is paid, but the collateral, quite literally, is the population of those countries. So if those countries fall below replacement rate, which many of them have, due to the very, forces that claim to care about that, now they're importing all these people to try and make good on the promise to pay this perpetual fucking tax revenue forever by having a large enough taxable population to do so.
As long as England could tax its citizens, the interest would flow. And the banknotes the lenders received in exchange for their gold could be traded. They were as good as money, better than money, because they paid interest. Parliament approved Patterson's scheme in 1694. The Bank of England was chartered. The merchants provided their gold. The government got its war funding. And for the first time in history, national debt became permanent. Not a problem to solve, a feature of the system. And here's what nobody explains about why this was brilliant for the bankers. The government paid 8% interest annually on £1.2 million. That's £96,000 per year, forever. The merchants had essentially bought an annuity from the government. As long as England existed, as long as it could tax, the money flowed. And if they wanted their gold back, they could sell the banknotes to someone else. The debt was transferable but never repayable. But Patterson's real genius was what came next. The Bank of England was given the right to issue banknotes backed by the government's debt. They could print paper money up to the value of the loan. This created money out of debt. The government's IOU became currency. And the more the government borrowed, the more money could be created. This is the template. Government borrows, never repays principal, pays interest forever, and the debt itself becomes money. It's brilliant if you're a banker, catastrophic if you're a taxpayer, because you're paying interest on debt that will never disappear. Within 50 years, every major European power copied the model. France created the Banque Générale. The Netherlands already had sophisticated banking, but formalized government debt issuance. And by 1790...
Remember the Netherlands, that's where King William III comes from, William of Orange. So, that system was already established there.
The newly independent United States adopted the same system. Alexander Hamilton, who we talked about before,
a snake. Evil, evil guy.
Explicitly modeled America's financial system on the Bank of England, permanent debt, interest paid from taxes, bonds traded as currency.
Alexander Hamilton, which is the reason why, you know, leftists in Hollywood celebrate him with that stupid Broadway play, is one of the people who directly tried to sabotage our country from its very inception.
Patterson died in 1719, not particularly wealthy, despite creating the Bank of England, but the system he built persists 331 years later. The Bank of England still exists. British government debt has never been paid off. It's been refinanced, rolled over.
Yeah, dude, Andrew Jackson was based as fuck. Andrew Jackson is probably one of our best presidents ever. You know, aside from George Washington, he might be in the running for number 2. So,
And expanded, but never eliminated. The debt trap was set.
That dude, like, we need Andrew Jackson today. One of my favorite quotes is like, John Marshall has issued his ruling. Now let's see him enforce it. Like, he basically told the courts to fuck off on everything, which was just insanely fucking based. You know, whenever the Supreme Court would say, you can't do that, he's like, all right, come fucking make me. Make me not do it. Make me fucking, you know, it's just like, that's what we need, bro. You can just do things. You quite literally can just do things. Tell the Supreme Court their toilet paper is not worth the fucking, you know, ink that they wasted. Like, who cares? Like, I don't know, man. It drives me insane. Yeah, dude, he threatened to fucking hang senators and all sorts of shit. He was just insanely based. Andrew Jackson was an amazing president. He's the president that we need. Yeah, he made it his entire mission to just completely destroy the central bank. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Max and yeah, we can check it out. And also with the 2, I found a way to make the system work for me. That's what's important, man. You know? If you can do that, then you're in a good spot. That's the thing is, you know, you can definitely use it to your advantage. But you can also very easily get caught up in it too, so you got to be careful. Let's see, Matty J with the 2, Zeitgeist. All right, yeah, we can take a look.
In 1694, and every government since has walked into it willingly. By the early 1800s, European governments had embraced debt. They borrowed for wars, for infrastructure, for operating expenses, but there was no organized market. Each loan was negotiated individually. Interest rates varied wildly, and only the wealthiest merchants could participate. Nathan Rothschild changed that. He industrialized sovereign debt. The Rothschild family started as money changers and traders in Frankfurt. By 1800, the 5 Rothschild brothers had established banking houses in 5 major European cities: London, Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna, Naples. This network was unprecedented. They could move money across borders faster than anyone else, and they used this to dominate sovereign debt issuance. Nathan Rothschild in London was the strategic genius. During the Napoleonic Wars, Nathan arranged loans for Britain, but his innovation was how he structured them. Instead of lending directly to the government, he bought government bonds at a discount and resold them to investors at a markup. He created a secondary market. Government needed money. Rothschild provided it immediately. Then he sold the bonds to pension funds, insurance companies, and wealthy individuals. The government got its money fast. Rothschild collected the spread, and investors got a tradable asset. But here's where it gets darker. Rothschild didn't just finance governments. He positioned himself so governments had no choice but to use him. In 1815, at the Battle of Waterloo, Nathan Rothschild famously learned of Napoleon's defeat before anyone else in London. His courier network was faster than official channels. He used this information to manipulate the bond market. First, he sold British bonds, signaling that Britain was losing. Prices collapsed. Other investors panicked and sold. Then, after prices crashed, Rothschild bought massive quantities at rock-bottom prices. When news of
Oh my god.
British victory arrived the next day. Bond prices surged. Rothschild made millions. Not from insider trading as we call it today, but from controlling information and market timing. This established the Rothschild model. Control the information, control the issuance, control the market. By 1820, the Rothschilds dominated European sovereign debt. If a government needed to borrow, they went through the Rothschilds. Because the Rothschilds controlled the investor network. They had the distribution, and they set the terms. Here's why this matters for the debt trap. Before Rothschild, governments could theoretically refuse to pay. If a king defaulted, his creditors lost money and the system reset. But Rothschild made sovereign debt tradable across borders. A British bond might be owned by a French investor who sold it to a German bank who used it as collateral for a loan to an Austrian aristocrat. The web of ownership became so complex that defaulting wasn't just refusing one creditor. It was collapsing an entire international financial network. This is the Rothschild innovation. Make debt so interconnected that default becomes impossible. Not because governments are responsible, because default would trigger systemic collapse. Governments became trapped. They had to keep paying. And they had to keep borrowing to pay the interest on old debts.
And they have to keep importing more people in order to have a taxable population. I wish he would add that part in there. And he would have the full picture, which maybe he'll mention later. But again, this is the reason why these countries are forced into mass migration.
The debt trap was no longer just permanent, it was inescapable. The Rothschild family wealth peaked in the mid-1800s. They were the richest family in the world, richer than any king, and that wealth came from one source, interest on sovereign debt. They didn't produce anything, didn't build anything, they lent money to governments and collected interest forever. The system Patterson created in 1694, Rothschild industrialized by 1815, and every government in Europe was caught. By 1900, America was becoming an economic powerhouse, but it still had a primitive financial system. Banks operated independently, money supply was tied to gold, and there was no central mechanism to manage debt. J.P. Morgan fixed that, not for the public good, to protect his banking empire. In 1907, there was a financial panic. Stock prices crashed, banks failed, and the economy seized up. J.P. Morgan personally organized a bailout. He gathered the major New York bankers in his library, locked the doors, and forced them to pledge their own money to stabilize failing banks. It worked. The panic ended, and Morgan became the de facto central banker of America. But he was 70 years old. He knew he couldn't do it again. So Morgan and his associates, the most powerful bankers in America, designed a permanent solution. They needed a central bank. But Americans hated central banks. The first and second banks of the United States had been shut down by populist opposition. So Morgan's group disguised it. In 1910, Morgan's associates, including Senator Nelson Aldrich and representatives from the largest banks, held a secret meeting on Jekyll Island, Georgia. For 9 days, they designed the structure of what would become the Federal Reserve System. The meetings were secret because they knew if the public found out that bankers were designing the nation as a monetary system, there would be...
Yep, and they also voted on it when most of the Congress had already left for the holidays, in order to just skirt it through with little to no fanfare. Thank you, Woodrow Wilson.
Riots. The plan was brilliant political manipulation. The Federal Reserve wouldn't be called a central bank. It would be called a Federal Reserve System. It wouldn't be one institution. It would be 12 regional banks. It wouldn't be controlled by Wall Street. It would be overseen by a board of governors appointed by the president. It looked decentralized, democratic, public. But the structure ensured banker control. The regional Federal Reserve banks were privately owned by member banks. Those banks elected the boards of the regional feds, and the regional feds elected the Federal Reserve Board. The government appointed some members, but the bankers controlled the system. And the most important power, the power to create money and buy government bonds, was given to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, which was controlled by the largest Wall Street banks, Morgan's banks. The Federal Reserve Act passed Congress in December 1913, largely because...
Which, if you know anything about J.P. Morgan, his father was a banker. But the thing is his father thought he was a fuck-up and wanted nothing to do with him. So his father kicked him out of the family business. So J.P. Morgan mysteriously comes up with all this money in order to start his own bank, which later you come to find out was actually the Rothschilds. J.P. Morgan was the Rothschilds' like errand boy in the United States. He was like their front man. So when you think J.P. Morgan, think Rothschild, because that's exactly who it is. They propped him up.
Most representatives didn't understand what they were voting for, and immediately the debt trap expanded. Now, the government didn't just borrow from banks, it borrowed from the Federal Reserve, which could create money to buy bonds. Unlimited demand for government debt. Here's why this matters. Before the Federal Reserve, there was a limit to how much the government could borrow. Banks only had so much money to lend, but the Federal Reserve could create money by purchasing government bonds. The government issues a bond. The Fed buys it with newly created money. The government spends the money. And the debt goes on the Fed's balance sheet, backed by nothing but the promise that taxpayers will service it forever. This is the mechanism that enables infinite debt. The Federal Reserve ensures there's always a buyer for government bonds, always demand, so the government never has to stop borrowing. It can roll over debt forever.
So think about this for a second. Hold on, let me see. I should just pen it because I always pull it up. So just think about this for a second. You know, they just explained it. The government issues a bond. The Federal Reserve prints the money in order to buy the bond from the government. And then the government has to pay tax. Well, think about it this way. Say they issue a bond for $100, and it's a 5% interest rate. So the Federal Reserve prints, what? $100 and gives it to the government. Well, every year the government has to pay $5, and then at the end of the term of the loan, they have to pay the $100. So if you do 100 plus 30 times 5 plus 150, the government owes $150 or $250 over the course of that loan, but they only got $100, which means, how do you get that extra 150? You either, one, massively increase taxes, or two, You go right back to the beginning and take out another loan, which now you're at 150. Well, now the interest rate's, 10% because, we're suffering from inflation. So we need to up the interest rate in order to make sure that, inflation doesn't get too out of control. So now the government's paying $750 a year. So, 7.5, hold on. 7.5 times 30. Now they're paying 225 plus the original 150. Well, now they owe 375 at the end of it. Well, what do? They only took out 150 originally. Well, time for another loan. Which this time the loan is for 225. And you just see how it keeps cycling on and on and on and on and on, right? This is the national debt. It's fake. It doesn't exist. The government owes itself money because it printed money. But the interest that's owed because they printed that money doesn't exist. So what do they have to do? They create more debt in order to pay off the existing debt. And then that debt has to be paid off with new debt. And then that debt paid off with more debt. It's sick, bro. It's fake. It's absolutely fucking fake.
The Fed will always buy it. And the interest payments flow from taxpayers to the banks that own the Federal Reserve System. Morgan died in 1913, the same year the Federal Reserve was created. But his legacy is the structure that makes the current $38 trillion in U.S. debt possible. Without the Federal Reserve, the government couldn't borrow at this scale. The market wouldn't support it. But with the Fed as a guaranteed buyer, there's no limit. The debt trap became infinite. By the 1970s, the debt trap Patterson, Rothschild, and Morgan built was functioning globally. Every developed nation borrowed, rolled over debt, paid interest. But developing nations were different. They borrowed for infrastructure, and many couldn't keep up payments. The debt trap was reaching its limits until Paul Volcker made it permanent. Volcker was Federal Reserve Chairman from 1979 to 1987, and he faced a problem. Inflation was over 10%. U.S. credibility was eroding. Foreign governments were losing faith in the dollar. He needed to stop inflation, even if it meant causing a recession. So in 1979, Volcker raised interest rates dramatically. The federal funds rate went from 11% to 20%, the highest in American history. This crushed inflation. But it had another effect. Developing nations had borrowed billions in dollars during the 1970s when rates were low. Now those loans were due, and the interest rates had tripled. Mexico owed $80 billion, Brazil $60 billion, Argentina $40 billion, and they couldn't pay. The interest alone exceeded their export revenues. In August 1982, Mexico announced it couldn't make payments. Default. This should have triggered global financial collapse. American banks had lent most of that money. If Mexico defaulted, Citibank, Bank of America, Chase Manhattan, all would take massive losses. Some might fail. The entire banking system was at risk. Volcker could have let it happen. Let the banks take losses. Let the market clear. But he didn't. Instead, he orchestrated a bailout through the International Monetary Fund. The IMF would lend Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and others enough money to keep making interest payments to American banks. The loans were called structural adjustment loans, and they came with conditions. The conditions were brutal. Governments had to cut spending, privatize state assets, open markets to foreign investment, devalue currencies, basically dismantle their economic sovereignty in exchange for the money to keep paying interest. And here's the key. The IMF loans didn't reduce debt. They just rolled it over, made it manageable, but permanent.
Yep.
This is the Volcker innovation. When debt becomes unpayable, don't forgive it, restructure it, lend enough to keep interest payments flowing, and extract political and economic concessions in
Any money is better than no money.
exchange. The debt trap became a tool of control. Countries that couldn't pay were forced to open their economies, sell their assets, and submit to foreign economic policy in exchange for the privilege of staying in debt. This pattern has repeated for 40 years. Greece in 2010, Argentina in 2001, Sri Lanka in 2022, every time the same structure. IMF loans to keep paying interest, austerity imposed, sovereignty surrendered. And the debt never eliminated, just restructured, made perpetual. Volcker died in 2019. But his legacy is the mechanism that ensures the debt trap is global and inescapable. Even when countries can't pay, they're not allowed to default. They're refinanced into permanent indebtedness. And the interest keeps flowing to the creditors. The same banks, the same institutions, the same system Patterson created in 1694. Now let me show you how these four architects built a system where debt is infinite and escape is impossible. Start with Patterson's model. Government borrows, pays interest forever, never repays principal. Add Rothschild's innovation, make the debt tradable globally. So it's not one creditor, it's a web. Default collapses the system. Add Morgan's mechanism. Central banks create money to buy government bonds. Unlimited demand. Government can always borrow more. Add Volcker's trap. When countries can't pay, restructure, don't forgive, keep the interest flowing. The result is what we have today. $315 trillion in global debt. Government debt, corporate debt, household debt. None of it will ever be repaid. All of it pays interest. And all of it is connected through the financial system. So default anywhere threatens collapse everywhere. Here's the specific mechanism. The US government issues $38 trillion in debt. Who owns it? About $20 trillion is owned by the American public. Pension funds, mutual funds, insurance companies, banks, and the Federal Reserve. These institutions buy treasury bonds because they're considered safe assets. But those bonds pay interest, about $1 trillion per year now. That interest comes from taxes, so taxpayers send money to the government. The government sends it to bondholders. The bondholders are mostly institutions owned by the wealthy. It's a transfer from workers to capital, every year, forever. The other $18 trillion is owed to the government itself. Social Security Trust Fund, Medicare Trust Fund. The government borrowed from these programs and spent the money. Now it owes itself, but ultimately, taxpayers owe. Because when Social Security needs to redeem those bonds, the government has to raise taxes or borrow more to pay. It's a shell game, but the interest flows regardless. Now scale it globally.
Yup. They have to borrow more to pay. And, you know, that's the little thing I was showing you with the calculator. Just, it keeps going. It never stops.
Japan owes $9 trillion, mostly to Japanese institutions and the Bank of Japan. Europe owes $14 trillion, mostly to European banks and the ECB. China owes significant domestic debt held by state banks. Every country is running the same system, and they're all interconnected. Japan holds U.S. treasuries. The U.S. holds European bonds through the IMF. Europe holds developing nation debt through the World Bank. It's circular. Everyone owes everyone. And the interest flows upward to the institutions that manage the debt. Here's why this can never end. If the U.S. paid off its $38 trillion, the money supply would collapse. Because dollars are created when the government borrows. If it paid off the debt, those dollars would disappear. Deflation, depression, economic collapse. So the government can never pay it off. It has to keep borrowing, keep rolling it over, and keep paying interest. The same is true globally.
Yep.
If every government paid off its debt, the global money supply would shrink by 2/3. There wouldn't be enough money to conduct trade. The system would seize. So debt can't be eliminated. It's structural, necessary, by design. And here's who profits. The institutions that hold the debt. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Fidelity. These asset managers control tens of trillions. They buy government bonds with other people's money, pension funds, retirement accounts, insurance premiums, and they collect the interest, about $1 trillion per year from U.S. debt alone, plus interest from Japan, Europe, everywhere. That trillion per year in interest payments flows from taxpayers to bondholders. It's the largest wealth transfer in history, continuous, structural, and invisible to most people, because it's not called a tax, it's called debt service, but it's the same mechanism. Workers pay, institutions collect, and the debt never decreases. Now, here's the final piece. The four architects didn't conspire together. They lived in different centuries, but they each solved a problem in a way that benefited bankers, and each solution built on the previous one. Patterson made debt permanent in 1694, Rothschild made it global in 1815, Morgan made it infinite in 1913, Volcker made it inescapable in 1982. Together, they built a system where governments borrow forever and pay interest eternally, and the people who control the bonds, who manage the debt, who collect the interest, they're the ultimate beneficiaries. Not governments, not taxpayers, the financial institutions. And here's the final truth. $38 trillion isn't a crisis for them. It's a business model. Every dollar of debt is an asset on someone's balance sheet. It pays interest. It provides collateral for more borrowing. And as long as confidence holds, as long as people believe the government will pay interest even if it never repays principal, the system functions. The debt trap is complete. An escape isn't possible, not without collapsing the entire financial system. 4 architects, 3 centuries, 1 system. And everyone on Earth is now caught inside it. If this changed how you see government debt, if you finally understand that $38 trillion is not an accident or a mistake, but a system working exactly as designed, then you're starting to see how power actually works. Subscribe if you want to understand how the machine was built and who's operating it, because they're not going to teach you this in school. They're going to teach you that debt is a problem to solve. But the architects knew.
You can't solve it. When the money doesn't exist in the first place that's needed to repay the debt, it's literally a fool's errand. It's literally a fool's errand. The only thing you'd be doing by paying down the debt is giving the bankers more money sooner than later. That's it. Literally it. So
The largest solid piece of gold ever discovered in recorded history was found a mere 1.2 inches beneath the dirt in Australia. After pulling it out of the ground.
Let's see. Essegan nostalgia with the 2. We need more employment with self-esteem. Yep. I mean, there's a lot that needs to happen. We need to, remove the cultural rot in society. The fact that people look down on people for working is I don't know. There's a lot that needs to be fixed. Our society right now is rotten. Rotten to the core.
With crowbars, seeing how much gold they had discovered, the 2 men immediately put it back in the ground. It was a Friday. Banks wouldn't open for 2 full days. Getting paid wasn't the concern. It was being killed. After 2 long, restless nights, they unburied it, put it on a cart, snuck it to town where the bank, not having a scale large enough to weigh it, broke it into pieces, determined it weighed 172 pounds, and gave the men 9,534 pounds sterling. Within 2 days, the pieces had been melted down and cast into 5 gold bars. Within 3 weeks, they were in the gold vault beneath the Bank of England in London. In this story are all the answers to why what is a relatively useless rock quickly became accepted as the pinnacle form of money, giving birth to the gold standard, and why it's widely misunderstood that leaving the gold standard wasn't a choice. It was an inevitability forced by the laws of nature. This video is sponsored by Public.
We should have been on the silver standard, which is what JFK wanted to put us on before he got shot.
More on them later. One day, $34 US could be redeemed for one of these, 1 ounce of pure gold.
I directed Secretary Connolly to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold.
Just 2 days later, they could not. People were shocked. Even today, many think it was a mistake, that you should be able to walk into any bank, hand over cash, get gold back. That one day, 1 year, or 1 century from now, the same amount of cash should get you the same amount of gold, because for millennia, it had been the unquestioned, universally agreed upon form of money. It didn't need to be melted out of ore. You could just see it. Like the men who happened onto the world's largest gold nugget, whoever the first human was to discover gold, that's how they found it. What is that shiny lump in the ground? Oh, check out those shiny flakes in the river. Shiny, yellow, obvious, eye-catching. Nothing else on the periodic table has what gold has. Silver dulls in a few weeks. Gold never does. Leave it right here. Come back in 1,000 years. Blow off the dust, and it will look just like this. Walking along the river, what is that? Pick it up. You're not going to put it back down. By 1000 BCE, every continent was working with gold. Less than 1% of all gold had been mined. By 1500, that had grown to 5%. By 1900, 12%. Gold is spread so remarkably even over Earth's surface that during the period where it was easily found on or near the surface, everyone started using it. No one put it back down. Aztecs to the Egyptians, China, India, Africa, everyone had discovered gold all on their own. And that with a relatively small amount of heat, you could make stuff out of it. If you didn't like how that stuff turned out, throw it back in the furnace and make something new. All you needed was clay to build the furnace and the container to put the gold in. A couple of people would blow air on the fire, and after a few minutes, out would come a puddle of gold. A puddle of gold that could be shaped or poured into molds that's had all the impurities burned out, making it impossible to determine where it came from. Untraceable. Here's this thing that everyone agrees is money. You could go out and find it, or exactly like the men who found that big gold nugget new, a thief could just steal it, melt it into a new shape, and voila, you can't prove I stole.
Yep, same with jewelry.
The world's biggest peacetime robbery ever.
Exactly what happened when 6 thieves accidentally stumbled upon 6,840 gold bars in 1983.
They're calling it the largest heist in history. 6 armed robbers broke into a Brinks high-security warehouse at London's Heathrow Airport just before dawn this morning. Police say the job took just 27 minutes. Robert, what are you seeing from above?
It seems 3 tons of pure gold bullion were loaded into 2 stolen Ford Transit vans, 1 white, 1 blue. I'm hearing the gold wasn't the original target, that the thieves didn't know it was in the warehouse.
I've been hearing the same thing.
They didn't know the gold was there. They were only expecting to find a couple million in cash, but upon seeing the gold, they loaded it up, drove on Bath Road to the M4 motorway, splitting the convoy into 2. One van went to Kent, the other van went to South London. Within a month, 2/3 of it had been moved to Bristol. The rest stayed in the original safe house in Kent. In the garages where they stored it, they melted it all down using propane-fueled furnaces, with many of the furnace parts being common items that you'd be able to find on a construction site. But to make it fully untraceable, they mixed the melted gold with copper, so bars could be passed off as scrap jewelry remnants. Over the next 2 years, the new gold bars smelted in Bristol were sold back into England in black market deals using London pubs and through an employee at the Sheffield Assay Office, one of just 4 official England organizations who test gold for purity. The ones in Kent were packed into car doors and moved through France and into Switzerland. This tale ends for us here, though we could go on because this became a 10-year saga that included more than 10 murders, members of the gang getting caught and turning on each other, casinos, smuggling. It is a fascinating story. But to this day, only 1/3 of the gold has been recovered. Johnson Matthey Bankers, the official gold refiner of the Bank of England, which is Britain's central bank, they were the victims. It turned out to not be the government's gold they were moving this time, but what if it had been? What would have happened if we were still on the gold standard and the Bank of England's gold disappeared? Rewind real quick. Where the bank, not having a scale large enough to weigh it, broke it into pieces, determined it weighed 172 pounds, and gave the men 9,534 pounds sterling. That sounds like the bank bought the gold nugget, right? Here's what really happened when those men took their 172-pound nugget to the bank. The local Australian bank gave cash out of their vault, shipped the gold back to England. Once in the Bank of England vault, the Bank of England printed paper bills worth 9,534 pounds sterling and sent it back to the bank in Australia. Nobody actually bought the gold nugget. Or to put it another way, if out in the world there were 100 million pounds sterling before they found that gold nugget, once it was in the Bank of England's vault, there were now 100,009,534 pounds sterling out in the world. Gold was cash, and cash was gold. Legally, England could not make more money unless they acquired more gold, and had to destroy money if they lost it. Like if those 6,840 gold bars had been stolen from the British government, 336 million pounds sterling would legally be required to be taken out of the world. You can't have more cash than gold. If gold disappears, it doesn't matter how, cash has to disappear. So you can immediately feel that tension, right? We've got to have gold. Cannot lose the gold. That is what it was like during those times. Each country's gold reserves were watched very, very carefully by everyone around the world. That's how you knew how much money a country had, if it was running out of money. The 2 scariest words the ruler of a country could hear were gold outflows. But why is the amount of money in circulation going down a bad thing? More money is bad, right? The more money printed, the less value the money you currently have is. So why would the amount of money going down be bad? The value of your money suddenly went up. Here's the deal. If cash is scarce, loans can't be made. If loans can't be made, that person can't build that hospital. Railroads can't find the capital to lay new track. If railroads can't lay new track, that little village can't become a town. If villages can't become towns, the economy can't grow. The world.
That is such a lie. No, 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 no. No. That is not true, because if that were the case, nothing would have ever been built on the gold standard ever.
And this is not new. It runs on credit for millennia. Credit needs collateral, and banks must have reserve cash to offer loans. Less cash, less collateral, lower reserves. Even if the value of your money is going up, there's less stuff to buy, less innovation. You can't walk down the street to that hospital and pay with your more valuable money because the hospital doesn't exist. Tying the amount of money available to how much gold has been pulled out of the ground is what we call a self-imposed constraint. But hear me out. What if we just mined more gold? You know the multi-asset investing platform Public. They just launched generated assets, a new kind of asset that lets anyone turn their ideas into an investable index using AI. For example, you could type in AI-powered supply chain companies with positive free cash flow, or semiconductor manufacturers with revenue growth over 20% year over year. The AI then searches, screens, and builds a one-of-a-kind index for you to invest in. come with it 20 years after it had been found? When you transfer your investments from another platform. Big thank you to Public for sponsoring this video. More gold has been mined out of this 300-kilometer long band of Earth than anywhere else in the world. Take a bulldozer, scoop out 2 tons of dirt, and one of these would come with it. 20 years after it had been found, digging just 50 feet into the surface, it had produced 2% of all the gold humans had ever mined. Fast forward to today, and 22% of all the gold ever pulled out of the Earth by humans has come from Witwatersrand, the one area on Earth where a 7-mile wide meteor had struck the ground so hard and so fast it dug up Earth from miles beneath. At least twice as productive as almost every other gold mine on the planet. As this stretch of land goes, so goes gold production. What was 50 feet from the surface in 1989 is now a 2-hour round trip, 10-mile journey in a high-speed elevator, winding all the way to the bottom, 2.5 miles beneath the surface, where now 8 scoops of ore must come up to get to one of these. What was almost pure profit to start, now most of this gold bar goes just to paying the cost of getting the dirt it came from up and out of the bottom of the mine. And that,
wow,
is from the most important, most profitable
10 miles
gold mines on the planet. Today, 80% of all known gold reserves have been mined. The world started to and is getting closer to running out of new gold. All while
I think the Saudis just found gold, didn't they? I think the Saudis just found a massive gold deposit.
The global population tripled between 1800 and 1950 and then doubled again by 2000. If the number of people on the planet wasn't going up, the gold standard would work well. The amount of gold per person would go up a little bit at a time. The amount of money available would be stable. But to keep the supply of gold rising at the same rate as the population was growing, the amount of dirt that was being moved to produce just a little more gold went through the roof. 500 years ago, about 2 tons of earth would give us an ounce of gold. Today, as an average across all mines, it's about 120. The final move off the gold standard was forced by the laws of nature, replaced by these little pieces of paper that many of us take for granted as useful and backed by the full faith and credit of our government. I mean, it says so right here. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. But it also says something very similar on this one. It's implied on this one and this one. But these statements, while they all say the same basic thing, are not all equal. Yes, you can trade them all for many things, but when it comes to trading one for another or taking it out of the country, the rules for these three, let's call it controlling. I'm sure you've seen these kind of counters at the airport. Take your cash from one country and turn it into the currency for another country. This is a very different experience elsewhere around the world, particularly in the countries where gold is flowing to the most right now. India, Russia, Turkey, and China. If I go in here, I can buy as many Indian rupees with my US dollars as I want. As much as they have, there is no limit. In India, Turkey, China, Russia, and a variety of other countries, you are not freely allowed to trade the currency for other currencies, particularly the US dollar. In India, you can only acquire 250,000 US dollars. China, it's 25,000. Turkey, it's 5,000. Russia, it's 0. And actually taking that money out of the country is a whole other process that requires forms and often a refusal from the government to allow it. Now, imagine for a moment that you have a briefcase and it's full of Russian rubles stuffed to the brim. You're feeling good. Let's go buy some stuff, maybe some caviar and vodka. But tomorrow, the Russian government says, you can do whatever you want with that except trade those rubles for US dollars. I think almost everyone would be like, but why?
Russian troops on the move in Ukraine with blasts heard in multiple cities, including Kiev.
That's why. You have that same briefcase fully won. Chinese government says, you can't buy dollars. But why?
Prolonged housing crisis in China.
Come on. When things go bad or even just become uncertain, it is a universal human trait that we will protect what we have. You do not know how bad this is going to get. Dump the local currency for something more secure. Today, and for the foreseeable future, that is the US dollar. But also the euro to a degree, British pound and Swiss franc. By limiting how much of those you can buy, what are called capital controls, governments can prevent money from flooding out of the country in times of stress or panic. Which is a primary reason why gold is in such high demand in those 4 countries. China, India, and Turkey are importing huge amounts of gold, while Russia is not allowing any of the gold it mines, which is a lot, to leave the country. It's called a safe haven asset for a reason. Everyone looks at it like that, but it's not nearly of the same importance as it is to the people in places who cannot do whatever they want with their money, especially when there are fewer places to invest it within those countries. Meager stock markets, housing crashes, low interest rates on saving accounts. To people with money to spare, the siren song of moving money abroad is loud and gets louder during times of panic. But you can still buy gold. Legal market or the black market. A quarter of gold brought into China and India.
That's the Chinese, they're huge into like trading cards because they use it as an alternative instrument for wealth. So like the Chinese, if they have $500,000 they want to get out of China, what they'll do is they'll buy like Pokemon cards with their Chinese money, take the cards, fly to America, sell the cards in the United States for US dollars, and then buy whatever it is they want in the US. And that's how they funnel money out of China, is by buying like actual tangible assets that have resale value. It's kind of interesting.
India is smuggled. You can wear it. Gold rings, necklaces. What? It's not money to me. It's just jewelry. The world has permanently moved off the gold standard, but when push comes to shove, in economies that are shakier than others, gold is and will be for the foreseeable future the standard. This is a video about the most important.
You're gonna report that to Xing? It's Xi Jinping. But all right, so what is this? We have a lot of financial topics tonight. So 6:57 to 21. All right. Okay, just a warning. If this is a documentary, they might flag it for copyright. 6:57.
A number of years ago, the Central Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve, produced a document entitled Modern Money Mechanics. This publication detailed the institutionalized practice of money creation as utilized by the Federal Reserve and the web of global commercial banks it supports. On the opening page, the document states its objective. The purpose of this booklet is to describe the basic process of money creation in a fractional reserve banking system. It then proceeds to describe this fractional reserve process through various banking terminology, a translation of which goes something like this. The United States government decides it needs some money, so it calls up the Federal Reserve and requests, say, $10 billion. The Fed replies, saying, sure, we'll buy $10 billion in government bonds from you. So the government takes some pieces of paper, paints some official-looking designs on them, and calls them treasury bonds. Then it puts a value on these bonds to the sum of $10 billion and sends them over to the Fed. In turn, the people at the Fed draw up a bunch of impressive pieces of paper themselves, only this time calling them Federal Reserve notes, also designating a value of $10 billion to the Fed. The Fed then takes these notes and trades them for the bonds. Once this exchange is complete, the government then takes the $10 billion in Federal Reserve notes and deposits it into a bank account. And upon this deposit, paper notes officially become legal tender money, adding $10 billion to the U.S. money supply. And there it is. $10 billion in new money has been created. Of course, this example is a generalization, for, in reality, this transaction would occur electronically, with no paper used at all. In fact, only 3% of the U.S. money supply exists in physical currency. The other 97% essentially exists in computers alone. Now, government bonds are, by design, instruments of debt. And when the Fed purchases these bonds, with money to...
Again, it's not even real. None of this shit's even fucking real. It's basically one massive Excel spreadsheet. That's it. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 this Monday, talking to my financial advisor. Nice, man. It's just... Do you see why paying down the debt is worthless? It doesn't exist. None of this shit's real, bro.
Essentially created out of thin air. The government is actually promising to pay back that money to the Fed. In other words, the money was created out of debt. This mind-numbing paradox of how money or value can be created out of debt or a liability will become more clear as we further this exercise. So, the exchange has been made and now $10 billion sits in a commercial bank account. Here's where it gets really interesting. For as based on the fractional reserve practice, that $10 billion deposit instantly becomes part of the bank's reserves, just as all deposits do. And regarding reserve requirements, as stated in modern money mechanics, a bank must maintain...
Dude, fractional reserve lending is fucking criminal.
Legally required reserves equal to a prescribed percentage of its deposits. It then quantifies this by stating, under current regulations, the reserve requirement against most transaction accounts is 10%. This means that with a $10 billion deposit, 10% or $1 billion is held as the required reserve, while the other $9 billion is considered an excessive reserve and can be used as the basis for new loans. Now, it is logical to assume that this $9 billion is literally coming out of the existing $10 billion deposit. However, this is actually not the case. What really happens is that the $9 billion is simply created out of thin air on top of the existing $10 billion deposit. This is how the money supply is expanded. As stated in modern money mechanics, of course they, the banks, do not really pay out loans from the money they receive as deposits. If they did this, no additional money would be created. What they do when they make loans is to accept promissory notes, loan contracts, in exchange for credits, money, to the borrower's transaction accounts. In other words, the $9 billion can be created out of nothing simply because there is a demand for such a loan and that there is a $10 billion deposit to satisfy the reserve requirements. Now, let's assume that somebody walks into this bank and borrows the newly available $9 billion. They will then most likely take that money and deposit it into their own bank account. The process then repeats. That deposit becomes part of the bank's reserves. 10% is isolated, and in turn 90% of the $9 billion, or $8.1 billion.
Yeah, so now they've just loaned out They just loaned out $18 billion off a $10 billion deposit. And it keeps going and going and going and going. 18 becomes 25, then it becomes 31, then it becomes... Ah, shit, can I do math in my head? 36, then it becomes 40, then it becomes 43, 45, and then it finally ends at 46. So $10 billion becomes $46 billion in debt, plus interest.
Is now available as newly created money for more loans. And of course, that 8.1 can be loaned out and redeposited, creating an additional 7.2 billion to 6.5 billion to 5.9 billion, etc. This deposit money creation loan cycle can technically go on to infinity. The average mathematical result is that about $90 billion can be created on top of the original 10 billion. In other words, for every deposit that ever occurs in the banking system, about 9 times that amount can be created out of thin air.
Money jitters? Ask the obliging Bank of America for a jar of soothing instant money, M-O-N-E-Y, in the form of a convenient personal loan.
So, now that we understand how money is created by this fractional reserve banking system, a logical yet elusive question might come to mind. What is actually giving this newly created money value? The answer? The money that already exists.
That and the fact that you need it to pay your taxes.
The new money essentially steals value from the existing money supply. For the total pool of money is being increased irrespective of demand for goods and services. And as supply and demand finds equilibrium, prices rise, diminishing the purchasing power of each individual dollar. This is generally referred to as inflation, and inflation is essentially a hidden tax on the public.
What is the advice that you generally get? And that is inflate the currency. They don't say debase the currency. They don't say devalue the currency. They don't say cheat the people who are saved. They say lower the interest rates. The real deception is when we distort the value of money. When we create money out of thin air, we have no savings, and yet there's so-called capital. So my question boils down to this. How in the world can we expect to solve the problems of inflation, that is, the increase in the supply of money, with more inflation?
Of course, it can't. The fractional reserve system monetary expansion is inherently inflationary. For the act of expanding the money supply, without there being a proportional expansion of goods and services in the economy, will always debase a currency. In fact, a quick glance at the historical values of the US dollar versus the money supply reflects this point definitively.
Pitiful, man. Absolutely pitiful. This is what they've taken from you. Let's see. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I'm going more into AI and energy. It's easy as fuck. Nice, man. Yeah, energy is a good sector right now because the supply is about to get cranked up. I mean, it's been in progress for a while, but anytime oil drilling takes place, it takes a while to get going. But yeah, gas prices should be dropping pretty quickly next year, which means U.S. will be exporting a lot more oil. And also, SNK Nostalgia with the 5 get the members. Really appreciate it, bro. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. You are too kind.
The inverse relationship is obvious. $1 in 1913 required $21.60 in 2007 to match value. That is a 96% devaluation since the Federal Reserve came into existence. Now, if this reality of inherent and perpetual inflation seems absurd and economically self-defeating, hold that thought, for absurdity is an understatement in regard to how our financial system really operates. For in our financial system, money is debt, and debt is money. Here's a chart of the U.S. money supply from 1950 to 2006. Here's a chart of the U.S. national debt for the same period. How interesting it is that the trends are virtually the same. For the more money there is, the more debt there is. The more debt there is, the more money there is. To put it a different way, every single dollar in your wallet is owed to somebody by somebody. For remember, the only way the money can come into existence is from loans. Therefore, if everyone in the country were able to pay off all debts, including the government, there would not be $1 in circulation. In fact, the last time in American history the national debt was completely paid off was in 1835 after President Andrew Jackson shut down the central bank that preceded the Federal Reserve.
Beast!
In fact, Jackson's entire political platform essentially revolved around his commitment to shut.
That is an accurate portrayal of bankers. A many-headed hydra.
Down the central bank, stating at one point, the bold efforts the present bank has made to control the government are but premonitions of the fate that awaits the American people should they be deluded into a perpetuation of this institution or the establishment of another like it. Unfortunately, his message was short-lived, and the international bankers succeeded to install another central bank in 1913, the Federal Reserve. And as long as this institution exists, perpetual debt is guaranteed. Now, So far, we have discussed the reality that money is created out of debt, through loans. These loans are based on a bank's reserves, and reserves are derived from deposits. And through this fractional reserve system, any one deposit can create 9 times its original value, in turn debasing the existing money supply, raising prices in society. And since all this money is created out of debt and circulated randomly through commerce, people become detached from their original debt, and a disequilibrium exists, where people are forced to compete for labor in order to pool enough money out of the money supply to cover their costs of living. As dysfunctional and backwards as all of this might seem, there is still one thing we have omitted from this equation. And it is this element of the structure which reveals the truly fraudulent nature of the system itself. The application of interest. When the government borrows money
Oy vey, usury
from the Fed, or when a person borrows money from a bank, it almost always has to be paid back with accrued interest. In other words, almost every single dollar that exists must be eventually returned to a bank with interest paid as well. But if all money is borrowed from the central bank and is expanded by commercial banks through loans, only what would be referred to as the principal is being created in the money supply.
Yep.
So then, where is the money to cover all of the interest that is charged?
More debt.
Nowhere. It doesn't exist. The ramifications of this are staggering, for the amount of money owed back to the banks will always exceed the amount of money that is available in circulation. This is why inflation is a constant in the economy, for new money is always needed to help cover the perpetual deficit built into the system, caused by the need to pay the interest. What this also means is that mathematics
I'm getting the warning. Let me see. We'll see.
Defaults and bankruptcy are literally built into the system, and there will always be poor pockets of society that get the short end of the stick. An analogy would be a game of musical chairs, for once the music stops, somebody is left out to dry. And that's the point. It invariably transfers true wealth from the individual to the banks. For if you are unable to pay for your mortgage, they will take your property. This is particularly enraging when you realize that not only is...
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's public domain. The problem is this channel that uploaded it didn't put it as that. Yeah, see, all rights reserved. All of the films published by us are legally licensed. We've acquired the rights. Yeah. So, it's copyrighted.
Such a default inevitable due to the fractional reserve practice, but also because of the fact that the money that the bank loaned to you didn't even legally exist in the first place. In 1969, there was a Minnesota court case involving a man named Jerome Daly, who was challenging the foreclosure of his home by the bank, which provided the loan to purchase it. His argument was that the mortgage contract required both parties, being he and the bank, each put up a legitimate form of property for the exchange. In legal language, this is called consideration.
Alright, yeah, I gotta stop. Here, I'll link this if you guys want to watch it. Seems pretty well put together. I don't know, man. This whole, like, central banking shit really does, like, grind my gears, for lack of a better term. It's just, like, once you learn how fucking evil everything is, it's like, God, bro. God! Maybe I am gonna turn into Raymond. God! But yeah, it's just like, dude, it goes so much deeper than people actually fucking think. And we have some genuinely fucking evil people who have hijacked our country, our sovereignty, and the world itself. Two days left until what? Is that why I don't have a girlfriend? Oh, yeah, dude. Definitely. The Rothschilds made it that way. What is this?
Over the past few years, the stock market has been on an absolute tear, and as we know, it's largely been on the back of 7 companies that are all making moves in the world of AI.
You want to talk about a Ponzi scheme? Oh my God. Have you all... Let me see if I can find it. This shit was incredible. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. I found it. Dude, the fact of the matter is nobody needs to purchase anything for the most part. This mindless consumerism shit is what has propagated this system. Alright, here we go. Yeah, see, 45 billion. But here you go. Breaking, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Anthropic announced new strategic partnership. Partnership details include Anthropic to buy 30 billion of Azure compute capacity, NVIDIA to invest 10 billion in Anthropic, Microsoft to invest 5 billion in Anthropic, NVIDIA and Anthropic to collaborate on design and engineering. NVIDIA and Anthropic establish deep technology partnership. So you see what's happening here, right? So Anthropic is buying, 30 billion of Azure compute. NVIDIA is putting 10 billion of that into the company, which this company already buys from NVIDIA. And then Microsoft is taking some of that 30 billion and putting 5 billion back into the company. Like, it's just all fucking cyclical. But yeah, right there, it generated $45 billion of economic activity. And all it is companies just swapping money with each other. So, that's basically the AI market right now. Is AI companies selling to AI companies.
Profits have been rising and investors have been flooding money into these companies, pushing up their stock prices and their valuations. But there's a pretty big problem, and the more I see these companies rise, the more nervous I get. Now, to be clear, the share prices rising is not necessarily a problem. That can go on a very long time before it leads to issues. The problem I see is a bottleneck. It's one single choke point that has the potential to really hurt all of these AI companies. And with these 7 stocks now accounting for over a third of the S&P 500 index, I think it's something that deserves a lot more attention, because a problem affecting these 7 companies could effectively bring the whole market down like one big house of cards. So to explain this problem we're facing, we need to look at one of these 7 companies in particular. That company is NVIDIA. Now, as we know, NVIDIA has performed exceptionally well over the past few years on the back of insatiable demand.
And it makes no fucking sense.
For its AI chips like the H100 or the B200. They're now the largest company in the S&P 500, accounting for over 7% of the index just by themselves.
Not natural.
There are 4...
NVIDIA is worth more than the GDP of Canada, I'm pretty sure.
$8.5 trillion company, and investors are expecting this growth to continue. They're giving them a PE ratio of around 50, aka after 50 years of current performance, the business will earn enough for you to make back your money as an investor. Now that's a high value.
That's horrible.
Valuation, and it means investors expect this company to grow, not to stand still. But fair enough, the company is growing quickly because Nvidia's chips are in hot demand from all the big companies around the world. In fact, out of the other Magnificent Seven companies, the only one not buying up Nvidia chips is Apple, who design their own. But the overarching point is everybody wants Nvidia's chips. Now here's the thing, when you ask people what Nvidia do, they'll probably say, oh, Nvidia, they make chips, right? When you listen to news reports or YouTube videos, that's also what you'll hear. Nvidia make chips. They're making the chips that are fueling the AI boom. But that's actually not true, because Nvidia is not actually a chip maker. They are
they designed them.
A chip designer. Nvidia engineers design the architecture of its GPUs, everything from how cores.
Which is what Trump is trying to do by moving, you know, chip manufacturing to the United States.
Process data, memory layout, power efficiency. They even design the software stacks that make their hardware useful, but they do not manufacture their own products. In other words, Nvidia's value is in the intellectual property. They draw the all-important blueprints. It's the same thing with Apple. Apple love to say that they now make their own chips, the A19 chip in the new iPhone or the M5 in the latest generation of MacBooks. But in reality, they are also just the designer. The company that actually manufactures the chips for both Apple and Nvidia is TSMC. That's it, just one company.
In Taiwan.
And this is where you start to see a potential bottleneck. The M series for MacBooks, the A series for iPhones, Nvidia's A100, the H100, the H200, the B200, all of the world's most desired chips, and the ones that are almost completely powering this AI revolution are manufactured by one company. That in itself is a really big risk, but right now you've got that risk compounded because what does TSMC stand for? It isn't Tennessee Semiconductor, it's Taiwan Semiconductor. And if you've been living under a rock, there's quite some concern that China will look to take control of Taiwan in the not too distant future. In fact, US intelligence believe that Xi Jinping is preparing the Chinese forces to invade by no later than 2027. We've seen China building and testing specifically designed new landing ships for just such an occasion. They're building 70 new commercial ferries capable of transporting troops and armored vehicles, scheduled to be completed by the end of 2026, and in the last few months have been conducting large-scale military drills in the waters around Taiwan. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that China is—
Yeah, dude, if this shit does go down, all hell is gonna rain down on China.
Is going to actually follow through.
Dude, Taiwan is literally a fortress island. You know, they have been pretty much the consistently largest purchaser of U.S. military goods for God only knows how long. Like, that entire island is a fucking fortress just waiting for the Chinese to invade. So, they have every single imaginable countermeasure possible just waiting to be deployed if the Chinese make a move. So, and the U.S. will definitely strike in Taiwan's, you know, interest. Same with Japan. Same with the rest of, you know, the Asian countries, most likely. Because, you know, once they get Taiwan, they'll keep going. They won't stop.
And do it, but I do find it a little concerning that the entire AI industry is propped up by this one company that manufactures 80 to 90% of its chips in Taiwan and has even admitted that moving its fabs out of Taiwan would be basically impossible. Now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, that sounds like a big risk, but I'm sure if something happened to TSMC, then Nvidia and Apple could just use another company to make their chips, right? Take their designs to another manufacturer. This sounds logical in theory, but the reality is it's a much tougher problem than people think because the types of chips that Apple and Nvidia are designing, the 3 and 4 nanometer chip generation, can really only be manufactured by two companies in the world, TSMC and Samsung. Why? Not to get too into the weeds, but the 3 and 4 nanometer generations are the most advanced chips in the world. They will soon be overtaken by the 2 nanometer generation. It's a bit of a mess because the naming convention used to be about transistor size. Now it's kind of morphed into just marketing speak. But the idea is the smaller you can make the transistors, the more you can fit onto a chip, and the more powerful and efficient the chip becomes. Now, for scale, a human hair is around 70,000 nanometers thick. So these transistors are 3,000 to 4,000 times smaller than that. To make transistors that tiny, you need an insane level of precision, and there's only one company on Earth that even makes those machines, ASML, based in the Netherlands. Each one of these machines costs around $300 to $400 million, and there are only a few hundred out there in existence. These machines are owned by various companies around the world, but mostly by TSMC and Samsung. But the kicker is, even if you do have one of these $400 million ASML machines, you still can't make the 3 nanometer chip unless you have the decades of experience, the software, and the supply chains that go with it. And then to make these chips at volume, only TSMC and Samsung can do it. Okay, so send the orders to Samsung instead. The problem is Samsung, literally the next most advanced foundry, still struggles to match TSMC's production quality. Their 4 nanometer process has had big yield issues, meaning a big chunk of their chips come out defective. And honestly, when you're producing a $30,000 GPU or a $200 iPhone processor at scale, a 20% yield loss is just too painful. NVIDIA learned this the hard way during the pandemic because it actually did use Samsung's 8 nanometer process for its RTX 30 series GPUs, but the yields were so poor that NVIDIA went straight back to TSMC for the next generation. So to sum it up, if something happened to TSMC, you can't swap them out. There's no viable backup plan. There isn't a ready-to-go fab to hire in Texas that NVIDIA can rent out if the Taiwan situation escalates. And that's what makes this whole AI boom so fragile. And you might say, but hold up, isn't there a massive push for chips to be made in the US? And isn't TSMC building a chip fab in the US? Yeah, that is correct. TSMC is building chip fabs in Arizona, to be specific. But the thing is, just because you build the factory doesn't mean you can instantly start pumping out the world's most advanced chips. For starters, those new Arizona fabs are years behind schedule. The first one was supposed to start producing chips in 2024, but it's now been pushed back to late this year or even next year. And the second site might not be ready until 2028. These fabs are extremely complex. I don't know if you've ever seen footage of them, but they are not like a car assembly plant. These places look like something straight out of a sci-fi. The air is cleaner than an...
And also Taiwan has a vested interest too in not accelerating this because, you know, the Taiwan government doesn't want the strategic... you know, loss of this manufacturing, because what happens is if they're no longer needed and you can build all of this shit in the US, why would anyone care about protecting Taiwan against China? So that's the thing that, you know, the Taiwanese government doesn't want, you know, to happen. Is, you know, the US and other countries to just suddenly stop caring about whether the Chinese take them over or not. Let's see. SK installs with the 2, by the way, invest into DRAM. Easiest. Yeah, my DRAM is like, I think, $700 now, which is crazy in my computer. And also with the 2, Palmer Lucky got this. Yeah, he's going to make a lot of money. So... And also with the 2, damn, man, I really appreciate it. Japan military defense force 2x their GDP base. Yeah, no, Japan's ramping up their military. I think they just launched their first submarine since World War II as well.
Operating room. Workers wear full-body bunny suits to avoid shedding a single speck of dust, because even a single particle can destroy an entire wafer worth millions of dollars. We're talking about facilities that require investments of tens of billions of dollars, require thousands of specially trained workers, and need ultra-specialized supply chains of gases, chemicals, and precision machinery that just isn't established locally in the US. So that's hurdle number 1, and that's not even mentioning the talent problem. TSMC's engineers in Taiwan have decades of experience working up to the most advanced 3 nanometer and 4 nanometer nodes. But when they brought that operation to Arizona, they discovered that the local workforce just doesn't have that level of expertise yet. Engineers even had to be flown over from Taiwan just to get things working. So you really can't replace that technical know-how overnight.
That should be scary to everyone too. Think about that. Like, so few people actually even know how this shit works. Like, imagine if all those people just vanished, bro. Like, the 10 or 12 people who know how to do this shit just disappear. What the fuck is anyone gonna do? It's like a lost technology. You know, it's like fucking Warhammer. They have all this technology, but nobody knows how to reproduce it. They're just sitting there in like a constant state of, you know, managed maintenance and decline of, you know, the, you know, various technologies they have. So it's kind of a scary thought, honestly.
And then, of course, the final problem, even if these fabs do finally come online, they won't be building NVIDIA's top-tier AI chips right away. The plan is for the Arizona plants to make chips on TSMC's 4nm process, while the latest and most in-demand chips, like Apple's A19 and NVIDIA's B200, use 3nm technology, soon moving to 2nm technology. So it's going to take quite some time before that true state-of-the-art manufacturing is happening at scale in the United States. So yes, there's progress. The US is absolutely investing in chip manufacturing through the CHIPS Act, and companies like Intel and Samsung and TSMC are all expanding on American soil, but it's not something that can happen in a couple of years. Building up that ecosystem, the people, the materials, the suppliers, the precision tools, ultimately it's going to take many, many years, potentially a decade. And that's why when I asked Steve Eisman about this, a man pretty good at predicting stock market bubbles, he said this.
Do you think the biggest thing we have to watch out for at the moment is the geopolitical?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
The reality is there is a massive dependency on Taiwan and TSMC. But what happens if China does invade Taiwan? This is where things get very interesting. Now, of course, we are just speculating at this point as the...
Apparently, Taiwan also has the TSMC plant rigged to explode, too. So if the Chinese ever do invade, the factories get blown. Which is kind of crazy, too, to think about. So, if the Chinese try to invade, they basically have, you know, a self-destruct button so that the Chinese can't take over the factories.
The truth is, we don't know what would happen, but TSMC has said for years that if China invaded, they wouldn't be able to continue producing chips for the West under Chinese occupation. Even if they wanted to, it's just not that simple. As I was saying, their facilities depend on global inputs, high-end machinery, specially designed software from the US, and so on. If China attacked, those supply lines would be instantly cut off. So even if TSMC's fabs weren't destroyed, they'd basically be dead in the water. They wouldn't be able to get the parts, the tools, or the support they'd need to keep running. And this is why the US is watching so damn closely. And it's why America would almost certainly get involved if China invaded Taiwan. In fact, the US has made it very clear that they would rather see TSMC's equipment disabled than fall into Chinese control. There are even whispers that Washington has contingency plans to evacuate key Taiwanese engineers or remotely disable the factory tools so that they can't be used by China. And from China's perspective, if they took control of Taiwan, it's unlikely they'd just keep exporting the world's most advanced chips to American companies. Wishful thinking, but I think it's highly unlikely. I mean, you think about it, China already controls over 90% of the world's rare earth refining, and they have not done that by accident. They've done it for power and control. It gives them massive negotiating power and massive leverage. They control a critical ingredient in EVs, batteries, and defense equipment. If they also controlled TSMC, that's a huge economic move, and it would really weaken the West. It's really quite crazy. They take this one little island off their coast, and the West is in big trouble. And that's why I think we as investors need to be really careful about this one choke point of the whole AI economy. Remove one tiny little island off the coast of China, and Nvidia's chips stop, Apple's chips stop, and then you have to deal with the flow-on effect into Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla, Meta, Google to an extent, and they're just the big ones. But let me know what you think. Again, I don't want to come across as fear-mongering. I'm not predicting the end of the world here, but I think it's certainly something that should be thought about, probably a little bit more than the euphoric market is currently thinking about it today. So let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Am I crazy? I'd love to hear your thoughts. But apart from that, please leave a like on the video if you did enjoy it. And with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one.
SNK nostalgia with the 2, 3 gorgeous China. Yeah, exactly. Hold on, wait, let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. This fucking picture. Feed me the 3 gorgeous dam. Yeah, that would absolutely wipe out China's manufacturing. It would also completely knock out their power supply, too. Let's see. Z-Herb with the 10. I just got called out. Griffin, I'm Australian, and apparently on Twitter I'm pretending to be French. Because in my bio I have King Gaming the 14th of France. Clearly a serious bio. Yeah. Obviously, you're dealing with a very, special individual.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, what's this?
This power plant is at the center of a battle between finance giants and the American people over who controls the basic necessities of everyday life.
Almost exactly a year ago, we made a video about BlackRock. And
I think this is a lib channel, so I'm not going to watch it. I recognize that name. New Silicon Valley. Oh, God. Hello, son. That's the only way. So did you get for watching the economy videos? I mean, I guess. I don't know. I find these a lot more interesting than a lot of stuff. Dude, now we got fucking Japanese Doomer content. Based. I don't know. The only exercise I need? Nah, you need to lift some weights, bro. Sorry, but work, sleep, repeat is life for everyone. Or not sleep, in my case. 3 hours every day on commute. That's brutal, man. Jesus. 3 hours. See, this is the type of shit that leftists want us to do when it comes to commuting. They're like, oh, public transit's so awesome. Yeah, fuck that, dude. I'm not gonna sit on a fucking train for 3 hours. Fuck that, dude. Fuck mass transit. Let me drive. The next station is the doors on the left. Especially on those Japanese trains, bro, because they pack in like fucking sardines at certain times. I will open. Please change it for the... Wait, what did that say? One of my colleagues spends 4 hours on commute daily. Jeez. He lives far away. Yeah, because nobody can afford to live in Tokyo. It's still the most expensive real estate market on Earth. See, SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Cleanse the Soul, Tulsa King, and Lane. That's on Paramount, right? I've seen the poster card for those, but I've never watched them. I think my parents watched that, actually. At least Tulsa King. But I've never watched it myself. Dude, how nice that must be. Just to walk through that train station as a Japanese person. I envy them. Gee, I wonder what that's like. Being surrounded by people who look exactly like you. I wonder what that's like. SNK nostalgia the 2, I would jump out of existence there. Bro, 4-hour commute's crazy. Holy shit. Hell nah. You would have to pay me so much money to make a 4-hour commute worthwhile. Ain't no way. Let's see. Wait, bro, the guy just said I suck ass as a gamer. That was his big insult. I'm dying. He's genuinely a tard or a dumb troll. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably just like a little special boy. My mommy loves me. Usually trains during morning commute are very quiet. Yeah, they don't, there's no loud, obnoxious, fat women screaming on their fucking speakerphone. Or someone with their Bluetooth speaker.
この電車は山手線内回り渋谷品川方面行きです。
No rap music, no phone calls. Dude, ride the fucking metro in DC one time and this looks like heaven by comparison.
次は大崎オレンジは右側です。The next station is 大崎 JY24. The doors on the right side will open. 品川オレンジは右側です。この電車は優先席を必要とされるお客様がいらっしゃいますが、席をお譲りください。
Yeah, most of the time there's like homeless people camped out by the rails in the metro because it's warm down there during the winter. And so there's like always a bunch of homeless people just hanging out inside of the metro stops. It's gross.
JY25. The doors on the right side.
Do you know what I bet else is nice? It doesn't smell like fucking weed either. I bet it doesn't even smell like fucking weed. That's probably the best part, honestly. Dude, everywhere you go in DC, all you fucking smell is pot. Everywhere. It sucks, bro. There you go, chuds. Your Japanese trad wife awaits. She's waiting for you to save her from the 9 to 5 grind. Although in their case, it's like 5 to 9. It's the opposite. Here we go. Another depressing Friday night as a salary, man. Sounds like my Friday nights. That's some game nostalgia with the 2. The entire planet is cooked. Play better games, IRL. That's the goal, right? Go home early. It was 9:15. Bro, imagine getting let off of work early and it's 9:15 at night. Holy shit. That's brutal.
No, it's amazing. Just wait a moment.
That's brutal, dude. And then I remembered rent. Oof. Oh, she's a cutie. I'd like to get to know you. Dude. Found the one white woman in Japan.
Yeah.
$250. Yo, I wonder if somebody gave this dude money. Because remember that one chick that uploaded the video of her by herself on her birthday and they like gave her like hundreds of dollars and like fucking super thanks? The guy got nothing. Brutal. That's brutal, man. Us chuds don't get anything in life, but the foids, they get infinite money printers from a bunch of simps. That's tragic.
I'll be there.
What did he order? Beer. Crunchy, cheap, and slightly depressing. Yeah, beer and cabbage. Oh my god. That is depressing, honestly. It makes my beef and onions look like a, you know, a gourmet feast. It was like tender. Oh my god. The meat market. Stuffed bell pepper, hell yes.
Yeah.
To distract myself. The only coping mechanism that works. Oh my god, he's got to eat his fucking cheap Japanese skewers in order to cope.
Please. Don't.
The Japanese don't season their chicken.
Come. And tell.
Yeah, I would much rather eat that than McDonald's for sure. The salt flavor hits harder than my boss's passive-aggressive comments. Need to stop thinking about my boss. Is his boss like a massive titty, super domineering Asian babe or some shit? Why does he keep thinking about him?
Hold.
God, I need to fuck my boss.
Garden. Is.
Office workers in Japan are really lonely. Don't have a social life outside of that. Gee, I wonder what that's like. Damn, bro. Am I actually Japanese coded? Was I born into the wrong country, guys? You know, I've always felt that at my heart, I was actually Japanese, dude. When I saw my first episode of Naruto, I knew.
Done. Done.
Yes.
Damn, bro, why didn't you just order all this shit at once?
Thank you. It seems that they'll do it. Thank you.
Oh my god. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, eating at a restaurant by yourself is so depressing. Like, I don't want to ever do it again. I did it once. That was more than enough. Like, no thank you. I've lived that life once too many times. I don't know why this guy is subjecting himself to just sitting miserably alone at a restaurant. He's down because he has to go home.
Yes. Please be polite when opening the button from the operation.
Dude, what the fuck are these, like, random audio lines? I'm guessing it's the software he used to dub. I don't fucking know. I want to see what his house looks like. Or I guess apartment. That's what I was curious about. It's like, why was he so upset about going home? Realistic day off. Let's see what his house looks like. Will there be anime? Alright guys, place your bets. Will there be anime figures? Lock it in now. Yes, no, what do you think? I can't afford this shit! I'm saying no, but I wouldn't be surprised. But we'll see. Alright, let's go ahead. No anime figures yet. Yemen coffee. Dude, what the fuck is this retard putting? It's the legal drug that keeps capitalism going. It's cheaper than therapy. Dog, it's coffee. What the fuck is he talking about? Holy shit. This is giving me Raymond energy. Bro, this is literally Raymond energy. Trying to make something intellectual when it's not. Alright, so look. Batman, no anime yet. Melon bread with melon cream. What the fuck does that taste like? I didn't know that melons could cream. Cringe. Whoa, 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 whoa. For lunch, we're having bukkake udon. Hold up. I think there was something lost in translation there. Don't Google that at work. Yeah, exactly. Okay, maybe it is called that. Dude, I've had Japanese cold noodles before, and they are gross. I don't know why people like those. I don't know about that. I don't like those type of noodles. Let's see. SNK nostalgia with the 2. I have waited tables, bartend. People are insane. Yeah, for sure, bro. I can only imagine. The service industry has got to be pretty rough, especially nowadays. Like, jeez. I can only imagine. What the fuck? Talk about microplastics. Why are the noodles wrapped in plastic? That doesn't make any sense. Ooh. That does not look very appetizing. Dude, that was super realistic day off in Tokyo. Like, you just eat? Is that all they do in Japan? They just fucking eat? It's just all AI slop for the thumbnails. Boring day off. We didn't see any anime figures, but let's see if he has them in this shot.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. 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 Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, so I'm guessing this dude does not partake in the weeb culture. Or I guess, what do they call it? Otaku. He's a coffee cell, just like Raymond. Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. You've been very, very generous, so I really do appreciate it. Dude, if he wants cheap-ass coffee, why doesn't he just buy an American coffee maker and just get a fucking metal turbot, like, or whatever those fucking things are, tumblers, right? The Turvis tumblers or whatever the fuck. Or no, those are plastic. Those are plastic. I guess he could just get a Yeti. Like, why not just get a big-ass coffee maker, make an actual pot of coffee, dump it in a thermos, and take it to work? Then you don't have to pay for it. More melon bread. Ew. This does not look very appetizing. Yeah, he's a Tekken Cell too, so.
That Japan, a country with just 2% of the world's population, could disrupt the entire world. Japan's government has released a country with just 2% of the world's population.
What else does he watch? How pro investors earn with crypto using AI. Getting rich is a game. Here is how to win from Ali Abdal. Day in life of okay, that's Japanese. Never mind. Japan population crisis. He watches PewDiePie. Don't waste your youth. Donald Trump offers life lesson.
Population could disrupt the entire world.
Japan's government has released growth data for the first.
That's to get nostalgia with the 2. I want to see Starbucks fail. Same here, man. Fuck Starbucks. You know, the downfall of Starbucks couldn't happen to a better company. So, you know, they for years catered to these crazy leftists, and now the crazy leftists are turning on them. So, you know, couldn't happen to a better company if you ask me. I think their stock went down like fucking crazy recently. Not near me. I want stock. Shit. Yeah, it's down 6% year to date, but it dropped like a pretty decent. Yeah, it went down to 80. And then it went down to 80 again, and then again 79. It's back up to 87 now, but yeah, it dropped like crazy. It was at 115 or 16 back in February. It's now at 87, so it's lost quite a bit. Essen get nostalgia with the 2 Starbucks sinking unions. That's fun. I know, man. Again, it could not happen to a better company. They deserve every bit of it.
First quarter of this year, and the numbers show the economy has taken a step back.
Japan's 3 biggest names in the auto industry announced disappointing.
The Tekken Cell thoughts.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna pick out a meal based on my favorite Japanese girl. I'm guessing this guy's entire life is just eating. Holy shit, bro. Why do you have a Tekken Cell shirt? And all you do is eat. One week. I will say this is kind of fascinating content. Loser. That's something you would never see in DC, is someone walking to find a garbage can. They just throw it on the fucking ground. Right? What the fuck? He's just got a big ass thing of rice. Wait, he's a foreigner? Uh-oh. Hell yeah, dude. Donkey Kong. Based. Dude, those are like the best. The Nong Shim noodles that he's eating. But the ones you want to get are the Nong Shim Black. Like the package is all black. Those are fucking great. I think they sell them at Costco by the pallet. Or by like a case. Not a pallet, but... These things are absolutely fire. Damn, bro, you eat enough? Yeah, if they don't have them at Costco, they sell them at most grocery stores, too. They're pretty popular. I think Amazon has them as well. Hold on, let's see real quick. Oh, somebody gave him money. Bro, watching this makes me grateful for my life. That's brutal, dude. Oh my god. I just wanted to know what country he's from. Yeah, if you... Hold on. This is the one you want. This one. That's what you want. If you can find this one, this is the best one. The red one is also good that he was having, but this one I think is better, personally. The Shin Black. They're really good. I could eat those every single day for the rest of my life and probably never get sick of them. But I could probably do that with most ramen noodles, to be honest. There was not much I could do to help her. I don't know. Why don't you fuck her, dude? I don't know. Do they even do that over in Japan anymore?
This is the Yamamoto Line train down. The next station is Yoyogi, JY18. The doors on the left side will be.
This is me? Yeah, dude, I definitely live in Japan.
I can't afford this shit!
HK World's Gizmo Naoki has more.
The new Superman movie is out.
The new Superman movie is out. Oh my god. Dude, he just eats. Eat. I guess that's all there is to do in Japan, bro, is just sit in your little fucking cube house and eat. Like, where's his gaming, bro? He was wearing a Tekken shirt. Like, go play some video games, dog. Like, they got arcades and shit in Japan. They got game stores in Japan. They got trading card stores in Japan. That's where I would be. But... oh, yeah, dude, I've seen this.
When you type a question into ChatGPT and it spits back an answer in 2 seconds, it feels like magic. But it's not magic. Your query goes into a giant building like this. We're good. No. Apparently, we're not allowed to film here. This is Data Center Alley in Northern Virginia, and it may just be the most important place in the country that you've never heard of. Roughly 40% of the internet passes...
Look at that.
And it may just be the most important place in the country that you've never heard of.
Look at that, dude. Could you imagine being backed up to a fucking data center? Holy shit, that would be like hell. You want to talk about going fucking insane. That quiet hum would just be ringing in your head constantly.
Roughly 40% of the internet passes through Data Center Alley. These are massive, massive buildings. Look at these. They've already built 200 data centers in the area, and 100 more are under construction, though much of it is shrouded in secrecy. So BlackRock owns this data center.
The reason why I stopped you is we're not allowed to take photos. Our biggest problem as a country, we post too much shit on YouTube.
By the end of this video, you will understand what a data center is, see the massive scale of this operation with your own eyes, hear what locals actually think about them, and understand why they are so shrouded in secrecy.
I don't know a single person in this area, at least my neighborhood, who works in the data center.
Hello, yes.
Insurance prices, everything gets higher.
Let's invest.
Yeah, look at these Americans, bro.
Data Center Alley. When you hear AI boom, you probably think of Silicon Valley, but much of it's happening in the quiet suburb of Ashburn, Virginia. This map right here shows the locations of all the data centers in Ashburn. Northern Virginia has more hyperscale data centers, the kind needed for ChatGPT and other major AI companies, than any other city in the world. So why do they call this area Data Center Alley?
Oh, most of the data centers are near to the highway, and there's a big chasm. There's like 120 that are built now that are here in this area. This is the highest level in the world of data center construction.
Yeah, it's the reason why my fucking electric bill is so goddamn high. Same with water, bro. My water and electric are fucking insane. They keep getting way more expensive because of all these fucking data centers.
There may be positives, that's why they're here in the first place, but it's like opening the door to a huge monster that we don't know how to deal with.
I cannot describe to you how massive these data centers are, and it is just unbelievable how huge these are. We're like shocked driving through this. This facility here, this is just an example of one of the 200 data centers in Loudoun County, but this is just a massive facility. Here's another one. Over 40% of Virginia's electric grid goes to power buildings like this one.
You hear that?
Facility. Here's another one. Over 40% of Virginia's electric grid goes to...
Over 40% of the electricity goes to these fucking things.
power buildings like this one. BlackRock owns this data center. Before we get to this security guys confrontation though, you need to have a better sense of what happens at these data centers and hear why the residents we talk to don't like them. Then you can hear his argument supporting them.
It's our national security in the United States.
So, what does happen inside these data centers?
From Ashburn? I don't think I'm that far. Oh, this looks like Dulles. If that's by the airport, that's like maybe 30 minutes from me. Let me see. Well, where's Waze? There we go. Let's just see. Ashburn. Metro. I'll just do that. Looks like it's about 45 minutes. So, not too far.
A data center is the brains of the internet, the engine of the internet.
It is a giant building with a lot of power, a lot of cooling, and a lot of computers.
It's row upon row upon row of machines.
Data centers are the physical backbone of digital infrastructure, housing servers and the equipment to run everything from AI and basic internet functions.
These data centers generate enormous amounts of money for the county, so locals must be thrilled, right?
Loudoun County gets $1 billion a year from the 200 data centers that are in Loudoun County. That means that every data center in Loudoun County generates about $5 million a year in tax revenue.
Well, they're planning on building a strong, like something that is huge.
Which I don't know power line thing, like
yes,
the 450.
yes,
so
yes,
they want to build a
yes,
massive power tower here.
Yes, people losing their mind, rightly so.
Yeah.
I would not want my kids to be exposed to that kind of.
Yeah.
Then go back to your fucking country.
And it's dangerous. I mean,
dude, it pisses me the fuck off. I'm like, dude, this is what I have to deal with. Oh, yes. All of them. Every single person in this area, bro. They're not even American.
it's our kids.
Yes.
They may touch it, they get electrified. I mean, they are children. I'm going to share my.
They may touch the power plant and get electrocuted. No, that's not how power plants work, sweetie.
Opinion. I'm happy to share it, but I don't think it matters because I'm not the big dog. I'm no one.
So simply put, for people wondering, they're deciding on building this massive tower.
Yeah.
And of course, Amazon's putting money to support it.
Yeah.
The residents may not support it, but you're saying that Amazon's probably going to win that fight.
I mean, I don't see how not.
Have you seen electric prices go up? Have your electric bills?
Yeah, insurance prices, everything went to the point that I noticed. HOA, everything got higher almost every 3 months.
Literally, Butt's campaign is running on underground power lines. That's how big of an issue these power lines are here. So we're seeing a lot of petitions like this one, nopowerlines.org, of people saying too much power infrastructure, we're tired of it.
I don't know a single person in this area, at least my neighborhood, who works in the data center actually.
What's your take on the explosion in data centers around here?
You know, I really did not expect this to happen. I moved here like maybe 15 years back. When I came through Loudoun County to this community, that place was completely empty, but it's all data centers. I know the people here are really concerned about, noise pollution, electricity rates.
Yeah, just your average Americans, guys. Your average Americans, you know?
Water problems, maybe.
You don't even know the half of it.
In the future because of the usage of the data centers. So a lot of concerns, but then I think I'm somewhere in the middle. You need development at the same time. You cannot be concerned about things that you really don't know what's going to happen. So there are two things, right? Again, to it, the data centers contribute a lot to the tax, which has helped Loudoun County keep the property taxes low. But at the same time, with the power lines running through the communities, it's surely going to bring down the value of the homes. So the power lines are going to run through Loudoun County Parkway. It's a nice road right now. If those 500 kV power lines are going to be laid out there, it's going to look ugly, basically, other than the health concerns. The data centers don't employ a lot of people. They employ very, very little people. So it's like, to run a huge data center, you may need like 40, 50 people, but it's not like, 100,000 square foot facility. You don't have thousands of people working for them.
It's true. He's exactly right. Data centers typically employ 50 full-time workers in their 250,000 square foot facilities. The majority of jobs they do create are temporary construction jobs, up to 1,500 per site. Building one will employ roughly 1,500 workers. So what are the perspectives of homeowners who live around here?
The perspective is the value of their homes.
Do you know what's going to be funny, though, is if this AI bubble crashes, all these data centers are just going to be fucking gutted. And there's not even going to be any use for them.
Going down, that's the main focus. They don't want the high wires, and as a parent myself, I'd be worried about it. You know, how close to the school system is it going to be? Because that puts off the sound. Yeah. So what's the vibration? How bad's the vibration? It's like living next to the airport. When you take off, you hear that plane take off. You're like, we hear about it, if you get complaints about it, but it's not much we can do. It's not that big of massive employment with data centers. It's just storage.
Yeah.
That's what you get. Yeah.
But the real question is, why are they all in northwestern Virginia? We met up with the Roco reader and local named Patrick to discuss.
Special mix diamonds, Max.
Oh.
See, I was always curious when the data centers popped up like 5 years ago, I noticed.
Now watch this drive.
I was like, why are they building them here? There's a thing called data gravity. My brother works for Amazon Data Guy, and it's like, it's cheaper and faster if you're closer to all the data that's already there.
It's not just data gravity that makes Ashburn.
Yeah, it's all the government shit.
Virginia, the nucleus of the data center industry. Other reasons included proximity to DC and all of its government and national security work. The area is a rich internet history.
NSA, baby.
that dates back to government projects in the 70s and Netscape and AOL in the 90s, and also the fact that this area is relatively safe from natural disasters. That makes outages like the recent AWS one, which by the way took place in Data Center Alley, rare. Did the camera pick that up? Is there a lot of opportunity out here? Do the data centers create a lot of jobs?
Yeah, my buddy actually works for QCS, which is like a construction data center thing.
Don't quite get the loft you're getting on that. Have you seen or heard about electricity prices going up around here?
So it has gone up a little bit. Obviously, I'm 25% of the state's energy right now, and then they're saying by like 2030 it'll be up to 50% of the state's energy. So that's definitely consideration, like one of the bigger implications, I would say.
By the way, this isn't Patrick's first time in front of.
Hopefully, I will not be. Hopefully, I will not be in the state at that point. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. Appreciate it, bro. Since Destiny 2 doesn't seem to be getting any better, I've been getting more into single-player games like Dead Space, Dead Island 2, and Days Gone. Yeah, didn't they just release that, the fucking Star Wars update, right? I wonder if that actually, like, moved the needle at all. I haven't heard a thing about it. I just saw, like, a trailer the other day on my YouTube feed. But I haven't seen anyone actually talk about it. And SNK Nostalgia, the 2, I vote against data centers and Amazon trucks. I agree, man. I agree.
A big internet audience. He went mega viral years ago with this high school goal. By the way, we did not cherry pick these conversations. Our mission at Roka is to capture the world without bias or fear. And if you support that mission, please make sure to hit subscribe. Also, consider becoming a member to support our original journalism by clicking in the link in our pinned comment or description. You'll get unbiased news delivered to your inbox daily or in our daily app. Now back to Ashburn.
You're taking water from the Potomac, and they are only sending 30% back. So
wow.
The river has less water, and it goes further downstream, and more people have to use it too.
She's not wrong.
What? Yeah, well, the Potomac's fucking gross, bro. Who cares?
One thing about data centers that doesn't get talked about enough is how much water they use. So 2% of all the water used in the Potomac River Basin cools data center servers. In the summer, that goes up to 8%, and if trends hold, it'll go to over 30% of the Potomac River Basin water. That's a lot of water. Indeed, the environmental costs of data centers are substantial. They affect locals both from an energy perspective and from a water perspective. And it's not just folding in Loudoun County, the home of Ashburn, but also in the nearby Prince William County, where many new data centers are being built. We met up with the director of its conservation alliance named Ashley Studholm to learn more about these issues.
We are in a
situation
where we are literally trading in our real world for a virtual one. There was an application for a data center to be built next to Prince William Forest Park, one of our national parks. Then comes in this other proposal, which was called the Prince William Digital Gateway. And that was being proposed by our other national park, Manassas Battlefield. And so all of a sudden, we have 2 national parks, and they're both being threatened by data centers. From a conservation perspective, we just want them where it makes sense, where the infrastructure.
Dude, she's like the quintessential Northern Virginia liberal woman. Like the weird fucking haircut, the quirky appearance, the fucking jewelry. Like that is the lib, like Democrat, socialist, Northern Virginian woman.
Is where the power lines already are. There are several water resources. We are here in front of one of them. This is the Occoquan Reservoir. The data center industry is one of the richest industries that we've ever seen.
The industry is extremely rich and includes the biggest companies in the world like Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta, but also massive companies you've never heard of like Equinix, which is now one of America's 150 most valuable companies and more valuable than PayPal, Ford, and Airbnb. So yes, tough competition.
Initially, they were paying $1 million per acre. That has increased. Now they're at like, I think, like $4 million an acre. The number keeps going up. If a data center is interested in that, how are we going to compete with that? They should be the ones paying for it, not us as ratepayers. Because the way it is right now, all of the customers are paying for those infrastructure upgrades. You know, everything that I access on my phone right now, that's with data centers that currently exist. The ones that are going up now is largely driven by speculative, like what are the needs are for generative AI. We continue down this trend without any legislation to increase accountability and transparency. We are looking at doubling our rates by 2030.
After talking with Ashley, we kept driving around and around, and despite seeing more of these data centers, the scale of all of it continued to blow us away. And we had never heard of any of these data center companies. You could look them up and see they're multi-billion-dollar enterprises, but they're all so secretive. We started Googling them, and one of the first we did research on was this one. In a recent multi-billion-dollar acquisition,
Larry Twink,
BlackRock, and a few other partners like NVIDIA and OpenAI, they bought this company, Align Data Centers. And oh my goodness, look at how tall this building is. These data centers are massive. How you doing? No, sir, we're just making a YouTube video on data centers.
The reason why I stopped you is we're not allowed to take photos. Data centers are what they are. Our biggest problem as a country, we post too much shit on YouTube. I understand that people don't like them, maybe they don't understand them. I just work here. But that's also security, okay? It's our national security in the United States. This is where we store our data. Those pictures you're posting on YouTube, if it went for that data center, you would be able to post them. I'm ex-military, okay? I fought for my country. fought for your right to take that picture.
I appreciate that.
However, if you post stuff on YouTube that goes to everybody in the country. I know a lot of people don't like the data centers. That's the biggest thing. I don't think they understand them. But everything that you see on the phone, your games, your videos, your YouTube, all that, where do you think it goes? Into there, and it gets funneled out. Yeah. It's just like the oil. Everybody's against the oil, but they don't understand it. Everything you're wearing is made out of oil. I think people need to be more aware of what's going on in our country, in the world.
Someone called, said people were taking pictures. Go down there and take a left. There's, 1,000 more.
So despite all the water, power, health, societal, and other costs,
real Virginians right there,
to these data centers, this construction manager is right. You depend on data centers for your daily life. You wouldn't be watching this video without these data centers, and our national security does largely depend on them. Though the fact that these
all of these data centers are government, pretty much.
Employed so few people, cost so much in resources, and enriched just a select few did make us feel that the debate's not going anywhere. And our job at ROCA is to investigate major issues like this, without an agenda, talking to locals, and reporting on the facts. Now our next video leaves Data Center Alley and goes to a place that's pretty much the opposite, the National Radio Quiet Zone in West Virginia, where most people don't even have cell phones, much less access to ChatGPT in their daily lives.
Yeah, NVIDIA is a defense contractor now. Yup. Dude, this entire area is basically the government economy. So, pretty much every single company up here services the government directly or indirectly. It's just the way it goes.
What are you doing, buddy? What's wrong? Hey, puppy dog.
Yeah, I probably do need to take him out. Hold still. What is that? Good boy. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia the 2. Let me see how long it is. I do need to hop off, probably. Because I gotta go take my dog out anyway. Yeah, I don't think I can do that, bro. 4 hours? Yeah. I don't think I can do that. Alright, I do need to go because he's begging to go out, so he needs to go. Alright, guys, I do have to hop off, so I'll be on later tonight. So, the dog is begging. Anyway, have a, what is Sunday? Shit. Have a great Sunday, everybody. And, yeah, I guess I'll talk to everyone later tonight. Have a good one, guys. Peace out.